What's up, chatters? How's everybody doing? Today is the big one. Today's the big one. Today's the big one. What's up, Ellie? What are you doing here? Okay. It's happening. Happening indeed. Dude, I made a predict list thing. I can show you guys it. Hold on. DM6 coming out in July, trust? Fuck no. Not happening. Shit's not happening, bro. Get real. Get real? Hold on. I did make a prediction list. I'll show you guys it. Where the fuck is it at? Did I not save it? Oh, I did. Aha. Made this off stream yesterday. I fused some of the state of play stuff. Some of it. I mean, obviously some of this already happened at the state of play, but this is for the whole thing as a whole, not even just Summer Games Fest. This is for the Xbox presentation list. Blade's right there. Why is Cage there? Okay. Persona's up there twice because there's Persona 6 and... Oh, wait. Okay, I messed that up. One of them was supposed to be 4. Just disregard the other one. The other one's supposed to be 4. Disregard that. New Crazy Taxi, yes, because they've been teasing it. Disregard that, okay? Run. Whoa. This thing is so sensitive. Soul Calibur? I feel like a Soul Calibur will happen, but probably not for a while. But I think Soul Calibur is the game Harada and them are working on SAK. Wait, no, they're working on probably Sam Show. Never mind. I didn't mean to say that. I don't fucking know. We'll see, man. Today's the day. Half-Life 3. That could happen. I don't think we're gonna see Stranger in Heaven here. Who knows, dude? Think they'll do one more trailer before the game drops, or like not one more. Like they're definitely gonna do one more because the game's not dropping until what? September or something like that. I don't even remember. Half-Life thing, we're dropping 50 subs. You're crazy. I've never played a Half-Life, but I know it's a good game though. There's a lot of games I've never played yet, but I know they're good, like Uncharted. I started to play God of War. I haven't played the Arkham series yet. What else have I not fucking played? Thankfully, there's more games I've played than games I haven't. That are really good, at least. What else have I not played? No, I didn't play the Arkham series. Arena. Whoa. Anyways, in other words. Persona 6 up there twice. I didn't mean to. One of them was supposed to be Persona 4, but I forgot to switch it. Dead Space Loki, a good one. The winlet. This project winless is the fucking Souls-like chicken game. If you're confused, that's the chicken game. And Zonkoi is the game. The people that are making Black Myth Wukong. Remember they're making a Zonkoi game. What is it? Intergalactic or Interstellar? Whatever the fuck it's called. That's Naughty Dog's game. Fellas finally stopped milking Last of Us. Decided to make it a fucking game, by the way. They decided to finally stop milking The Last of Us for the millionth time. Why is there one? Oh, that's DOA. That's why. That's literally the only teaser they've given us. I swear to God. I can show you the DOA teaser trailer. DOA 7. Hold on. If you think I'm joking. DOA 7 teaser trailer. This was the teaser they gave us. And then the teaser ended. That's it. That's literally it. Nice shot. Where is Rebirth of Souls 2? Okay, buddy. Okay, buddy. Okay, buddy. Son. Must be Half-Life 2. I'm not Half-Life 2. Rebirth of Souls 2. DC Allies. Why is DC Allies on the list? You guys are unserious. I'm not watching on Twitch this time because the Twitch version is max 720p. Jeff Keighley has lost his mind. I'm not watching in 720p. Can we lock in? I'm not watching in 720p, so I'm just gonna watch on YouTube. YouTube might be delayed though, but fuck it. YouTube goes all the way up to 4K. I'd rather watch with a delay than watch in 720p. It's insane. Yeah, we had 30 minutes. Less than 30 minutes, yes. On some 720p, that's extremely good. Production value where? Dude, I hope we see Cyclops here. A gameplay trailer of Cyclops instead of seeing him on Tuesday. That'd be fire. Because obviously Cyclops is supposed to drop on Friday, next Friday. But what if Rivals locked in and showed him here? It'd be pretty fire, no? That would be pretty fire. MILF Hunter 2? Yeah, you need to be banned. And then you wonder why I said what I said to you, Tempt. Your message isn't approved, so we can't see it, but I can see it. And you just type bullshit without thinking. Before I was doing rework instead of a new hero, they do need to do some reworks. Thought their business was Tempt. Man's goon maxing. So when a motherfucker say sense the boobs, that's not bullshit. Alright, I got you. Have your parents ever told you, I don't care about the rest of the kids. I care about my kid. Have your parents ever told you that? I expect better from you. Yep, how about that? I don't care about the rest of them. I expect better from you. And you disappoint me every time. You're not supposed to be like the rest of them. Yeah, be more like me? Oh, hell no. That's why you just lost this one. What's up, Fusion? Injustice 3? Can happen. Yeah, let me fix this persona on here twice so you guys stop yelling at me. Outgoon Huntress? Nah, lately Jiggy has been worse than Huntress. Jiggy has been worse than Huntress as of late. Okay. You set up a Persona here twice. Let me fix that. I don't think we're gonna see Persona here today. It's gonna be at the Xbox showcase. But don't expect it to be here. Guys, I don't think it's gonna be here, but who the fuck knows? Ultima knows. That's who knows. Oh my goodness. Bayonetta 4. Whoa, slow that down. Oh, fuck it, an update. Wait, give me a second. There we go. All right, stop yelling at me. Anything else I would need to change on here? I think this is an okay list. This is for the state of play, the Summer Games Fest, and the Xbox thing. It's not just for this. That's why obviously some stuff around here already happened. Like for example, what happened already? Let's see, what happened already? Tokon already happened. Surprising we didn't see a gacha slap segment at the last PlayStation showcase, which is pretty hilarious. All right, so that happened, and I think that's it. Oh, I guess Wolverine. Oh wait, now I have Persona here twice again. wait, I forgot I put that down there. Wait, I have Persona 4 right here. That's why I put it. I knew I wasn't crazy. Because I remember putting it. I just don't remember not putting it. Let me fix that. We'll replace it with them. Dollar Blade 2, I took that off. I feel like it's too soon, but I guess I'll put Strangers in Heaven back on it. I had RE9 DLC up here, but I took it off. I'm gonna put that back actually. Yeah, I'd rather put that back on instead of the other one. Because remember on this one I had RE9 DLC. Right there. Guess I'll put that instead. Oh, the goat theme is playing. Hold on. Oh, I got PTSD. This is Mai's theme. Street Fighter 6. But yeah, Bison theme. No, that theme. Oh my god, I remember that Capcom Cup. They would not stop playing that theme. It was ridiculous, bro. That shit was ridiculous. Whoever, like at that Capcom Cup, they played Bison's theme the entire Capcom Cup. Like, god damn, there's other characters in a game production. That shit was crazy. All they played was Bison's theme the entire time. Anyways, I'm gonna pin this. If you want no ads, you can watch on YouTube today, because YouTube is in horizontal today. So if an ad runs, you can watch on YouTube. So I'm not snoozing anything. Well, actually I will, but I'm not changing my ads. Too lazy. But I'm not. There you go. Does Rockstar show games in these sometimes? Sometimes. The only big release they got coming soon is GTA 6, so I mean, surely they would start promoting it, no? Like, I don't know, we're about to go into the last like quarter of the year soon. Bro said add Roblox too. Yeah, I need to ban you. Let me put this food away. Why do I see straight bosom next to blade? That's DOA. That's why. That's DOA. What do you expect? It's fucking DOA. Put down the blade. Can't do that. Can't do that. I've been trying to get me a job blade for a while. Can't do that. I'm gonna need that blade game too. Hold on. Can't do that. Why the fuck is blade up there? Lock in. Lock in. No more vertical stream. It's horizontal today because of reacting to the Summer Games Fest. Tomorrow I'll be back to vertical on YouTube. Oh, there's an Eyes of Heaven remake coming to PlayStation, right? My goodness. I mean, I guess. I don't think that's gonna be here today, but that's cool, I suppose. How much time we have left? 20 minutes? Really? Yes. Yo, the tournament video is done. I need to watch it though. I haven't watched it yet before I upload it. The tournament video is done, dude. Wait, where is it? I can't even find it myself. What the fuck? How did I lose the file? No more vertical, thank God. Son, I just said it'll be back to vertical tomorrow. It'll be back to vertical tomorrow. It's not vertical today because we're reacting to the Summer Games Fest. So thank Jeff Keighley. How long is the tournament video? I don't even know because I didn't edit it. I'm about to check right now though. It was actually done 3 days ago. I didn't know. Like Chagar sent me and I didn't realize it. Oh, it's 30 minutes long. Yeah, it's 30 minutes long. Okay. Well, I can't upload it yet because I didn't look at it. I don't know if there's any editing errors or anything. Yeah, so that's like one of the I don't know annoying things. If you get someone to edit a video, you gotta watch the video. Well, I mean, you don't always have to watch the video. I mean, there's a level of trust you have. I'm sure the video is fine, but I still want to watch it myself though. You don't have to proofread every video, but you know what I mean. It's not like I think there's something bad in it, just that I wanted to edit it a certain way. I make sure you edited it right. Thumbnail's hilarious. This was gonna be one of the thumbnails, but I'm not using this one, so I'll show you guys it. This was gonna be one of them. This wasn't finished. There was gonna be more shit in the back. There was gonna be other people in the back. But I'm not using that one. That one's cursed. That one's cursed. That one's cursed. Nah, we're not using that one. Look at that thumbnail. Forbidden media. There's actually a lot of thumbnails I have I've never used. Including this one. I wonder what game that's for. I wonder what game that's for. There's more, but like I gave the rest to Terra. A lot of these I gave to Terra. I don't know if he used them though, so I'm not gonna show him. He should have by now though, because I have like 10 I haven't used. Anyways, put them on this video. How much time we have left? We have 16 minutes left. Lock in. Wait, why is this thumbnail not saving? Pissing me off. Banished memories is crazy. Does it have music? Oh, it does. For copyright though, so I'm not gonna let it play. This is C Viper's theme. Long player now. You wait for Persona 4. I don't think we're gonna see Persona 4 till Xbox presentation showcase or whatever. That's on the 7th because last time we saw Persona 4 Revival was at the Xbox presentation, and when we saw Persona 3 Reload, it was at the Xbox presentation. Everything Persona is Xbox. Like Xbox got that shit on lock. Oh, there's a countdown now. 7 TV so buggy, it is buggy. Buggy as buns. Naruto 2D fighter. It's not happening, bro. It's not happening, bro. I don't believe. I don't believe, bro. That shit would be heat too. That shit would be heat. I don't know what to do with all that money. I'll make some fuck ass arena fighters. Just more arena fighter slop. I fear. Arena fighter slop that's gonna last at least a week or something like that. The usual. Sparking doesn't count. That's Dragon Ball, bro. That's a literal anomaly. Yeah, it's Dragon Ball. That's always gonna sell. Naruto though is not guaranteed to sell, especially since it's over. The mask is calling. Oh hell no, it is not. Yo, let me hop in VC with Terra. What game is this? Game is what? Music from? This is from Street Fighter 6. This is Viper's theme. See Viper. That hard ass character. Her theme is fire though. Playing her is. Your finger's gonna be cooked. I still never did her combo trials. I don't think I can. I don't think I'm capable. Low key. I'm capable. What do I feel like it anyway? Made it to the Twitch. What's up, dude? Audio mixer. All our souls. We getting a new One Piece game. Says who? Says who? Because we are not getting a new One Piece game. What on earth? What's this guy talking about? Brother's dreaming. So games first, we get that final Tokon team. No, whoa, slow that down. You're not seeing Tokon here. Hold on. You're gonna have to wait for Evo. What the? Slow that down. Slow that all the way down. You and I both know we're not seeing Tokon here. That's gonna be an Evo. That's not gonna be here. Also, did you guys see the Avatar game got delayed to July 20 something? But we're getting open beta instead. Now the problem about that game getting delayed is that so basically the plan for everybody is to play the Avatar game for a month and then Tokon drops the next month. But now the Avatar game drops at the end of July and then Tokon is like in a week or two from that. So it's like, fuck. Yeah, it's even closer to Tokon. So it's like, Avatar game Mogs? Dude, I would like to have both though. I'd have a lot of time to play both. It's a lot of fucking, especially on Tokon, that's a lot of characters you have to learn. Okay, Tokon drops August 6th. Avatar drops July 23. Fuck. Fuck. Open beta gonna be crossplay? Yes. They said yes. Yo, Volcano Head, thanks for the prompt. I didn't see that. Did you do that when I was AFK? I appreciate all the stream streaks. Got some big ones like Guff with 215. Last of Us, fuck no. Has your Friday been? I just woke up like an hour ago. Voice crack Maxon. Or Chud Maxon. How many Chuds in here? Chud Maxon. How many Chuds in here? My Chuds at? I spied 10 Chuds. Yo, Cuphead last night was fucking hilarious, bro. Yo, that Cuphead stream, oh my god, bro. I swear to god, I did not expect that game to be that hard. Yo, that shit was ridiculous, bro. Oh my god. How much did we play that for? We played for like 2 hours and 30. Oh my god, that didn't feel like 2 hours. Yo, that game was hard as fuck. I didn't get to watch it. Oh my. Yo. Yeah, I played Cuphead with Eli last night. That shit was funny as hell. Yo, she was so fed up. Dog, how the fuck was I supposed to know that game was gonna be that hard? To be fair, we are playing on the hardest difficulty, but the hardest difficulty is the normal difficulty. So like, I'm not gonna play no easy mode. Fuck that. Fuck that. I'm not playing on easy. And she wouldn't want to play on easy either. And you guys said the game is harder in co-op? Oh my goodness. Are the bosses tankier or something? First time playing it? Yeah. Dude, we were getting cooked by the fucking UFO. I can pull up the VOD. We were getting cooked by the stupid UFO, bro. The stupid flying boss, bro. Oh my god. I can just go to chapters. Dude, how long were we on this boss? Oh, nah. Yo, we were almost on that for like... Wait, is this... No, shot, this is an hour, right? Oh my god, we were almost on the boss for an hour. 34. Yo, we were on the boss for an hour, bro. This fucking moon girl. You guys are super in this one? Yo, we was getting baked by this stupid boss. Dude, we kept making it to like the last part and then we would die like at like the last second. Cause there's a stupid UFO. Hold on. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where's the UFO part? Okay, yeah, this part. We were so fucking locked in. I saved her.
Okay.
These UFOs, it just fried us.
I'm sending my rockets. Good luck.
Sucks that the fight's actually kind of long too. Yeah, the fight is long, and like every time we died and saw the checkpoint thing, it would say like an inch left. It would show like an inch left, bro. That shit was so like, oh my fucking god.
You guys.
Look at this attempt. The UFO just fried both of us. Look how close we were to finishing. Like, do you know how many times it would stop right here, and then we lost? God, this fucking UFO! I'm telling you. Yo, she was fed up. I didn't even see her reaction.
How does that not count?
I bet she was losing her fucking mind though. I mean, her reaction said it all. The flag one? Which flag one? Where she guys was on the flag. Oh yeah, we were literally on the flag. We were on the flag, and it didn't count. It was probably 1 HP. It was probably literally one shot. That game is rage bait, yeah. I don't know if we're doing Cuphead today. I have no clue. We were not prepared for that game to be like that, bro. That shit didn't feel like 2 hours, bro. That game cooked us, goddamn. It was funny. Oh my goodness. So that's why you guys kept asking me to play Cuphead. This is why you guys kept wanting me to play Cuphead. She should have played on her day off. Okay, I did warn her. I did warn her. I don't know if we should play this today. We should probably play on one of your off days. That's why I said. That's why I didn't forget. I said Monday. But I didn't think this game would be that hard either. I mean, I knew it was like some like obstacles and stuff. Like I thought it'd be like Mario Bros, like new Super Mario Bros, like the Wii game. I thought it'd be like that or something. Fuck no. Fuck no, it's not. Not at all, bro. What? Technically it is. Technically it is, but it doesn't. It's nowhere near as relaxing as Mario Bros. Like the Wii one? Where's the Wii one? New Super Mario Bros. Wii. Okay, there's a Wii U one now, right? I never played the Wii U one. I'd be like this. Like you just play with your like the homies, and you know, like yeah, it's just all like this game was a banger, by the way. Hey, look at that, 4 players. Terra on deafened. Bet I'll undeafen soon. Yeah, that was not. I'm not seeing enough likes on the stream. Yes, sir. Like up the stream. Like up the stream. And make sure the overlay and shit's working. Oops, I refreshed the chat box. What is this? Oh, this is for the thingy. I'm not getting Raising Canes again. I'm starting Raising Canes. Wait, that's the wrong rank. This says Diamond 1. I was Diamond 3. Yeah, like up the stream on YouTube, bro. If y'all want more vertical streams, I mean horizontal streams. Like up the stream, or you will be plagued with a vertical stream tomorrow. Like up that damn stream, bro. Or I will put that vertical shit back on tomorrow. 2 times speed to catch up a bit. I mean, yeah, it doesn't matter. I'm looking at the clock anyway. I've been doing it, don't worry. See, I'm already caught up. Run an ad before it starts. Okay, I'm gonna run a quick. How much time we have? 2 minutes. I'm gonna run a 1 minute ad. All right, boom. Wait, why is it not working? Oh, there you go. Boom. Bro say you got an Arby's ad. Fuck no, you did not. That's a cap. Bro's capping out his ass like he not subbed. He think we stupid. He think we stupid. We literally can see that you're subbed, bro. Stop yapping, Tempt. This is what I'm telling you. You yap too much. You are a yapper. Let me support by taking that. You can't. You're subbed. You yapper. This dude trying to make my channels look like it's Arby's sponsored. Fuck no. We are not sponsored by Arby's. We will not be eating Arby's. We do not like Arby's. Fuck no. Come on. There you go.
Chat.
All right, ladies. We ready?
Oh, ladies. Talking to the chat. What's good, Con? Bro,
what
frick am I lagging, bro? I'm lagging. Yo, we performing Fusion real quick before it starts.
Oh shit! Right.
Hold on.
Almost forgot.
Oh my gosh, Curl with the what badge is that, Curl? They got new badges. Appreciate the sub, 20 love you, bro.
Where's the bingo list, Con?
I posted it.
You know,
I didn't post it. I'll post it right now. Hold on. Wait, let me invite.
I need to see what I'm looking for.
Send me a Fuse link.
Lo, are you streaming? Fuck. He's deafened. Never mind.
Lo's deafened still. He is
I was
though.
trolling. Okay, I sent him it though.
Chat once again, y'all boys.
I sent you guys to stream together. Hurry up.
5 seconds.
Yeah, DM me the link. DM me the link.
Oh, link. Okay.
Yeah. It doesn't pop up in my inbox.
Ooh, son, is that?
Chat, y'all boys like the double uploads up, man. Lock me in. Ooh.
I put it in the Discord chat.
Into this screen.
Oh, this is annoying. I'm so sorry, chat. We're gonna be a second late, but it's okay. 1 second.
Yeah, Keely.
Hey, my boy Jeff here. Hey. Did the fuse? I think the fuse worked.
It worked.
All right, chat. Y'all ready?
Yes, sir.
I got y'all with the screen. I'm sorry. I had to make sure that fuse was working.
I gotta pop up the chat.
It's a good one. Don't worry. All right. Hello, everybody.
Oh, okay.
He
says this every year.
I'm here.
We are indeed ready, bro.
Showcase of what's next.
Chat, you know we got to peep the drip.
We started
I
SGF
see
back
the
in 2020 because we didn't want to lose that magic moment every June when gamers
Wait, you should
around
invite
the
me
world
to the
come
Fuse.
together
I
to
put the
hype
link in chat.
ourselves
Just
about
join
the
it.
future.
Oh,
New worlds, new stories, new characters. Yeah, maybe the return of some fan favorites too. This is our 7th and biggest SGF. And I have to say, guys, the magic is back. We have a great show for you today.
Biggest? Really?
Now, over the next 2 hours, we, alongside some of the world's most talented game developers, are going to show you why gaming's best days are right ahead of us. What I love about SGF is that we put platforms and rivalries aside. It doesn't matter where you play. Everyone is welcome here today. Right now, everyone has a lot of games to play. As you can see behind me, in just the first 5 months of 2026, Steam saw a record-setting 9,265 new game releases, and that's up from 7,800 last year. There are now more games and more creators than at any point in the history of this great medium. Now, sure, a cynic might look at those numbers and think, how can anyone possibly break through with their game? But then,
no way. Why is my thing
look
buffering?
closer. So far this year, 10 of those, they come from anyone possibly break through with their game. But then, you look closer. So far this year, 14 new games are estimated to have sold more than 1 million copies on Steam. 10 of those, they come from independent publishers. Isn't that great? Absolutely, and most of them were brand new IPs like Resident Evil Windrose. That tells you something important. Players, you guys are hungry for new experiences. You want originality, games at different price points. When developers take bold, creative swings, turns out you guys show up. Really great. Congratulations on all those games.
Jeff got look funny.
Now, some games become global blockbusters, but others actually find smaller, passionate
What's up, JCA?
There we go. We caught.
Oh, I gotta be alerts.
communities that love them
Appreciate
deeply.
the primes.
And today, both of those kinds of success matter. The truth is, not every game has to be for everyone. That's what makes this medium so exciting right now.
It
It makes SGF so rewarding. because this show helps drive discovery. I hope you find your next favorite game
he put
today.
Resident Evil 9 up there.
To get wish listing. Should we get on with the show?
I don't get that, but whatever.
Bro, I hope they show the eyes of having chill up here.
Okay.
No.
It's gonna be a fun ride. So let's get started with our preview of what's ahead.
Indie devs.
With our first announcement.
I just don't look indie.
You guys better start with a banger, bro, please.
On me.
Well, what is this?
After that state of play.
Telltale?
Oh yeah, bust it open. Let's go.
What the hell is this?
Yeah, there you go, low milk. It's like a horror game or something. Nah, no way. It is Wolf Among Us too,
bro. They do need to show Wolf Among Us. It's been so long.
They do. You know how many people?
What are these characters? I don't recognize these names.
Carson, Bruce,
bro. Not say Bruce.
Concierge.
It says Brone.
Oui? Yes?
RE9 DLC?
So,
like, what is
you're
this?
the American who called earlier. The sister of the man on the third floor.
What that is?
Jiggly, bro.
Welcome to Paris. It's so nice to meet you.
She gonna die.
It's freezing.
She gonna die. She gonna be the killer.
Come in. We don't want you to catch
Could be
On
Resident
me, it
Evil.
look like RE graphics.
Well,
Yeah, it
like
does.
graphics.
Your brother is, well, quite odd.
Hell no, I'm not going.
Where's the
in there.
Ada DLC, bro? Where Ada Wong at? Come on. Put the Ada in the bag.
Oh, hell no.
Oh, hell no.
Here we go.
Why did my video just freeze, dog? Yo, Con, I might need a stream, bro. Somebody.
Oh, my shit.
Whenever. After
My
this,
shit
after this,
froze
after
for a
this.
little bit.
Oh la la.
Ada is old?
Mais quelle
So
frayeur.
what? What's that supposed to mean?
Such a mess
Yeah,
again.
ooh la la.
If you can't handle all that, just say so.
Think. I just
what's
cleaned
going
it up
on?
a week ago.
What is this?
Behind, I know. I don't want
It's
to
like
skip
a
those.
boulder
I
roll
see
through
this exact
here.
same apartment in a Roblox horror game.
Killer beam. All right, ever.
Ah, the
I know you
delightful
had two
biscuit.
Thank you, Kuzi
Hold
Cup.
on, twin. I'm trying to
Or
immerse.
whatever your name is.
I'm
Thank you
sure
for
he
following.
I'm
will
already
notice if we
behind.
help ourselves.
I'll catch up after this one, chat.
Oh my god, this buffering is so ass. You can't even watch on Twitch because on Twitch is 720p cap.
I'm not
Boulder
buffering.
roll
Bro, it's
through here.
buffering everywhere.
Killer beam.
Boulder
And then it
roll through
rewinds.
Or
here.
whatever.
And then it rewinds.
Boulder
up,
roll
Tim?
through here.
People in the chat are saying holy lag.
Yeah, it's like
Hey,
it's not even
chilling.
us.
I'm
It's
chilling on my part. I'm good.
you're damn well for no, it's them. Their shit's laggy as fuck. They must Street Fighter announcement. No, it just started.
What that say?
I know.
Delicious.
Ooh,
Du
what's those?
Marquis.
Dead in my quiz.
Ooh,
Nah,
cigarettes.
this ain't Ethan, bro. No way, this Ethan.
It's the
Oh shit.
Nah.
perks. So some perks.
What is that?
Hold on.
Who that at the door, man?
Hello. Hello.
I wouldn't peek through that. I'm not gonna lie.
Me, I wouldn't.
Are you? Nah,
Oh, so
someone
we all
knocked in there,
at
not
the same
there.
spot? He's gonna be behind him. Oh, and you opened the.
You open the door? Dude!
Oh, yo, the most idiotic.
Yeah, you see, this is why that new Silent Hill protagonist, a black guy, because never.
Damn, bro. Who would do that in that
What is
situation?
this?
Oh, dude.
This is Resident Evil,
I seen the
but
beat, that's all I need.
what is it DLC or like
No way.
spin-off? Remake?
I thought the dumbest comment.
Wait, is it the 5 remake? Wait, I was right. Wait a second, I was right, chat.
Wait, this is
Oh, wait, it is. What the fuck?
It's a 5 remake. Oh my god, I was right.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
Veronica. Let's go. It's a 5 remake.
I ain't gonna lie, I
Nice.
haven't played 5. It's one of the ones I ain't played.
I literally took
play
this off.
5?
I wrote this
Oh,
on the
right,
thing on the PlayStation 1 chat, and I took it off.
This one with Redfield. I do know that name though.
Remember, chat, we were talking. I was like, hopefully they do a remake of 5 and 6.
Bro, Hunk is gonna be. Wow.
27.
I ain't gonna lie, bro.
Oh,
Hey,
let's
hold on.
go. Yeah, because the RE4 team is not working on anything, so surely they're working on 5, right?
Capcom on a roll. What a way to kick off the show. Resident Evil Veronica revisits
Cool.
a classic title from the
Starting off
Resident Evil
strong.
universe,
That's
reimagining
tough.
the
That's good.
experience for today's players. Thank you to Takeuchi-san and Capcom for that incredible
Wait, is this gonna be
news.
co-op though?
Now, some surprise breaking news from one of the
Wait,
top
what?
independent game studios
Wait.
in the world.
Surprise
Was it
breaking
Cuphead
news.
Yeah, I'm for it.
fuck is this?
Hello there.
Oh my god, that is a cup.
Here at Studio MDHR
my god, I just played this last night.
And today we have a special announcement for all of you.
No way. Chat, we up to date
There's
now,
no
right?
We're happy to
fucking
confirm
way,
that
bro.
development has begun on a brand new hand-animated Cuphead video game.
Oh my god, there's another
Our talented team
Cuphead.
has hard at work on this ambitious project, which will take Cuphead and friends on a fresh, exciting adventure.
I've never
It's
finished
still in early
that.
stages, but we look forward to revealing more when the time is right.
Blitz through
Well,
that
from all of us here at Studio MDHR, thank you for...
Oh my god,
I didn't know this
bro.
was plugged in.
This is not a series, chat. Don't do this.
Hello? Yes? Oh, indeed.
Let me know how well it does. We're gonna be a little late.
Oh, you want me to tell them? Yes, I'll tell them. Yes, right now.
All right.
Well, it seems I have one more surprise.
Is it gameplay?
Wait a minute.
A small team within our studio has been working in secret on something completely different. This new project is a love letter to the era that brought us into the world of video games. We have prepared a sneak peek, and I'd say... It's pretty radical. Over here? Ahem. Pretty radical.
What
Yeah, I saw
the? They got gameplay?
Oh my
Now
god.
in development
a pixel.
at Studio MDHR.
What is
Mighty
this?
Cuphead
It's Mighty
Adventure.
Cuphead Adventure.
This baby
what
got
player?
shit.
Fast action platform shooter
whoa.
with arcade quality graphics
Well,
and
custom
amazing
shit.
sound.
Oh,
Mighty
what?
Cuphead Adventure.
Oh, this is
Only from Studio MDHR.
Okay, I guess.
okay.
That's it?
Yeah, that's kind of cool. This is good for games.
I think I'm good.
Bro, if you're a real crashers, bro.
You know, I love my puppets. That was great. And
Play
they're
games
two
like
brand
that.
new games from Studio MDHR after Canada with Mighty Cuphead
Like
Adventure.
Battle
a
Block
true
Theater
indie
and shit.
action
This is
platform
good
coming
games
to
right here, bro.
PC, and then a brand
could
new
appreciate it,
hand-animated
though,
Cuphead game
I didn't
has
even
been
see
confirmed too. Great news.
A new
All right.
hand-animated
Well, now
Cuphead
please
game is
join me in
confirmed as
welcoming
well.
my co-host.
Hold on, let me-
There's two
partner in
games.
a new game discovery website called Looking for Game.
Oh, shit.
Lucy
Okay.
James, everyone.
Man, we not behind it all. We're good now, chat. Right?
So there's two games. They said there's a new hand-animated one as well. Yeah.
Thanks, Jeff. I am thrilled
That
to
a
be back
unicorn?
here at Summer Game Fest, and I'm excited to share in
The tattoo.
so many incredible announcements.
Oh, it's
Now, this next one
subtitles
is
on or off,
very
chat? Let me know
special for
quick.
me. It's a game we've all been waiting to see
I didn't even notice
for a
that.
long time.
Oh, what the?
Yeah?
For a long time? Don't say a long time, because if it's a long time, that could mean
And I forgot about it.
that's a lot of different games, bro. Sega?
What the?
Huh? The hell is this? Creative Assembly.
大きな損失よ。
Is it?
I get that. Wait, chat, y'all almost heard the fluent Japanese come out, man.
こんな失態を見逃す会社ではないの。
Wait, you said Korean? No, it's not Korean.
Wait, what
これ
is
は
this?
最後のチャンス。
Like an alien.
I don't know, bro.
Wait, a long time in a Sega game. What the fuck?
Bro, why didn't you feel like alien, bro?
Do you understand?
Do you understand?
No.
Yes.
What?
I understand.
No!
Alien Ice?
I had to go put you back in the fucking thing.
Wow. Wow. It's another fucking alien game. Yeah.
It's Alien ISO.
Alien Isolation 2. That shit's sick.
Jeez. AI 2?
Yeah, I too. Hold on.
That new AI go crazy.
That new AI.
Wait, Tara played the first one?
Hi, I'm Al Hope,
You
creative
struggled to
director
play the
of
first
Alien
one.
Isolation
He
2.
beat it.
And I'm also Sophico, art director of Alien Isolation 2.
Bro, last time I tried to... I'm not gonna talk about it. Right? If you know, you know.
On behalf of the whole survival team at Creative Assembly, we're very excited to share our return to the survival horror genre.
actually-
It's been 12 years since we released the first Alien Isolation, and we're continuing what we started, creating an authentic new chapter which builds on that core isolation experience of escaping the terrifying,
came out before you-
unkillable,
relentless alien.
Yo,
And
chat
this
exposing
time,
you.
we're unleashing the alien on an unsuspecting colony
You're about
world.
to make this
From the
AI hear your
claustrophobic
breath
confines of the
through your
colony
mic.
itself
Chat
to the exposed
exposing
and
you.
storm-ravaged landscape surrounding it,
Nah, the
Kurosaki
features in this one
Station
gonna
is a
be
new
nuts.
hunting ground for the ultimate apex predator. Players will face a desperate struggle to survive and escape, and we cannot wait to show you more in the future. Thanks.
These niggas are
This is crazy.
Oh, nah, they going crazy. I ain't gonna lie, Chad. Billion too.
Thanks so much, Anna and Al. Today, we are honored to have one of gaming's true visionaries here with us in the audience. For more than 2 decades, his work has reminded us that games can be emotional and deeply
Star Wars
human.
Outlaws? I don't know.
From Eco to Shadow of the Colossus to The Last Guardian, he
Shadow
has
of the
left
Colossus,
an
oh,
unforgettable
That's
mark
cheap
on
games right
social
there.
I still
media.
never played that game.
Please join me in recognizing the legendary
One day.
Fumito Ueda-san. Ueda-san, great to see you.
Gotta do that. That's good games.
You and Cam on the new
And
Cuphead.
now,
No.
let's talk about his next
He get on
game.
band
A few
first?
years ago, we gave you an early glimpse into Ueda-san's next game, then
Y'all
known
are
as
so
Project
evil, bro.
Robot. Well, now, it's time to step deeper into the mysterious, unsettling, and epic world that marks Ueda's first game in a decade. Let's take a look.
First game in a decade. Oh, she got a game?
A long time, bro. Gonna be a work of art. Show me something.
Epic Games Publishing.
Gotta add. Better watch on YouTube, bro.
Is this an original?
Oh shit. Oh my god.
What is about to be on some Destiny? What is these?
This is the original game.
You look kind of cool.
Oh, this looks so fucking good.
Oh, this looks good.
High tech.
Nothing over what.
Oh, okay.
Interesting aircraft.
So,
Okay.
I better see Tifa today, right?
You making a fullback?
I better see
my
Tifa
God.
today.
Okay, wait a
Oh,
minute.
what the fuck?
Yo.
Somebody kind of tough.
Yo.
What the hell?
Lag.
Yo, it's laggy.
Yeah, that PS is a little bad. Oh, they doing some real still shit? Hold on. Wait, this looks crazy.
Deal, bro. What the hell was that?
Shit. Hey, the visuals on this is crazy. Yeah, this is definitely some Shadow of the Colossus. Nah, they doing some real stuff. Shit, the nigga just knocked his head off. Come on now. Gen Atlas. Okay. I would play this. Like, this is my type of vibe.
Yeah, that's giving me Shadow of the Colossus.
Does that look incredible?
But like high tech.
All right.
I'll give
I
that a
cannot
full
wait for Gen
Yeah.
Atlas. Thank you,
You get that full
Ueda-san.
four,
All
Jack.
right, well, next we travel to the east, to China, circa 848 AD.
Okay.
Blood Message is a cinematic single-player action-adventure game from NetEase. You are a messenger
NetEase?
who embarks
Whoa.
on a perilous eastward odyssey with your
NetEase
son.
got a lot of different
fighting
games.
against
NetEase
impossible
Shit loads of
Putting out
games.
straight bangers.
They have so many
We're in
fucking
China.
games.
We're in China. Okay.
Oh, it's about to be a gotcha game? But they could have me.
No, this is looking. Hold on, some old China shit. I'm trying to see what it is. 4 players.
Let me see my nigga DMS Kakashi or something.
Bro,
That shit is dumb yap. Nah, this might be. Hold on, wait a minute.
Cool, though.
This
Okay.
might be some.
Still pretty cool.
I love that symbol.
河西始于吐蕃50余载，一起奋起，却从未有人坚守如我等之久。
Cat, we still good for
I don't even need to catch.
天枪大捷，以寡破众，陪队者
Nah, facts.
当即首功。
Nigga, this is 4 players. Hold on. Oh.
Okay, girl, hold on. W support
Them on the horse?
阿爷，大人们说，
Oh, I'm at that.
只要和西贝塔，你不打仗，也能守住我们的家。
Wait, this is the Mongols?
That's what I'm saying. Like these Mongolians, like.
Yeah, I think they are Mongolians, no? Yeah, this is they're fighting the Mongolians. Oh shit!
Hey.
Oh wait, no, they did start. Oh yeah, they're fighting the Mongolians.
Oh damn! Got that nigga through the gate.
I'm still stuck on this is 4-player co-op.
It is?
Yeah, that's what he said, did he not? I'm pretty sure it's a 4-player experience.
That was interesting.
Oh, me, I didn't hear that part.
I thought he said. It's a single player? I could have sworn you said 4.
Pretty sure he said single.
Oh, never mind.
It's a single player from
bro,
the
pass
east.
me the res, bro. I need a res.
This dude need an Elden Ring Estus, bro. Potion.
Everybody else dead. He alone.
Bro, you just be saying shit.
You
bro.
are like
blood message.
还有像安宁一样的孩子们，就再也不用怕没有家了。
Oh, you gotta play as his son too?
I mean, that dude probably dies right there, no?
Yeah.
Like, did you see what he was about to just fight? Like, what?
He was fighting like 300 dudes.
Oh, hands-on preview is tomorrow. Okay. What's up, Shotty?
Now, please
You
welcome
handle
a
that,
game
man?
developer
Like,
who is
come on.
visiting the US for the first time in 2 decades. From RGG Studio, it's Masayoshi Yokoyama.
RGG? What? Oh, shit, it's here! What? I thought it wasn't gonna be
Oh, we
here.
see more of this? Okay, Cat.
Oh my god.
Right now. They
I
on the
didn't
3.
expect it to be. It was so soon.
こんにちは、横山です
This game OSTs
本
are
日
so
は
hard,
ストレンジャーズ・ヘブンについて新しい発
They
表
got
が
a
ご
new
ざいます
trailer?
まずはこちらの映像をご覧ください
Hello everyone, this is Yokoyama. Today, we have an exciting new update about Stranger Than Heaven.
Wow.
First, please take a look at this.
Another new trailer?
Yo!
Whoa, whoa.
King's out?
アジア人点でのけ者にされて
Nigga tatted down to the cheeks.
日本じゃ毛頭扱い
Filth. Oh, we're about to learn about the villain?
何度も思ったろ
The guy that was drinking that little blood thing?
敵討ちか
The sake with blood all over it?
つまらねえことに人生使ってんな大統領
Oh, okay.
Yakuza niggas.
この剣にけじめをつけねえと俺の人生始まらねえんだ
Snoop Dogg!
Oh.
There you go, chat.
What?
Yo,
what?
I can't believe I'm watching, bro.
What the
fuck? Use 2 parts like me.
Drake.
We got a lot to talk about, but first of all,
What is going on?
本作の発売日は2027年1月15日となりますそして先ほどのトレーラーには新しいキャストの情報が含まれていましたがその件に関してはこの方に語ってもらいました
Stranger Than Heaven will be released on January 15th, 2027.
Bro,
As you may have noticed in the trailer, we revealed some interesting new cast members. To tell you more about that, I'd like to bring out a special guest.
Please welcome Snoop Dogg.
Wait, I'm looking oh Snoop. Hey, Drake gonna do a performance again.
That's so random.
Snoops, everyone's talking about this game.
Okay,
It's so good to have you here, man.
That's crazy.
So you teaming up with Yokoyama. Tell us, how does this happen? Why do you want to work with RGG?
I mean, I'm a big fan of Sega. I've been playing that game since it first came out, and you know, to be associated with such a great game and such a great person like this and the team that they put together, it's an amazing, feat for me. So I'm happy to be a part of it.
We got to talk about what just announced in this trailer. How's Tupac being a part of it?
Dude, Snoop never ages.
You know,
so
Tupac
random.
Estate and my son and myself, we work very closely together. So it just made sense to put him in this game because his likeness and his spirit still lives on. And I just feel like it was so connected to what we're doing. So what y'all think?
I mean, it is strange.
Game looks insane. I'm sure you got more surprises in there too. I know the song sounds great. Well, we're looking forward to hearing more on Stranger Than Heaven. I also want to ask you, though, about something a couple years ago at TGA, you and Cordell talked about Death Row Games is something that you guys want to do. Any updates on what's happening?
Has this guy even went to Japan before?
You got to make some
You
games.
know, we're building a hip-hop gaming universe, bringing an authentic culture to life, you know what I'm saying? And we just got a lot of plans that we're planning on actually bringing to life.
Def Jam fight for New York? A new one would be crazy. A new one would be crazy.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Snoop Dogg. Thank you for joining us. Yokoyama-san, Jamil, appreciate it. Thanks, guys. Fantastic.
Oh, shit.
A new Def Jam would be insane.
More crazy stuff to come. All right, next we're excited to announce the stunning debut title from a new studio in
like 20
Sweden.
minutes in.
Hex is an open-world action-adventure game from key creators behind The Division and Little Nightmares. You brave the wild north as researchers
Another Little
stranded in a
Nightmares, yeah.
mind-bending, player-shaped procedural world. This is a very
Behind the
cool
creators
game.
from The Division and Little Nightmares. Okay.
What the fuck?
Oh, nah. See. You got my attention, though. Hold up.
Behind The Division and Little Nightmares.
Yeah.
This sounds sick.
I ain't like it, but you got my attention, low-key.
Let's have some curse. We getting cursed.
No
Anyone
such?
listening to this shit is getting cursed right now.
Okay. Yo, what's up, Cam?
Yo, what the hell, Fidel? Chill.
You're doing a summoning circle to unban Cam? Okay.
I'm about to use multiplayer.
A fucking ritual to unban Cam, alright.
What the fuck?
He's
Juggernaut.
That a big ass key.
Oh, his map looks kind of cool.
Yo, this looks sick.
That motherfucker got powers?
Why is it kind of live? What time live?
What type of first time chatter? Oh my god.
Hey, X.
What? You just grow a plant?
What?
Agriculture.
That's just not how that works. So a tree grew that?
What?
Or a baby ass sapling did all this?
Why you keep looking back?
No.
The world is procedurally generated.
What?
Wait,
Okay.
no, might have cracked it right there.
That looks,
Maybe.
this looks crazy. I mean, that looks like a crazy
I
idea.
can't wait to see more from Hex. It looks absolutely
Hex, okay.
stunning.
I said
Bro,
me.
We have
Cast
much
to the
more
Hex on me.
SGF to come, but first on June 14th, Dead by Daylight
Oh.
is celebrating its 10th anniversary.
Dead by Daylight.
Watch this closely because here's a little tease of what's ahead.
Oh, isn't a new character,
Will I re-download this game?
Wait,
who's
what
the
you
new
said?
character again, chat?
Jason?
Oh, Dead by Daylight? Oh, yeah.
What's this?
Wait, whoa.
Damn.
Wait.
Horror games get
Whoa.
motion nowadays.
Wait.
It's Pennywise?
What? Pennywise? What the f... Wait.
Nah, they did that.
Oh, Pennywise.
That is not Pennywise.
Pennywise? I'm not lying. I'm
nah.
not finished. It's singular enemy.
What the fuck?
I'm just assuming this is Pennywise.
You're invited. How old are you now? Shit, I haven't played a DVD before. Am I invited?
Like, I swear that's the same voice actor and all.
I never played a DVD. Am I invited?
What's this? Oh, what's this?
I'm good, bro.
I'm not coming. We good.
Wait, what is this? I'm paying attention. What is this? Is this not smells like? What is this? Oh, mortar shop. Okay.
Nigga burying his ass with a guitar.
Okay. I haven't really played the first one, so.
Beta.
I've never played any of them.
Tiny build.
Oh,
That's not some Lords of the Fallen, or is it better than that?
I'm pretty sure it's better than Lords of the Fallen.
What on earth is this?
Wait, I thought this was... Well, okay.
You can skip this one.
Alright, first I'm not playing this.
No, me.
You're evil.
It's a mobile banger, bro.
Not again.
I'm back. Damn, I didn't know the world was for PS3.
I'm not playing this, but I mean, there's a game out there for someone.
Nah, I'm definitely going to this.
Yo, can we see Cyclops, bro? You need to show me Cyclops, bro.
When did the first Mortal Kombat come out? What year?
I'm not trying to wait till Tuesday. It's either we see him today or we see him on Tuesday.
Yeah,
The Cyclops drops next Friday.
Duty, bro?
Oh, we can see the new Call of Duty here as well.
It, man? You hype or what?
I don't know, bro. Them niggas have had me like NBA got the black community, bro.
What is this?
What is this?
Edward! Assassin's Creed!
Oh shit! Captain Kenway.
Black Flag remake. Oh, no.
Yeah, it's about, it is.
Oh yeah, it is.
What is it called? Re-imaged or some shit?
Something like resynced?
Yeah, resynced. This game is goated, chat. If you have never played Assassin's Creed Black Flag,
One Piece?
best Assassin's Creed.
Yeah.
It's absolutely
I've only
one of the
played a
best
handful,
ones.
and it still stood out.
Unity did catch me a lot more.
So I'll put it to the vote.
Best Assassin's Creed.
All those in favor of storming this cove and taking this ship. Stomp and shout.
This right here is the
I
blueprint
never thought
for
I'd
all
enjoy a
ship
pirate
fighting.
game until I played this shit.
Not that ass.
The ship fighting in this game,
Yeah, shit is peak.
some of the best work ever done.
Do you know how many games stole the ship combat from this game?
It's ridiculous.
After you, Captain.
After you, Captain.
No,
why is it buffering?
Bro. Bro, like what the hell is going on?
At least it's not just us. We know it's not us.
About a 2x speed? No, actually no, because why? We all buffered.
That's them, bro. I'm telling you, it's not us.
Damn it, replay my shit?
Assassin's Creed Black Flag resynced.
I gotta catch up. July 9th? Oh, that's pretty soon. What the fuck?
What does
Chat, y'all getting on the remake?
That was Assassin's Creed Black
Hey,
Flag.
I'll get on that.
Now
if
it's
they
finally out
send
in
me
the
a
game between
code.
the best action game developers in the world with legendary
Okay. What's this?
What is this?
But what does rings? What is a resync? What is that?
Because like you gotta
Like, you know how it is
synchronize
the animus? The animus, you gotta sync it to the animus.
You gotta synchronize, take it to the memories of the old assassins.
The fuck is this?
I missed what.
Bayonet.
Bayonet and Nier Automata and
you can't just type that. People
Ninja
will lose their
Turtles.
shit.
Ninja Turtles?
Oh my gosh, wait,
Oh,
no,
it is. Wait,
it actually is.
Wait. Am I from it? Wait, they just say something about
Wait, the game is actually coming? I thought they canceled it.
Why are you spamming Bayonetta? Like, you just saw that it was there.
So I saw the sign.
Oh my god, this got canceled.
They said something about that.
No, they said it was canceled, no?
I don't remember them ever saying it was ever canceled. No.
I could have sworn I heard it was canceled.
No. It's about that time.
No. It was for sure canceled.
It's kind of hard.
All right, well, that's another
Nah, I'm looking it up.
game from Platinum Games.
Bro, is that my nigga? Is that Mikey?
Now, please
Wait, you don't know you ain't never read it?
TGA
No, I didn't read it.
For Expedition 33
don't even-
and
don't
Final
even-
Fantasy 16.
I think I low-key might know the
Ben
lore. I
Starr,
don't
who
wanna
voices
say
the
it.
visitor in Fortnite.
Why the fuck is Ben Starr here? He said Final Fantasy 8. My head turned so fast. Yeah, it was canceled. The movie got canceled and
the movie.
The book as well.
I didn't know that.
He said about Fortnite?
They're about to have a
He voices a character in Fortnite.
For the past little while, I have had the incredible opportunity to step into the world of Fortnite as the visitor. And today,
Wait, he's the visitor?
I finally get to share a glimpse of where that journey
I don't know no Fortnite
is
world.
heading next.
Somebody out of Fortnite.
We've been working on this for a long time. A new season is about to begin, and everything is about to change. Let me show you what's coming in Fortnite's next season runners, launching later tonight.
I mean, they have unlimited money. I'm not surprised they're here. Like,
surprised they're here. This is tonight?
I mean, we gonna see them.
The hunt for power breeds
Runners. Chapter 7, season 3. If they didn't do chapters, they'd probably be on like season like fucking 6, 7 by now. I swear to God.
Creatures born from 0 point energy. They can make you stronger.
What?
Faster. More dangerous.
This
What is this, bro?
What the fuck am I looking at?
I don't know. This is Fortnite though. Bro, you got surprised, bro. What are those tiny thingies?
What these baby ass chibis on
the nigga hit me with that. I'm close to the game, man.
Why is there chibis on the game?
It gives you powers? Bro, what does it do? John Wick? Oh, that new John Wick skin is hard. Hold on. What is that sliding bullshit?
Oh my
What
God,
is
I'm
that?
buffering. No,
yeah, I'm
don't do
buffering
that.
too.
Don't do that to me.
It's like
They
a
stole that.
refresh version of it.
They stole it.
They remade the John Wick skin.
I remember everybody used to want that John Wick.
Nah, this new one is hard. What the hell? The lighting on it is sick. Might have to swap the Twitch, but the Twitch is that skin is sick. If I still play it, I'd get that. The Twitch is in 720p capped. I can't watch on Twitch. That shit is us.
Now,
son, I'm not watching in
wondering
720p.
how we end up on this new island, you'll have to jump into the Shattered event happening live inside Fortnite right after Summer Game Fest.
It's them. It's not
this
us.
season, we asked every player to choose a side, and in a live event, that changes your experience. It's all been building to this moment. Party starts at Eastern time, the doors open early, and trust me,
Them niggas are getting hacked.
you'll want to stay to the very end of the event. I've got a little surprise waiting.
You got some
for you.
Xenoverse for me?
Oh my God,
audio and everything is decent.
Oh, they gotta fix that. That's pretty bad.
You chose your side.
Hey, audio team, jump up.
Audio. Don't tweak right now.
This ends now.
Bro, seeing the rock on my screen.
Why did they get a whole 2
It's the equivalent of a scene.
I ain't gonna lie, nah, that's
Bro,
crazy.
you know they get a long ass time, bro.
Now it's time for a special
even
announcement
hers?
from Bandai Namco
Huh?
about one of the
Bandai
most
Namco?
influential
Bandai!
sci-fi franchises ever created.
Come on, man.
Mankind measured time by
This better be a
seasons,
banger.
not sirens.
Hold on. Let me see it.
For a moment, the future felt promising.
It better be a banger.
Out here, that promise is alive.
Oh, the audio is fucking. Who that is? Hold on. Whoa, what I do? Wait a minute. Killer beam.
Who is this?
What's up?
This Hasane Miku cousin. I don't know who I'm
What's
looking
up,
at.
bro?
This audio is so poorly decent.
The audio!
I can't take this seriously, but it does look sick.
Damn!
Gundam.
Every breath taken is inside an armored shell.
Just imagine how much harder this would hit if the audio.
Wait, that is Gundam, nigga.
Nah, that's on me. That's a Gundam. That's not hard. What just happened?
Why did it just back?
Bro, did it happen to you too?
Oh my.
Bro, out of all the state of plays, not state of plays, Summer Game Fest we've ever watched, this is the most decent ever.
The pilot.
Ooh, that gameplay.
The gameplay look hard though.
Ooh, the gameplay.
But like, this is the most decent.
The gameplay is 2 times hard.
Hold on.
Shit, hold on, the nigga came out together.
Here, let's try this
It's not
on.
perfect matches. Oh, I might.
That's hard. Are we synced up again? There we go.
Are we?
We good.
Find me.
That's supposed to be us.
I'm here.
Oh, they resynced it?
Yeah, I'm synced again.
Thousands of games launch every year, so finding your next favorite can be tough. That's why I'm launching my new newsletter, Looking for Game. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
I'll be curating and selecting games that deserve your attention every week and sending demos
bro, I
and
watch what it
exclusive
relay. I'm not watching
playtest
720.
invites straight to your inbox. Head over to lookingfor.game
Oh my gosh.
to sign up with
I heard that sub sound effect, Twin. Love you,
Speaking of fun, unexpected games, this next title comes from a solo developer, Adrian Mulero from Spain.
Yo,
It is a
imagine the day a
co-op physics
Roblox
game
game
about
gets up
two
on the
geese
stage, bro.
and one very
Oh my
fragile
God.
egg.
I would love.
I think we've seen doors on these before.
Okay, Hookie, ready to be a
Wait.
Sure.
No, I would play this.
This is
Hold on,
a piece
this
of
is like
cake.
Octodad and shit like that.
Be careful with our little baby.
Don't drop it. Don't drop it.
Oh, what's that one game? I swear it's a literal game called Goose Game.
Friend
Just
swap?
like
Yo,
Friend
people
swap,
say anything's
it's like
friend
a glass
swap.
game.
Be careful with our little baby.
Don't drop it. Don't drop it.
Yo, the buffer is OD.
Yo, the buffer is OD, bro.
Are you buffering? I'm not gonna lie, this is the first one that
Niggas say anything is friend swap.
This is a good
human
one.
fall flat, bro.
Are you listening to me?
This is friend swap,
Is
though.
this?
Bro, this is made by the
You
people that
need
made
it to have a game to
though.
play with the girl,
It looks
bro.
exactly like it. The models and stuff are the
This
same.
is literally not friend swap. Like, what the fuck?
Focus.
Out of that, your homies. It's one of the two.
Oh gosh, that looks really hard. Maybe
This is a game you
if
play
we
with the
look for
hoes.
some more people, it would be easier.
Alright, what are you trying to play? Let me stop.
This really is an extremely hard game.
Congrats, Adrian. What a fun game. All right, now it is time for a debut
But why you
game
not-
from
why
a
you never
veteran
spawn?
team of developers who come from Naughty
That
Dog
nigga's
and
thinking
Infinity Ward and
about
other amazing studios.
No!
For the past half-decade, they've quietly been working on an ambitious new
spawn, though?
project. Here is the global announcement.
He was making fun of the game until somebody asked him.
Like,
He was making fun of the game, but when somebody asked him, he confused.
Okay, so you want to play against
Greedy.
He was making fun of the game until somebody asked him, though.
What's that?
Yeah, I think nobody would ask him.
Yeah, BC is flamboyant, bro. It's like,
They're bullies.
Huh?
Yes, dogs.
Oh, she's caught or what is this?
what?
So that's what I say when I look at
Bro, what
somebody.
is it? Tom Clancy?
Bully.
Special?
Oh yeah, she definitely Latina.
That's
Bro.
what? Generally, like most people.
My fault.
Oh, well, then you're truly a sick fuck.
Splinter Cell? Could be. I don't know.
I'm saying it look like a Splinter.
They both look hella.
Come on.
We need to move.
That means they did a good
I'll be
job.
coming for you.
Coming for us.
I think they're both actors.
You're not one of them anymore.
This is like the girl from The Boys.
She does look like the girl from The Boys.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's temporary.
Or the same model.
Just like you and
They
me.
probably used the model of the character.
You guys
Y'all
don't
can go
understand
invisible.
this threat.
This looks good.
Not like we
This
do.
looks really good. This looks good.
What the hell y'all searching for?
That gunplay though is fucking
needs us over.
What is that?
So be it. For now.
Why is there so much?
Wait, what's this? Symbiote?
Either we
Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, 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 what's that?
or die alone.
Oh, nah.
Wait.
No. Do not touch him.
Okay. Oh.
Oh my gosh.
Oh.
They got
What the fuck is happening?
What the fuck? That is a failed super soldier serum if I've ever seen it.
that shit that they had in Iron Man 3.
It was trying to make Captain America.
That fire shit.
I'm saying.
Oh shit, yeah.
What the fuck am I looking at?
What the fuck?
Well, these visuals are crazy though.
Title, y'all.
Crossfire, that generic ass name. Okay.
Crossfire.
I kind of like
That shit hard though.
I'm saying
Yeah, that shit was hard though. No?
For over 18 years, Jacob and I have developed character-driven games with the goal of thoroughly connecting design and story.
Wait, is his name actually
In Crossfire, two opposing operators
Kurosaki?
must
Oh my
form a
God.
temporary
No,
alliance.
that's
Depending on one
This
another
guy.
is their only chance of survival.
Nah, he changed his name. Ain't no
To
way.
support this narrative,
Ain't no way.
we thought
He changed his name.
and traversal work together
No, he did.
and created a system
He had
that
to change his name. I'm not buying it.
stealth and repositioning. It's called adaptive cover. With adaptive cover,
Our player character Layla dynamically adjusts her stance to react to the complex terrain and the enemy's line of sight. It fundamentally changes your relationship with the environment and becomes an active skill to master.
That trailer did what it was supposed to do.
Shout out to our amazing team at That's No Moon, who are meticulously crafting Crossfire. It's for all of you who, like us, love high agency, single player, story-driven games. Thank you.
That's a good looking game, though. You're never gonna get undershirt before proning in a game like this. Like, that's never happening.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Jacob and Taylor. Now, last year at the Game Awards, we introduced the next game from Remedy Entertainment.
That
Here's
beard
a new
looks
look
racist.
at the mind-bending
Control. You know, I tried my hardest to play Control. I really did. I can't play that game. That game is trash.
I got it for free off of Epic.
I really have tried my hardest to play Control. I can't get into it.
We just saw this last direct, though.
This was caused by a new type of hostile resonance. It is beyond anything that we can currently measure.
Put it in both presentations.
What?
It's all quite terrifying.
That's some firepoint.
And
I feel like I like this type of gameplay. Like,
wait, why did the guy know? I haven't seen that.
It's a new character. Yeah, it's too.
Whoa, this is copyright. Hold on, slow that down.
Is it?
Slow that down. Oh, this YouTube VOD is getting saved. I cannot have that.
What is going on?
Slow that down.
Video, bro.
Slow that down completely.
What is happening?
Bro, when I first played Control, I still had zero clue what the hell was happening.
What's going on, bro?
Let me know when it's done.
I don't know this game.
Hey.
Oh my god, they're still going.
Yeah, it's still going.
Buddy.
Yo, can I see the Street Fighter 6
going
characters, please?
He just got the force.
Yeah, where is the Street Fighter characters, bro? Show me it.
Yeah, this is pretty yappy.
What do you think it's gonna be, Lomo?
Ooh, Street Fighter characters.
Show me Vega, and I get back on.
I think it might be Vega.
Vega would be pretty.
I think
Vega's an only character.
Vega's gotta be in every.
And like.
Ooh, Vega, Goken.
The rumors that it's Vega, Goken.
Because they usually be adding some weird ass characters, so maybe Seth.
Only nigga I need to see, bro.
The rumor is Vega, Goken, Mike, and Tifa, but we'll see.
Tifa? Wait, you said Tifa?
Yeah, Lockhart. Yeah.
Yeah, please.
We all have our own reasons for coming to this.
Bro, the sound, I had it muted because it was copyright, you idiot.
But for our guild, we who protect this land,
Unravel?
What is this?
one reason stands above all.
Yo, I appreciate all the subs, guys. I have alerts muted though.
Our wonder. You feel it too.
Nah, it's not Fable.
There's no way it's Fable.
That's an Xbox game. That wouldn't be here. And Fable got delayed.
Astonishing power that shapes this land.
Fable is hard.
I've never played Fable.
You've never played a Fable game? Oh my god.
That's one of them ones I had to play online.
I already know how you play it too.
Who holds dominion over all.
You can be good or evil. You get a whole wife and stuff.
Oh yeah.
We cannot guarantee your comfort.
I know how you play a Fable.
Yeah, we know what you're doing.
And like your decisions affect the story.
Yearn for horizons unexplored.
I already know how you play that game.
For fellowship and purpose.
You should.
For a cause worth dying for. To you, we can promise.
Like you can kill like anyone in that game too.
Magic.
Like your family members and shit too.
Wait, you can do all that in Fable?
Yeah, and it affects the story and stuff.
Ooh, Sleep Wars 3, let's go.
Here.
Nigga, that don't say guild.
This guy is an asshole. This guy is an asshole, bro.
To everyone watching both here and live online around the world, I'm Colin Johansson, the studio head at ArenaNet, and I want to thank you for watching the exclusive first look at our upcoming game. The time is right for the next evolution of the MMORPG, and that game
it's only been a
is
Guild Wars 2.
3.
This is new. I haven't played Guild Wars.
Glad you all agree.
In ages.
Guild Wars 3 is an epic world that is both beautiful and fun to explore, where the joy of movement is powered by your character's momentum.
Persona's not going to be here. That's going to be an Xbox presentation.
Entirely new type of MMO experience. By launching on PC and PlayStation 5, we're inviting the biggest audience yet to experience the world of Guild Wars.
I'm actually hoping to see some.
We're so excited to welcome all of you to join our Guild Wars community.
Let me see
Go to guildwars3.com to sign up for our newsletter right now. Thank you.
W Guild Wars.
Whoa.
Thanks, Colin. Get ready to blast across the galaxy with daring races, dangerous rivals, and some very familiar faces.
Okay.
Star Wars Galactic Cruiser is coming this October.
October.
And now it's time
Star
to
Wars.
head
Galactic
to the
Cruiser.
planet Divinacos.
They
Now
send me a
this
code, I'm getting
is
one.
pod racing.
Is it free?
I'll pull up, they send me a code.
Yeah, okay, you can buy it for us.
You richer than me.
Me and all the homies we get on with if you get me a code.
Hell no.
When champions
Hey, I make $5 a
are
month.
born.
Wait, did I miss Resident Evil?
And
Yeah, it was the first game they showed, that's why. It was the intro game. It was the RE5 remake.
I'm not racing on no Star Wars game, bro.
Making friends.
Most racing I've ever done was on the Lego Star Wars.
I guess
Complete
they're
Saga.
gonna remake 6 too as well.
Racers don't go head to head against Bulba. Legends do.
Uh-huh.
That shit was hard.
They are
That
not.
right there was the most racing I've ever done for Star Wars.
cast our side.
So what, it's got a story mode? How are we watching
This
cutscenes?
is the dream shape.
Anything but racing. There we go.
Oh, literally.
Can I use the force while I'm on the bike? Talk to me, man.
Oh my god, the buffering. Oh my god, bro. Jeff fucking Keely, bro. Lock in, man.
Bro, for me to 3 times speed, I need to have premium. Yo,
Game look fun.
Can I use Vader? Frick no. You a regular stormtrooper on a bike. I was just trying to ask, bro. Like, if I could use a force, that would have been kind of cool.
How much is it?
Right?
I would like to say this is gonna be like $40.
Ooh, Section 9 interactive. Look,
I thought you said Section 8. I was gonna be like, what? I dead ass thought he said Section 8. I'm like, what? Like, why did he say that?
Yo, lead the company too.
I was about to say,
yeah, I'm
that was kilo I'm like,
one of them
what?
End of Abyss.
Alright.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I didn't even watch that, bro. That AFK. That was my last game, Fire.
What is this, Rafts?
Yep. Raft 4.
Oh, brother.
Yep, oh, and they got Blitz.
Raft 2? You building rafts?
Okay.
That's goofy, I ain't gonna lie. That's
Why did he run like that?
He's animation or something. Last harbor.
Wow.
Okay.
Hey, my boy Keo with the sub. Love you, bro. Thank you. Thank you.
A few years ago, we announced Sega's plans to bring back many of its classic franchises, Jet Set Radio and Crazy Taxi. Another one is Virtua Fighter. Today we've got your first ever look at the surprising scale and scope of the next installment.
Let me see this. They keep throwing hands.
Is Virtua Fighter Crossroads.
Oh, the name is officially Crossroads.
Crossroads.
It's an open world? Hold on, show me something.
No, they be fighting like it's an actual fucking
Yeah,
fight.
they be using the environment and shit. Oh, fucking copyright, bro. Fuck, I want to see this. I'm gonna leave it. I'll leave it. Fuck, I'll take the copyright. Oh shit. Oh. Ooh. RGG Studio. Wait, so can I see Majima? Security or something?
Wait, they kind of going crazy.
They showing some characters, no?
Hey, I've got an idea for you.
Hey, it's Yellow. Bet you're hungry after this morning, huh? Same as usual?
Is the audio decent?
Taking this whole job thing seriously, huh, Divina?
That shit is decent.
Oh, the Cammy? Oh, Cammy!
That is not Cammy.
We're all fuck-ups. Otherwise, we wouldn't be living in Villa Sapara.
We can actually get like a Yakuza character in this game. This is RGG.
Kill them all. Hey, it's me.
Oh, the audio desync is ass.
That desync is crazy.
Oh wait, there's actually some open world shit?
This is not gonna blow over, Cielo. You fucked with the Chinese mafia.
Or is it not the virtual fighter fighting game, or is it like an actual different game? I'm pretty sure it's a fighting game, no?
Wait.
This might be their open world game, I think.
Oh.
This might be their story game. They're making a story game? Unless this is the story mode.
All right, just take it easy.
Can I 2 times this, bro?
This audio is so decent.
Oh, Chun-Li!
Son.
That's
You're Chun-Li? Gosh! Ooh, that back all the way open. Ooh, that hairline. Luscious.
You are...
You are lacking in kung fu.
Over the cries,
Virtual fighter. Crosswalk. So is this the game name or the story mode? Like
once you're inside, there's no
wait, what type of racist shit did he just say, man?
There was nothing racist.
Pai Chan?
That nigga started making a fucking kung fu
bro, I'm saying his kung fu.
Okay. You said you like kung fu?
I see, no, that's years since 20 years tomorrow that Duriel 321 wreaked havoc in Falador. Finally, this legendary universe is coming to console with RuneScape Dragon Wilds, playable now on PC and early access.
Some more RuneScape shit?
Yeah, bro. Very slim chances, y'all.
This don't look like no fucking RuneScape. Wait, this is a RuneScape?
Few survive the land of dragons.
Roblox Bandit Beater!
But some seek more than survival.
This is RuneScape?
They fight.
They
adapt.
3D Unreal
They
Engine
build.
6, bro, come on.
They stride boldly into the unknown. Claiming dominion.
See the armor combo?
And forging.
Not at all.
Their legend.
I'm not. This shit is very quiet to me. I'm not seeing it. Straight like this.
Oh, man. The Aladdin carpet?
Most people not gonna like this. Most RuneScape players not gonna like this.
My God, this is like.
I don't think those RuneScape lovers gonna love this.
Like, I would not play no RuneScape game like this.
Where's their fucking directs?
Wait, how do we get here?
Oh, that's not one game though.
This makes me think Nintendo Direct is as soon as they're announcing
Hey, Orbitals look pretty cool though.
Yeah, this game is sick.
That game looks.
Why is this here?
I don't know.
This makes me think of Nintendo. We haven't had a Nintendo Direct in 8 months, by the way.
It actually has been a long time. Yeah.
It's been 8 months.
Yeah, bro, cool. Xenoverse time.
In Ebbing Spring,
I said Forza. Am I fucking stupid? I mean, Horizon.
skies
Wait, what
will
the fuck is this?
clot.
Now, I see why you said it's like Horizon though.
Our shedding seeds made piles of rot. Odions cast with tempers
Why she
rare.
kicked the cage with the little baby deer?
Red minnows squirm in tainted clay. 3 virtues
Wait, I see this look more smooth than RuneScape.
not all we cast. For wrath and doom
I'm not gonna lie, yeah.
and death.
Wait, can you already? Yeah, can you already play this? You can already play this game.
Man, it might be DLC or something.
Fall, or I'll find you.
Nah, it's just in free alpha.
Oh, chat's actually played this? So crazy.
Even already players.
They put this shit right after just to shit on.
I see.
Welcome to
Just a direct upgrade, bro.
Direct.
It's okay, they're not actually
What the
monsters.
hell?
We're just
What we still
a lot smaller now.
What's this shit called? Garden something?
Girl.
I don't know what this shit called.
Is the audio out of sync
Looking at a
again?
living fossil.
I don't think it's
Grounded.
Hey guys,
Grounded.
you're gonna
Not
want to
grounded.
see this.
For 3? Which one is it?
Nah, this might be
Tell me
3.
that
I
was your
swear they
son.
already dropped 2.
Probably 3 then.
Hold on to your buggies
That's just some
for a
2 DLC.
survival epic
They must be selling like
65
crazy then.
millimeters in the making.
If this is 3, I'm gonna be so
What the hell did we get ourselves into?
A new game for me to play. I don't know about that. I got too much on my plate right now. Oh, it is 2.
Yeah, I'm yawning and shit, bro.
SBZ game night? I'll pass. They got it though. Like,
Into the abyss.
Yeah, we're gonna wait for that until 9.
y'all can do
Nigga
that.
said they got it though. Like we going.
Fuck is this?
Alright.
Some guys
Budget
leave it
increase,
to
talk
luck. Let it ride.
Some
on a
random
roll
ass
of
shit
the
on
dice.
randomly into a Street Fighter trailer like last year. Remember the Kenny Omega shit? That was so random.
Not me.
The locker room thing.
You can have all the luck in the world,
That locker room shit was
but what matters
Out of nowhere, it was actually Street
is
Fighter.
the
It was
choice
so
you
random.
make
Could be Mafia.
when the cards are on the table.
Oh,
No, it is Mafia.
Man of Honor.
Story.
Okay. Oh, wait, story expansion? This is already in game?
Yeah. It got announced like 2 years ago.
Oh, okay.
Yes, that was indeed a young
Oh,
Don Salieri from the
God,
original
audio
Mafia.
desync.
Man of Honor expands Enzo's journey in Mafia: The Old Country this August.
Ass.
Okay, can
Yo.
you imagine working on something for
Yeah.
16 years of your life?
GTA 6?
Back in
I'm joking.
2010, the creator of Assassin's Creed
creator of Assassin's
set out on a
Creed.
journey to build
Bro,
his
since
next
16 years in development. Hold on.
time-bending epic. Today, after many twists and turns, it is finally time for Patrice Désilets to invite you in to his new world.
What?
Son,
I'm in a 2 times speed.
I can't read that.
I was born to be the
You were
collector,
born to be the collector.
to protect a world I cannot be a part of,
Okay.
destined to be feared for what I am.
That bread look good? Bro, it's
It is
just
my fate.
plain old ass bread.
Oh,
Whoa. What was she wearing? Whoa.
I have devoted my life.
Why was it white?
I will.
Them.
Yo,
Those granted the power
This
to
looks
erase
sick.
souls.
the
Those
power to erase souls.
corrupted by their gifts,
Oh my god, this looks crazy.
tilting the ancient balance.
Let's save the witch trials. Okay, this game looks sick. Yo, this chick
But
is
at
going
last-
crazy. What was
They
that?
actually kind of getting my attention.
This is something that's on the list.
Yo, she going crazy. Oh, nah, the witch trials. We get a witchcraft game? That's kind of
Those
sick.
outfits are tough.
Every choice, every breath
Oh, this
has
is
led
cinema.
me to this
Let me
moment.
get them.
As the moon bears witness, I take the first step. My time has come.
Let's see some
I
gameplay. Come on, lock
I'm
in.
ready.
Oh, don't bop on
Bro!
Right with the beat was about to drop too. Come on, bro.
Oh. But we saw hints of gameplay. They shoot like a witch, Assassin's Creed type shit.
Amsterdam.
He was going crazy.
1666.
Thank you, Jeff.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
Thank you, everyone.
maybe I don't play
1666
this.
has
Shit, I'm
been a
playing this shit.
monumental
This
and
don't
emotional
like this
journey. David Lynch
I'm
once
definitely-
said,
My grandma will
"The
whoop my
film
ass.
is
I'll watch
the
Tom
talking."
play this one. I'll watch
That's how
Tom
I
play
feel
this one.
today about the game. Instead of explaining features, I'll simply say this. As of right now, the
What?
prologue is free to download
prologue?
on Steam
Okay, I'm about to
and
play-
Epic
Wow.
Games
I
Store.
watch Con play, you know what I'm saying? Con and Milk play. that.
Interesting. Well, but we didn't even
It's
see
a
gameplay.
30-minute story experience.
Yes, you got
Oh,
it.
it's 30 minutes
bullshit.
of your
Demo
story.
right
Never
now?
mind.
I'll leave you with a glimpse of what's to come when the game launches on early access
Play this
later
shit, I
this
got
year.
you, Lee.
Join
It's
us
only
for
30
the journey.
minutes of story. Never
Merci
mind.
think I'm good,
and Palash
bruh.
Galis.
Y'all like showed barely any gameplay though.
Wait, no, they're showing gameplay again.
Oh.
Wait, you can play as a
Okay,
cat?
let's see it. No, I think she transformed into a cat.
that's sick. Nah,
I ain't
you can
gonna
tell
lie,
this is made by
moving different. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Nah, the outfits are so crazy. I love these outfits.
This movie's crazy.
I gotta find out the gameplay.
They haven't showed enough, bro. I need to see more gameplay than that.
Thank you, Patrice. Still to come, we've got a lot of great announcements for you, including a special surprise guest.
What is it?
Jigsaw's
Oh, hell no.
Wait, that's Billy from Saw?
Yo, if the fucking tricycle breaks
Billy.
down, I'd cry.
Let me hear this.
Hello.
I want to play a game.
Saw Genesis.
Oh, you want to play a game? That's great. We're here at Summer Game Fest. This is all about playing games. It's perfect.
Friend slap saw.
Roll the tape.
Oh yeah, that shit is buzzwords.
Puppet. Roll the tape.
I hit all of them.
Okay.
That might dead ass you with the though. I feel like you
know,
nigga? 100 years have passed.
Ew, what is that?
Since the genesis of your legacy.
They
call you a monster. But I call you a prophet. Pain.
Another game that I gotta play.
True path to redemption.
Well, actually, let me see gameplay
It strips away the lies
What
that people
is,
tell
bro?
themselves. Only then do they get to
see. That is disgusting.
Damn.
makes them
Jesus.
The sacrifice must
Okay, there goes the.
This is the same dude right here.
be paid in blood.
What the
Never die.
Ooh, wait, why is Jigsaw bad now?
Go leave him like that right there.
Okay, this looks like some Outlast shit. Oh my god!
Whoa.
Yo, that's disgusting.
Yeah.
He marked it with his finger.
Nah.
Crazy, bro.
Inspires those.
I don't think there's enough action to justify the disgustingness I'm seeing, like that other game, like the ill game. The ill game looks sick. This is just fucking gross. My channel would get striked to oblivion if I upload this.
Oh, Terra's Dead by Daylight, bro.
This is not Lords of the Fallen.
No, please, no, please, no.
I know it's in Lords of the Fallen.
No,
Is this actually Lords of the Fallen?
Please,
no, it ain't, bro.
This game is ass, bro.
It is. It actually is. It did ass.
I don't know if I'm playing another one, bro. That game was so bad, bro.
Terry, we gotta go back and finish the game, bro.
They could redeem themselves.
I didn't finish it.
They could.
I finished it.
No,
We
couldn't.
Nah, we do it, and it was just
played it, and that
She
shit
was like
ass.
3 bosses before the final boss.
So it's like a Souls-like game chat, but it's co-op. So we like, I played with Cam, he played with Tara.
Yeah, this game was hella buggy, bro. Like,
it was the
first one was
mess.
It was fun, but it was buggy as shit. And a lot of enemies was crazy. What the fuck is
Bro,
that?
I hate to be the nigga to not play a Souls game, bro. Like, this is crazy.
This was cool, though. Yeah.
Lords of the Fallen 2. Wish list.
Oh no, I'm good.
He said they probably locked in for the second one. We'll see.
Wait, why is it
That's
called
right,
2?
Lords of the Fallen 2 is also coming to
It
Steam
is 2.
this fall.
The first one was just
Next up is a brand new game from BitReactor, a studio formed by some of the most experienced developers in the tactic genre. This is
Star Wars Zero Company? Hold on, is this an actual game? Never mind. I lied.
Intelligence was just briefed of a separatist fleet massing in the Serralana system.
I never played Lords of the Fallen. We'll probably play this.
Wait, hold on. Hold on, wait a minute. Let me shut up.
It's about to be on some Battlefront.
Zero Company.
Wait, what is this?
Word Silius.
Oh, that frame rate is.
Coil's been spotted meeting with local gangsters. Find out what they're up to.
I've been tracking Fathom for months.
Wait, can I see some real gameplay though? Like, come on.
Nope.
All right, let's get a team together.
Yeah. I already knew.
You barely this in the low mode.
What? Nah. I already knew, bro.
We leave this one alone.
As soon as I said, let me see some gameplay, it's not real joke. See, this is that Midnight Sun shit. Nah, this is that Midnight Sun shit. I'm over here thinking it's about to be peak game.
I love turn-based games.
That shit is in 30 FPS, bro. I like turn-based, but like this is 30 FPS. We're better for it. Also, Fire Emblem better.
Oh, bro.
Even then, Fire Emblem is just it's cool. If y'all made a Naruto version though, I want that day one.
This is
Skywalker. Like, not even Naruto can save this game.
Oh, what the hell? Why the hell is Anakin? Okay.
Oh my god, they showed Anakin. Yes, I'm gonna buy it now.
Yeah, I mean.
All right. Yeah, no, you handle this
A little
one.
surprise at the end there, right? Dark fantasy has always been about one thing. The monster within, and today, one of Europe's most ambitious studios is ready to take you into a brutal new world where vampires have emerged from hiding.
Okay.
I didn't mean to do that. I just fucked up.
Oh, nigga!
Yo,
Oh my
turn around,
goodness.
bro, before you set us back to it.
Let's see what he does.
Is it the Blade game? No way.
Oh shit! The box.
Maybe.
Please.
Actually,
But what did he say it was?
Yeah.
No.
A world where vampires, something.
It could be the Blade game.
I'm good.
Yo, Blood Hunt 2 would be crazy.
It looks good too.
Wait,
Oh, what the fuck is that? Oh.
Wait a minute.
Alright, bro, start. Pick the feet up.
The
Thank
fuck?
Wait, he just come on some vampire shit. Hold on, wait a minute.
What was that? What was that?
Give up easy, eh?
What the? That vampire BR game we played with Blood Hunt, right?
Yeah,
Neither do I.
This is Morbius?
You certainly have reasons to
more than
hate
time.
my son. You've ruined my life. We crave
The
safety.
Twilight game.
Wait, he's a knight. Wait, he's a knight now?
He's a knight and a vampire. I don't know.
Am I
Wait, what?
evil?
I thought we were just a modern
They
time.
adore me. You're a pawn in Prentice's hands.
I
Nothing
thought we
more.
were just literally a modern time.
I don't know, bro. Thought we were too, but I guess not.
I've done the unthinkable for my own family.
Damn, they could have cooked.
Okay. That's kind of cool.
See what they talk about. Damn.
Okay. Shadow of Mordor type shit.
Determination is not
He's
enough
immortal.
to defeat your fate, Dawnwalker.
Damn.
Okay. This isn't bad.
How many innocents?
Like that ass on
And then monsters.
Brain drive.
Share.
Same.
Maybe we are so different after all.
You're gonna be sucking everybody, okay?
Oh, okay. Yeah, you can have this then. This is for you.
Wow, bro.
It's perfect for you then.
Nah.
Okay, sure, go ahead, bro. Don't fuck up to me.
Hello, everyone. Right there.
My name is Konrad Tomaszkiewicz, and I'm the game director
Perfect game
of The
for
Blood
you.
of Dawnwalker.
No type of game, bro.
What you just saw was an invitation to join us on an
Just an
adventure.
expert sucking up niggas.
We'll see about the
Adventure
gameplay.
to eras and cultures in our
The
story-driven,
expert.
open-world dark fantasy side.
Yo, bro.
CGI shows where our saga leads to. A present-day adventure. The gameplay segment that followed is from our current game, and it's an origin story of Cohen. I hope you will have as much fun playing our game as we had making it. Thank you, and have great rest of the show.
Deepoken has Dawnwalker with the red tattoos.
Thanks, Conrad.
Wow,
Next,
your
the
mouth is
creators of
yappy.
Among Us have been hard at work on a new
I'll
project.
say he wasn't.
And today
he
we're
wasn't
revealing
wrong,
it for the first time.
I didn't even get to hear what she said. Oh,
All I heard was a
Among Us.
nigga screaming in the back. What is this?
Among Us, Among Us.
Niggas still
I don't care.
You sus?
Standalone game.
Yeah, GG's, bro. They trying to do the branch off.
Give it up.
Finally time, bro.
You sus?
Oh my gosh, first person gameplay.
Are we fucking serious?
From the Among Us TV series, please welcome Yvette Nicole Brown and Liv Hewson.
Jesus Christ.
They got a TV stream?
Yeah, you 20 if you do a stream wearing that.
Summer Game Fest!
So I use 20 gifts if you do a stream wearing that.
It is. It is.
We are so excited about this.
Where do you even get one of those?
Party
City?
Crew members
I swear to God, I fucking know.
No, she's in. She is in Drake and Josh. No,
She's in Drake and Josh.
Yvette?
she's in a lot of shit.
Oh my gosh! Wait.
Look, I know fans
see
have
her,
been
right?
dying for updates, but
Yeah,
there's a
check
dead
it out.
body
I was
right
looking
there.
up dudes in
She
Among Us.
is in a lot of
And the
stuff.
imposter could be any one of us.
She is in a lot of stuff though.
Hey, bro, they got everybody.
I think this calls for an emergency meeting.
So you'd rather call a meeting than
go.
complete our task?
Oh, they're up on that stage yapping.
So good.
I'll have to report this to Mira HQ.
No, I mean, I don't think there's any.
Take it up with admin. And now, the moment you've all been waiting for. Get hyped for chaos, betrayal, and more in the Among Us series.
Ass and more
Enjoy.
ass.
I like your breath though, bro.
Emergency meeting.
Crewmates, our fellow mates of crew.
They have a TV show?
They would have
Why are you talking so weird?
let me
yeah, but I
just-
just don't understand why you're
the official cause of
Take that
death.
ass.
Acute
Wait,
ripping
they have a
off of the
TV
face.
show?
Based on intergalactic.
They going all
It's a
in.
murder mystery.
This is unironically, I'm not gonna lie, I would actually
Y'all
watch this.
watching this? Oh my god!
No lie, I would actually watch this. This is like up the lane of like. Nah, I would watch this. This is on the watch list. Like this, like I watch Smiling Friends and shit.
I gotta hear if it's good first.
Smiling Friends and shit. Like
Unironically,
Peanut.
Happy Tree Friends.
Then I
What's back
The
there?
Happy Tree Friends was crazy.
Happy Tree Friends. Oh my god.
We're so happy to have you among us. Or is it amongst us?
That roller coaster episode. I always remember.
got somebody in chat. Once y'all watch that, let me know.
Paramount
if it's
Plus?
up, bro.
Would you believe me if I said some of our biggest surprises at SGF are still to come?
Really?
Stay tuned. And it turns
Oh my
out there's
God.
more coming from one of this year's best reviewed games, 007 First
Hey,
Light. Here's a first tease
Banger.
of a new story mission coming later
Banger.
this year.
I just beat this game the other day.
We've received an urgent call from Aleph, James. King Bavma requests MI6's help with a matter most sensitive, and he's asked for you, personally. Our alliance with Bavma is fragile at best,
Whoa, let me
but
stop.
if he has what he claims to have, well, M figures the
I'm not
reward
gonna
is well
spoil.
worth the risk.
So I think I'm actually gonna buy
Go
this
back
game.
to Aleph and find out what
Game
this
is
is all
fun as hell.
about.
Right there, Dad. Hold up.
Story's good too.
Best of luck.
The
007.
combat stuff, it's like Uncharted and Hitman mixed together.
Bamwa?
Oh
How we get another Switch segment?
Final
Final Fantasy Online?
On Switch, that's gonna be like
On the
max
Switch?
20 FPS.
So what do I have to do? Wait, am I
Switch?
tripping? So
Why you guys like Nintendo?
I'll ask after.
Why is this here? This makes me think a direct isn't soon. I mean, they got unlimited money; they can do whatever. But still,
I'll ask after they're done with this shit.
Bro, I'm not understanding. Like, if they gonna book out certain like sessions,
the
though, why are those the
time
games they show?
is
I don't get it.
finally
None of those
here.
are-
What was that Souls like
been
that they showed only for Nintendo Switch? Is that
years,
that's
the unbelievers mocked you.
Wait, what is it called? I know what you're talking about though.
Tonight, we
happened?
shall
Is that
show
out?
everyone how
We just don't know yet.
Dust
Okay.
Dust Bloods, yeah.
Okay.
That was the one I was looking forward to.
Oh,
This is
okay.
still in
That's what
development.
Adele was telling me about. Gotcha.
Yeah, we need that game.
That one could be cool.
Bro, that was announced so long ago. Like, she bad. Okay, Sif. Oh, she. Okay, hold on. Two bad bitches. Hold on, this might be my type of game. 3 bad bitches. How many can I?
Yo,
put to
Gamer,
the
we're
max?
running out of time, bro. We only got 40 more minutes.
Do we?
That's still a decent amount.
I don't know about 40. It says 2 hours.
4 bad bitches.
Oh, I guess it is
Five
supposed to be
bad
40. Yeah, you're right. Could be high.
Ooh, 6 bad bitches. Oh, this game just still got all the hoes.
This guy.
Yeah, I knew the game. Now the game was like this.
Oh, I'm playing this. Are you crazy?
Is that a good thing? What the?
What? Why is FPS in 12 frames per second?
How much do they pay you, bro?
Oh, I'm playing this.
You said, look, guy.
It's in 12 frames per second.
Wait, they run this on the Switch?
Oh, this gotta get played.
What the fuck?
Oh, this looks crazy. Yeah, we on this. Yo, Tara, we on. Yo, Doge, we on this. Hello?
Whoa.
Okay, I guess.
Yo, you see September 2026. Buy for me. It's my birthday.
You hear how I was one
I'm
nigga
looking to
saying,
find the
"Ooh."
source of the disturbance in London. To do that, I need
That's the bingo chat. Gotcha.
Oh my god.
Gotcha.
This Cyberpunk crossover?
Maybe this is all a brain dance, a simulation.
Chad, I said I was gonna get on this. When does it come out? I guess it's
Maybe.
Bingo.
The two of you really are.
I literally
I watched the trailer on stream. Bro.
I hate this shit.
Oh, that's where I saw it.
Yeah. Already seen it.
Gotcha's here.
What game even is this for?
Wuthering Waves.
Wow.
I'll get a copy of
Run.
Lucy and get off.
I'll erase you at the finish line.
Until Naruto drops.
Deleting your
Yo,
ass.
I'm done with Gotcha slot, bro. I'm done with that.
Come on! Eat less! Loser!
Wow.
I can feel it.
All of a
You
sudden,
don't have to go take
Hypnotized
those.
is looking for us.
Wuthering Waves, Try Hearts.
Lucy!
Cyberpunk. Love that show.
Yes.
I'd rather be trailblazing.
Mm-hmm.
Yay.
That was a look at what's ahead for Wuthering Waves and its collab with Cyberpunk Edge Runners on June 8th. Now, if you want to track all the games shown today, head to player.gg/SGF to see the full lineup and wishlist your favorites across all platforms. Right now, it's time for news on a massive expansion coming to a franchise that has been on this stage before.
That's a lot of different things it could be. Capcom.
Whoa,
Monster
yeah, I
Hunter.
saw Capcom. I had to sit up.
Monster Hunter.
Oh, it is Monster Hunter. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. That's cool. I thought the Monster Hunter.
I didn't put this on the list because this would have given it in my opinion. That's why I didn't put this on the bingo.
This wild DLC?
Yeah.
Wait, what's your bingo? Put it in chat.
Put it in chat.
Dated the weight of
Oh, yeah.
buildings and mounted the sky.
Wait, what's his
Name, chat. I don't know.
I can't stop wondering, how can all this exist up amongst the clouds?
Infamous 3?
I mean, this isn't just for Summer Games Fest. This is for State of Play on Xbox too. But I did put Infamous 3.
Okay,
That's a
oh, right, you're right. RoboCop. No, you're right. I forgot about RoboCop.
You forgot about RoboCop? Damn.
Yeah, that character, not been happening.
Could be here, I don't know. I mean, it's about time they showed you the next year's characters, you know?
They can affect the environment with just
When they
their
say it was
presence.
dropping?
A moving natural disaster.
Too powerful to tame, too difficult to reproduce.
Dragon Shuffle.
Sounds like an Elder Dragon.
Summer 2026. It's gotta be here, no?
Oh, okay. Wait, damn, yeah, no, that's soon. At least in the next 2 months.
Actually, they might show them at Evo.
Oh, that would make more sense, wouldn't it?
Good. I don't know.
Wait, Evo is at the end of this month, no? Vegas.
Yeah.
You on to that?
No. I don't think so.
No, what question mark?
So I might end up going last minute, but I don't think so, no. I didn't book anything or buy anything.
Type shit.
You know it's all for nothing.
Fuck is this?
Still you press on.
Is it Onimusha?
Ooh.
Oh, it's
Shanghai.
not.
What is this?
What is that?
Where ruins meet. Ooh, magic carpet?
Wait, what is China slot? What does that even mean?
I'm gonna be cooking.
What is this, Phantom Blade?
Nah, we saw Phantom Blade at PlayStation.
Okay. Alright, I feel like there's
I feel like I've seen like 20 of these types of games.
Nah, I was literally just gonna say, I feel like it's the same shit I've seen in the past however many Chinese type of games, bro. Like, come on, bro. like, bro, Wu Chang, Falling Feathers, Phantom
Blade Zero,
Phantom Blade,
Wukong.
the entirety of Wukong, the entirety of.
I'm about to get a Zonkoi game as well. They're all Souls-likes too.
Like, yeah.
This shit must go crazy in China then.
They probably do still go crazy.
Just like how the fucking isekais hit anime fans.
Bro, this nigga just said it's Toho. You need to,
Just like how the isekais hit anime fans. They just milk the fuck out of it now.
See, I would say Neo, but Neo is one of a kind. I ain't gonna lie.
Yo, bro, that's a math he sold like game.
They got summons too.
Especially 2. Still gotta play 2.
I haven't finished 2. Bro, Neo games take fucking
I know. It's not the pace and impressive that we've seen stuff like this before. It's not something we haven't seen before, you know?
What the fuck is happening, my play? You know
God, when they showing the whole boss fight, damn. Bro, is not even taking damage, bro. Some dead one to flex.
Nah. Full health bar. What the frick?
Yo, I'ma put in 200K. Go up there and play my perfect run. Like, bro, what?
What the hell?
Oh my god,
like, I didn't even see him take damage. Like,
he didn't. That's the thing. He didn't.
I couldn't even get
That's what I'm saying,
animation
bro.
from my trial niggas, bro.
He even take damage.
Full 0 damage run.
That was a new look at gameplay from Swords of Legend, a fantasy action RPG. There you saw a boss fight against Kong Kong Zi, with each move pulled from real centuries-old Chinese magic tradition. Now, how about a little toy car magic? Get ready for lots of loop-de-loops and massive jumps with the announcement of the biggest Hot Wheels racing game yet.
Oh.
This is Hot Cars.
Hot Wheels?
I said Hot Cars. Hot Wheels.
What the fuck?
Hot Wheels. Wow.
This would have been tough, like. Nigga, it's open world?
What the hell?
Unironically, this would be tough, though.
Cool, right?
Nah, I ain't gonna lie. I was gonna say, like, this would be tough. I like.
Bro, if this. Nah, I would have definitely.
I mean, I know what
On me. I'll get this rolling, bro.
Bro, Cyborg chilling me, bro.
Vidal, wet. Yeah, because I said I was gonna get it. 10 lashes.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I would have played this if I was like 14. So.
Once again, this might actually get bought for my little bro.
I was if I was 14, bro, I'd definitely play this. Can we get Skylander?
Whoa! Wait a minute, wait. Whoa, hold on. I'm awake now, hold on.
Wait, what's next? Never mind. Nah, it's just
What the hell? Mutant Ninja Turtles?
Ew, why not?
Is that like Avatar? What the fuck is an Avatar stage?
They have anything for the game. One box from
holy shit. This is year 2?
This is year 2?
What is on year 2? Godzilla, what the fuck?
Gundam? Oh, not Gundam. Neo Genesis? What?
Oh, yeah.
Evangelion.
I see Neo Genesis.
What's the last one? An indie game.
Oh, Pico Park.
Oh, that's so random.
What the fuck?
There's a Sonic Pico Park game.
Wow.
I guess.
Okay.
Wow, okay.
That's not what I wanted.
I'm gonna need more than that though, but
happy
alright.
anniversary, Sonic, and happy birthday, Sega. All right, now the world premiere of a project that depicts the entire story of a famous anime from beginning to end.
Excuse me?
Excuse me?
Oh my god!
Dedicate your
Excuse me?
Yo, I would cry.
Excuse me?
What?
Excuse me?
What does that mean?
Wait, attack him. Okay. Wait a minute.
Wait,
This is crazy.
fuck are they doing? This better be good, bro.
Bro, the last AOT game was on
This better be good. This is so random.
You know how long ago an AOT game has been made, bro? Yo, this looks fucking crazy.
Oh, what the fuck? It looks rough as shit though, but
I like this. This is exactly how a game should look.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
that's so
The
random.
same exact textures as well.
That shit better play smooth. The 3D maneuver game better be fucking good.
Yo, my girl Hanj. This shit is tough.
Oh my god.
This shit is tough.
It actually looks pretty good at some parts. Some parts look a little rough, but like you can tell it's not finished yet.
Freedom! Freedom!
Were the last 2 games? Yeah.
Oh my
Attack on
god,
Titan
freedom!
video July 1st. Oh my
They dropped 2
god.
on the PS4.
That's next month. What the fuck?
From many of the creative leaders behind Forza Horizon
What the
comes
hell?
a new cinematic open-world driving experience. Set in Monaco and the French Riviera, where the worlds of pro and underground street racing collide, this is Clutch from Maverick Games.
Okay. That shit came out of nowhere.
What? Maverick Games?
What is this?
What we clutching?
It's a game.
It's a racing game?
I know, we clutching. This is a racing game.
Huh?
Yo.
Yo.
We have 2 drivers dead.
Damn.
3 more
Driver
in
is
intensive
dead?
care.
Racing story game?
Yeah, I keep losing drivers.
My friend said you can help me.
My friend said you can help
Some people are meant to be outlaws, Theo.
Huh?
Think about it.
I did all that for you to get out of trouble. Now I'm in deeper than when I started.
Bro, slop is buzzword.
I can't be taking risks like this. I'm a lead driver in the R1 game.
Lead driver.
I've tried to help you.
That shit blew up.
I'm not going to jail for you.
What are they doing? That's thinking in the jail in a racing game. What the fuck? What? Ain't nowhere a driver need to be doing all that. What?
The dead won't rise.
Oh my god.
But their sons.
Okay, I'm serious.
What is this? Nigga,
What out
For Honor.
That For Honor 2 would be crazy.
All respect.
Oh, this is clearly not For Honor, but
What if this is cinematic?
yeah, you're yapping.
Yeah, watch, they gonna watch the gameplay.
Oh my god. Low Mogi got this. He's taking for the team.
Yo, I hate these type of games.
I'm gonna get all this.
Hey, if that's you, hey. Oh yeah, that's that one game you
We playing this? We are not. I'd rather go to hell.
I thought he was going.
On some 13 Reasons Why shit? Yeah, you go crazy.
Sheesh. Oh my god.
We have lots more Summer Game Fest ahead, and trust me, you definitely will want to stick around. Right now, here's a new look at Sea of Remnants from NetEase.
Sea of Remnants.
NetEase?
You start the show with feet.
What is this?
Wake up laughing, half a mess.
Shane about to get muted.
Every face is out of line, that's how I know they're all mine.
I like the quality looks good and the frames. But it's not easy, they got like infinite money too. So I'm not surprised.
That Midas is your game. No, okay, it's the Midas game.
Make it loud.
Say we're lost, say we're strange, say we're fade and drift away. But if memory lets us choose, I'll remember all of you.
Nah, this is all back to they open it time and know what the.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, where's the game?
There is no gameplay, bro. You don't deserve it. There's a musical. There is no gameplay. We're watching a musical.
So can I get an understanding of what this is supposed to be?
I don't know.
Right after this.
AI generated song, bro. It's not AI. Y'all are assholes.
This shit is Iron Mountain, bro.
Anything but gameplay. But
Nah, you see gameplay?
Oh, there you go. Oh, it's turn-based.
Okay.
They got gameplay.
It's turn-based, okay.
Turn-based.
I wouldn't mind if it wasn't for that Iron Mouse ass music in my ear.
On a show?
That damn thing! Whatever! You can't expose that! You can't just say that! You can't show that! Chill!
Whoa,
guys,
whoa.
is it me or
I was focused on that Mega Man.
Whoa, chill. Wait, chill. Shut up.
Has he always had that mustache? He doesn't have a mustache.
Oh my god.
Hey, buddy, what's your deal?
Howdy. Name's Ryu. What's all this mess about me being different?
Well, look at that. He sounds different too.
What in the Sam Hill? Everyone in Tokyo talks like this.
I know what this is. It's called a knockoff.
Well, tarnation! Could a knock-off do this? Howdy, Dukin.
Yikes.
The Capcom Summer Game Sale is here. Take home genuine, bona fide, 100% authentic, real deals on select
Show the fucking characters.
No knockoffs.
Where are the characters?
I can't do it if you're watching. Ladies
Anything but the DLC characters.
representing
What the fuck is this?
ranks of the Ark Society.
Anything but the DLC characters.
Is this another Hitman? Or is this like an extension?
No, it's not.
Wiz
You know what it is. Oh my god, why the fuck is Wiz Khalifa boxing? Why is he boxing?
He just never did this. Wait, what?
The Wizard. Hitman.
Another thing for Hitman. Wow.
Why is a Hitman fighting Wiz Khalifa? Because in what universe do we need this power?
Wait,
Power update. Hold on, Jack.
Power on. So
Let me eat it.
Hey, hold on.
Nintendo is not happy.
Just like that, I'm up.
Wait, this shit is
I
hard.
wonder what Nintendo's face when they look at Power trailers.
Wait, look at that. Wait, that Power look crazy.
What is Nintendo's face like when they look at Power trailers? Are they just like
mad?
They just like biting their teeth?
Nah, that gotta be. Nah, that's Rayquaza.
What the fuck?
No, Latios, hold on.
Latios looks like a Rayquaza.
That is indeed a Rayquaza. What the fuck? Nintendo can't do shit about it. And they can't do shit about it. Did they lose the court case?
Wow. If they did. If they lose it, they lost something.
You got a Mega or what?
Where's ongoing?
And Nintendo can't
That
do
impact
a
right
word about it.
Wait, he just
Go.
This is a Getsuga. I was about to say. I thought she was about to do a Getsuga for a second.
Yo, I thought you was about to do something crazy.
I don't think you need to kill it.
Hey, you can just not do this in the game, by the way. This is not possible.
Says who? Says who? Who can't?
Bro, what if you
1.0?
can't in the new update?
In the game, my nigga,
This is all advertising.
She knocked that shit out.
Why she didn't catch it though? Sell it.
What?
Is that Arceus?
Arceus. Gotta be. Okay, hold on. I'm there.
Power World 1.0 is coming on July 10th.
Gameplay, bro.
Now, at the start of the show, I mentioned we'll have lots of new worlds to explore today, and the return of some long-awaited ones as well. This next game falls into that last category.
Returning games.
It's been a long
Naruto game.
Stop it.
Turning my volume up.
How many years? He said 8 years?
8 years. 8 years. What's this?
Wolf Among Us!
Wolf Among Us!
No way! What? Shredded.
No way.
Finally! Oh my god!
Oh my god.
It's time!
Son of a monster.
Somebody screaming in the background. Oh my god.
Oh my god, it's finally here.
Immediate hit.
Bro, I remember I was in 4th grade when I first.
Bro, I watched this shit in middle school.
Sheriff,
I'll have your job within the week.
Are you living under a rock?
You're a raging dumpster fire of a person.
Bro, I gotta replay the first one, bro. I mean, I remember how it went. That shit was crazy.
I should replay it before. Just to remind
I need to
myself.
replay it before. Oh, damn. We didn't think we'd ever get it because Telltale shut down.
Ready to get to work?
Everyone was like, how the hell did y'all shut down? Y'all was making bangers.
Oh, thanks. Walking Dead, Wolf Among Us. Bro, those two
Exactly. How were y'all shutting down? Y'all was making bangers. What happened?
They didn't have us making this. They should have made a lot of money.
The Batman game too. Like they had so many shit.
Batman.
What?
Oh my god, did they remake the first one?
Look human.
His lips are sealed.
Wait.
No, wait.
They said experience this again.
I think we did.
When you
Thank goodness.
No. Wait, this might be all
They fucking called. They remade the first one too. Oh, thank goodness. Updated graphics.
Oh my gosh.
What?
No, that's smart. That's so smart. That's so smart.
Yeah, that is actually.
That is extremely smart.
No, they're
You don't have to play the old one. You just play this one.
Y'all wasn't doing nothing the whole time.
Oh my god.
Now I have
2026. This
That's
December.
right, Big B is finally back.
Finally.
And as we wait for his new adventure in 2027, check out the Wolf Among Us remastered this holiday.
It's a holiday.
This next game comes from an acclaimed studio
The remaster
that
is holiday
deep
26.
into development on its next project.
That's good.
Jeez.
Remaster The Walking Dead.
Oh, what's this? What's this? What's
Hell
this?
no, fuck that shit. Hell no.
What is
What's this? What's this? What's this? What's this?
No, it's not Stellar Blade 2.
This is Cyberpunk.
Who said
That's what I'm
that?
saying. Who like Cyberpunk?
What is
Cyberpunk.
this?
Nah, maybe not. It's gotta be a Cyberpunk.
What is
event.
this?
You mean like Neo Tokyo?
What?
Who's singing?
Hold on, damn.
Oh my god, I think it is Stellar Blade 2.
Is it actually Stellar?
Wait. What is that?
I haven't even played the first one, bro.
I think it is Stellar Blade 2. It is. Oh my fucking god, and I took it off of the thing.
GG's.
You had it on your predicts?
Yes, I had it on it yesterday. I took it off. It might be Stellar Blade.
Look at that Raiden?
Bro, that jacket is tough as fuck.
Wait, this
Bro,
looks like Stellar
that's a
Blade.
design or something, bro.
It's our first mission in
Oh, it's definitely Stellar Blade 2.
I'm pretty sure it is the music and everything.
Yeah, look at
the
the
fits,
outfit,
the music, the
everything,
aesthetic, and I'm pretty sure it is.
Yeah, crazy. That shit do look like. Hold on.
Quiet. They're moving.
Prequel? I don't know.
10 racks for that jacket, bro. Plus.
Roger, Ken. Track.
Was Stellar Blade good? Yes, it's good.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, bro. Holy
Yo,
Stellar
hey,
Blade.
nah, we got the AirPods playing.
How's it looking
Oh,
out
and
there?
he's on
I
fire.
can't stand crowds. It'd be better for both of us if we got out of here quickly.
Let me see some ass.
Yeah, your chat is freaked
Always where
out.
things go
I
wrong.
ain't gonna lie, bro.
Yo, you gotta
Just
represent.
saying. It's a cliche. Wait, the target stopped.
What?
Hearken! The pulse rain shall cease!
Oh, whoa. What the hell?
Damn! What the fuck?
Okay, hold on, Jackie.
Oh, she get popped. Damn. No swords, no hands.
Yo!
Jackie Briggs right there.
throwing hands.
There you go, ISO.
I thought that was about to be a blaster, bro. Put on the gauntlet.
Jeez.
What does he look like, Raiden?
Bro, that's what I said.
Wait, his tail is hard.
No way she jumped.
Oh, wow. Damn.
Nigga physics is crazy. Now he put it.
Oh my gosh, into the train. Bro.
Nah, grinding his head on the train is crazy.
What?
Oh my god.
Got an elbow blade?
He got the elbow katana? Oh yeah,
bro. No, mood fighting style.
Bro,
I
fucking took this off the bingo. I'm so pissed. I took this off the bingo.
Yo, the latex cheeks though, that made the game
bro. Returning to the world of Stellar Blade with an all-new sequel developed entirely by the original team that's here today. Set in the same universe as Stellar Blade, this next chapter continues the story beyond the events of the first game, introducing a new protagonist who you saw there, Evie. It's early in development, and we will have more to share in the future.
That shit's hard.
All right, we're almost done.
That was actually crazy.
But not quite. It's been almost exactly 3 years since Street Fighter 6 was released.
Finally, let me see this DLC. What do we got?
This is Street Fighter 6 Year 4.
Okay, lock in. See if these leaks are real. Hopefully they're not. Oh shit, it's real. Ingrid's here. You already know what she's about to do. Bro, you know what Ingrid's about to do.
Wait.
She's like a god.
Wait.
Who the fuck are you?
OC? Oh wait, that actual original characters.
Wait, all originals?
Wait, is it actual original characters?
Okay, leaks are fake.
Okay.
Arjun, who the fuck? Bosch? Okay, I was right. Bosch is the playable character. That's why they revived him. Because he was dead at the end of the story mode. Who's the last character?
I never knew that.
It's a guess. It's a guess, because Ingrid is here.
Don't be Tifa.
What? Tifa? Show the last character.
What if
that'd be crazy?
Oh!
It was
Bro,
real.
why she look so out of place?
It was real. Partially real. It was partially real. I knew Bosch would come back because at the end of when Ingrid dropped, they revived Bosch. Why would you guys randomly revive Bosch?
Oh my god,
yeah, but that's that final fantasy.
Arjun, who the fuck? I wonder if Bosch is gonna fight like Kage.
I like the two original characters though. That's cool.
Yeah, in World 2, Bosch fights like Kage. He was using like Axe Stick and Misogi and
Street Fighter
shit.
6 has reached its third
But he had the
anniversary.
psycho power. He doesn't have that
today,
anymore.
We're announcing the special collaboration with Final Fantasy.
Wow. I know some people that are happy and I know some people that are mad because people want her in Tekken, not Street Fighter.
だからこそ目指したのはストリートファイター6の世界で本当に戦っているティファの姿です。
Tifa is a character loved by the players all around the world. That's exactly why our goal was this: to bring to life a Tifa who truly fights within the world of Street Fighter 6.
But the reactions are ruined because of the leaks. So like,
I didn't see the leak, but that was
the leak was Tifa, Mike Hager, Vega, and who's the last
Everything
one?
from her design to movement.
Who was the last one? I don't remember the last one.
Tifa, the Street Fighter. Materia has also been reimagined as a new gameplay system.
What?
そして今日はまだお見せできないんですが、ファイナルファンタジーの象徴的な要素もバトルに落とし込んでいます。
We cannot show it today, but we adapted an iconic Final Fantasy element to the battle experience.
W, she used material. Yeah, it was Goken, my bad. Yeah, Goken. Goken, Vega, Mike, and Tifa. That's what the leak was.
Tifa's fight is far from over. We hope you all look forward to what's coming next.
We get Tifa. That's what awesome.
ありがとうございます。
I need to play more Final Fantasy. I want to play like 2.
Slacker.
Thank you to Hamaguchi-san and Nakayama-san for coming all the way from Japan to join us for that special moment on stage. And we'll see you guys again later this year. All right. Well, now it has come time for our final announcement.
Final.
Just one.
I know. What's it gonna be, guys?
Final announcement.
What's it gonna be? Are you gonna do a fucking live service game again?
Frankly, I don't know what I could say to set this moment up.
Do not do a live service again.
Bro, don't
GTA?
do that
Get
shit
ready.
no more.
GTA?
For the final battle.
What?
What?
Get ready for the final battle. What's
Is
that?
it Final Fantasy?
Long ago,
Wait.
Oh, it's Final Fantasy!
fell
Wait.
upon our planet.
What's this?
What is this?
Wait, hold on.
Guided
Hold on.
by
It's gotta be Final
calamity,
Fantasy.
One man sought dominion.
One wing angel. Oh my god, it's Final Fantasy.
It is Final Fantasy.
Okay, what is the game name?
A meteor.
I thought it was about to be
bring
smashed.
Whoa, what the fuck is that?
But our planet.
It's part 3 of FF7 Reaper. What the fuck?
Awakening mighty
Whoa.
weapons to stand against the
Whoa.
celestial.
What the fuck?
Now,
What did Sephiroth do?
endures in those who fight.
Yo, Chad, I got Chipotle.
Long story short, world's in trouble.
World's in
Has
trouble.
been for
That
a
fucking
while.
meteor's coming
So
out.
what are we waiting for?
Everybody.
Let's give Sephiroth the beating of a lifetime.
Can we play as Vincent now or what?
Oh, this
Oh
looks crazy.
shit, the game looks beautiful.
Yeah, what the hell?
Oh yes, we can play as Vincent. Nice.
Oh, shit.
I'll make this quick.
I'll make this quick.
That's hard.
Oh shit, you can play as Vincent. What the fuck?
I could do this.
What's the fucking Polyguy's name? Oh, wasn't it Sid?
Oh.
Yeah, Sid. You play Sid.
Just ain't your day.
Ooh, Cloud fit kind of hard.
Is that a weapon I see?
Wow, they saved the shit I've been wanting to see for the last 2 damn. This shit Final
Save the
Fantasy.
planet by killing her protectors.
I want to play this. This looks crazy.
We gotta play 1 and 2 first.
Oh, do I? Damn.
Let us
Yeah,
put our
it's
faith
all
to
the
the
whole
test.
game is Final Fantasy 7.
Cloud.
They just
Okay,
split it into 3 parts.
Bro, I need to. Oh shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to rewatch that. Revelation? It's not
Revelation.
Return? Revelation.
Never would have made it this
Remake,
far without you
Rebirth,
guys.
Revelation.
And I won't let you down. I promise.
Dude, wow, Revelation.
This was a good showcase, actually.
There you have it. And no, he's not done yet. Please join me in
What?
welcoming back
We're
to
not
Summer
done?
Game Fest the
Not
director
done
of
yet.
Final Fantasy VII Revelation, Naoki Hamaguchi-san.
So are they gonna do like advert children DLC or like?
OST of Doom.
I hope they do an advert children DLC, chat.
I'm back!
I'm back.
Yo.
ようやくですね、このファイナルファンタジー7リベレーションをマルチプラットフォーム同時で、発表できたことを本当に嬉しく思います。ここまで来れたのも、この物語を信じ、待ち続けてくれた皆さんのおかげ
Tekken
だ
fans
と
is
本当
not
に感
happy.
謝をしています。
Street Fighter got
I'm
Tifa.
truly delighted to unveil Final Fantasy VII Revelation, which is launching simultaneously on
Ain't
all
Tekken getting
platforms.
freaking Yuzuru, bro?
Yeah, but they wanted Tifa.
It's gonna be
A lot
on
of people
all
wanted
platforms.
Tifa, but yeah,
And
Yujiro's
we've
still
only
good.
been able to come this far thanks to every single one of you who continue to believe in the story and waited for this moment with us.
Oh, damn, I gotta play 1 and 2
今作の
first.
テーマは決意です。クラウドたちは
I mean, realistically, you need to play Crisis Core.
それぞれの決意と向き合います。
Crisis game
Oh, bro, you
first,
might as well
but
just send me the whole list,
This
bro.
title is
Okay, if
Before
you
I gotta
want.
play this.
Cloud
I
and
mean,
his
do it, 'cause
companions
I'll play it.
each confront their own destinies and find the resolve to march
Where's Zeke? I know
toward
you
the
had him.
final
Zeke.
battle.
そして私自身もこのシリーズを完結させるという決意を胸にこの作品と向き合ってきました。
I too have carried a promise in my heart throughout this journey, the resolve to see the series through to its very end.
皆さんに最高の形でお届けします。ぜひ見届けてください。
We're committed to delivering this experience in its ultimate form.
So they
Please
need to
stay
do a
with
bundle.
us
They need to do a
and
bundle of all the
witness
games.
What lies beyond that resolve?
Because the old Final Fantasy
Today,
7 is just all one
To
game.
help guide us
okay.
on our path,
But for
please show
FF7,
me
they put it into 3 parts because the
welcome
game's
to
so
the
big.
stage.
What?
The voice
Wait.
of
Cloud?
Vincent Valentine,
Oh.
Matt Mercer.
Oh, cool.
Bro, he voices so many niggas, bro.
Thank you very much, Hamaguchi-san. It's truly a privilege to be here with you today, if you know me. There's honestly so much to see in Revelation. I think we just kind of need to dive right in. What do you say?
Are we doing a breakdown?
Let's do it. Take it away, Matt.
I don't mind if I do.
Oh, it's another video? Oh, shit.
As we reunite with our heroes, the meteor looms in the skies above.
Okay, some explanation.
A constant reminder of your mission and the grave threats you'll confront as you embark upon your journey and face the epic conclusion of the remake series. Aboard the Highwind, your very own airship and the pride of the Shinra fleet, you'll take to the skies and witness our most expansive open world yet. From the outskirts of Midgard to the sun-drenched Medial Archipelago to the warrior nation of Wutai. Simply pick a direction and set sail. But how can you be expected to protect the whole world at once?
Okay.
You'll need to cover ground fast.
What's going on?
I just realized what they didn't show.
Don't worry.
Have you played like Final
Parachutes
Fantasy like that? Or no?
Pull the cord and pop. You'll be floating through the air like a feather.
You know, my first Final Fantasy.
At any moment in the open world, simply pilot the Highwind to your destination and take a leap of faith.
Lightly?
With the wind rushing past, you'll descend seamlessly from the sky above to the ground below.
I only played very minimal Final Fantasy.
Where will the winds guide you
I
first?
can't say it unless if you played Rebirth, you know what I'm talking about, but I'm not going to say it.
No matter your destination,
I played like
to
halfway
defeat
through
your
the
enemy,
PSP of
you'll need
like
a fighting chance. And that starts with your trusted allies.
I'm not a lot into Final Fantasy.
At long last, with the world teetering on a blade's edge, everyone assembles at Cloud's side, forming an epic ensemble of heroes, each with their own story that brings you closer together than ever. But a good unit needs more than friendship to save the day. It needs a disciplined combat regimen. The hybrid battle system, established in Remake and refined in Rebirth, is perfected in Revelation.
Remake
FF13,
bro. Lock it in, bro. And I played
in real-time action. Seamlessly switch between party members to even the odds.
That's my favorite one of all time.
Then, when the fight calls for strategy, enter tactical mode to unleash a suite of powerful new spells and abilities.
How do you say it's not for you?
Activate devastating synergies with your companions. And of course, call on mighty summoned entities that can turn the tide of battle.
Oh shit.
I'll send you the thing.
Alright, man.
I put kinda, but no, you kinda have to play that one. Okay. First score. Max?
Oh.
Max's reaction? Yeah, I know he's probably flipping the fuck out.
There are truly some chill-inducing fights ahead in Revelation.
Yeah,
I'm
he's flipping
so
out.
excited to see all of your reactions. It's going to be amazing.
I'm guessing you have a favorite character to play in battles?
I might be a little biased, but since you brought it up, let's have a look at our newest coffin-dwelling companion.
Oh, Vincent game for let's go.
Vincent Valentine.
Well, okay.
Yeah, see his moveset.
Good to see some more adventure. This character is cool as fuck.
Oh, yeah.
His game was ass.
His old game.
What was his game chat?
Vincent,
Surge of Cerberus, that shit is ass.
Capable of delivering precise, high-yield shots.
It's a very old game.
There's more to this secretive form of turf than meets the eye. The result of experimentation at the hands of Shinra. Vincent can transform into the galleon beast at the press of a button, gaining tremendous power while transformed. And when combined with the skills of a certain ace pilot, their high-impact synergies disrupt the fight with ferocious results.
The Leaping Lancer, the Dashing Dragoon, the one and only Sid Highwind.
Sid Highwind, the cantankerous pilot extraordinaire, joins the party and their mission to defeat Sephiroth. Sid's command of his lance allows him to rapidly close the distance for powerful strikes, or engage in sweeping area of effect attacks to bring a whole host of enemies to heal.
I didn't know he had
but to
hands.
fully control the battlefield,
What is that armor?
skill
What
with
the
a weapon only gets you so far. To further augment your combat capabilities, try this on for size. Function Integrated Tactical Warrior, or the FIT system for short, allows you to further customize your playstyle with new uniforms imbued with unique movesets. Alongside your equipment and materia, Fitz gives you an extra edge in battle.
Oh, okay.
To face what's
Wow.
coming,
So certain
you'll need all the
outfits
strength
give you-
you must.
They're like mini classes, yeah.
Sensing its fate hanging in the balance, the planet
Wow.
itself has
It's not
unleashed
just
its
weapons.
last
Yeah,
line
there's
of
like-
defense. The weapons,
ironically
the
got a lot
ancient
to
beasts
play.
that are larger
I
than
wanna catch
life
up on
and
this.
capable of untold destruction. Will you be enough to stop them before it's too late? As the world is torn apart, you and your
What the
friends
fuck?
must unite. In Revelation, we come to the thrilling conclusion of the
big-ass
Final Fantasy
chocobo.
VII saga. And your
Yo,
mission
catch
is
a
clear.
tinkle.
Take up your Buster Sword, equip your materia, and stand together. One last time.
These skies belong to me. Hope you're ready.
Date, please. No, they're not gonna give a date. They're not gonna give a date. Fucking no, they're not.
What is that?
Whoa, what the fuck is that? They're not gonna give a date. Highly, highly, highly doubt they're giving a date.
Well, thank you all. Thank you,
It's
Hamaguchi-san,
gonna be like
for bringing us
2028.
this extended look
There's seven,
at Final
but
Fantasy
late
VII
seven.
Revelation. I think I speak for all of us when I say we cannot wait to play it.
But Mark,
We're not done.
I think we ended the video too early.
Oh my
I
god.
hate to leave a story unfinished.
What?
Is that right?
Well then,
Wait a second. They might start spoiling here.
What that mean?
Get the
Trying to get everyone to play
What the fuck?
What is
What is
this?
that?
Oh wow, what the?
Is that his mouth or his eye?
What on earth?
Yo, what the fuck?
Hey yo. Sheesh.
Oh my god. Oh, nobody survived.
Not get hit
Like,
by that.
what?
That
shattered the
Spring?
At last,
Oh my
the
god.
promise is fulfilled.
All
The
platform.
journey ends
Like,
here.
wow.
Okay, I didn't think we were gonna get a
Even
date.
Swift
I
is
didn't.
getting
I
it.
didn't.
Wow.
Wait, what's this?
So this time next year.
There has to be a bundle. Surely
Okay.
there's a bundle.
They're showing all
What the
games.
fuck?
There you have it.
$80
Final
game.
Fantasy VII Revelation coming
That's a
to
good
all platforms next
Wow,
spring.
that's actually
which
dropping
is
on all
appropriate for today
platforms
because SGF is really a celebration
instead of
of
just
games
like
across
PlayStation
all
first for like a
platforms.
year.
Thank you to Hamaguchi-san,
Chat, when you raise
Kiru-san, and
Summer
the team
Game
at
Fest
Square
2026.
for that very special announcement.
pretty good.
And thanks to Lucy for a great job coaching. Didn't she do great?
Yes, Lucy.
Wow.
Thanks, Jeff. What an amazing way to end the show, but that's not all, because
What?
coming up right now is Day of the Devs with a look at
Oh,
many
I was
new
about to say,
independent
like,
game
don't say that.
titles,
No, we good on that.
including multiple new game announcements.
That's right. Tons of awesome indie games, so make sure to stay
we
tuned
good
and
on that.
watch that, and we will see you live this August.
Yeah, I know for
in
sure
Germany
Max is
for
like
Gamescom
gushing out his
Opening
fucking
Night
brain or
Live,
something.
Streaming live
He's
on
foaming
Tuesday,
out his damn
August
mouth for
25th.
sure.
Until then, have a great summer, everybody.
Jeez.
Oh yeah.
And one more
And they
buffer.
plus-
And
and
one more
and-
buffer.
and
One more
buffer
buffer for
that.
good measure. These guys.
Oh yeah. Buffer that amazing. Let's drop the mud down the plastic.
Holy.
Alright.
Alright. W. I give that
Solid
like a
7.3.
I give it like an 8 out of 10. Last, they saved the best shit for last for me, at least.
I'll give it like a.
Like I wanted the FF and I wanted the Street Fighter, and it was
7.8.
last. But there was a lot of
I might as well
stuff.
give it an 8 actually.
FF, Street Fighter, Stellar Blade. What was the other shit they got announced? Fucking Tupac Stranger Than Heaven.
Yeah, Tupac is crazy.
That's what Tupac was
Tupac
crazy.
Stranger Than Heaven came out on this guy's head. Oh my god.
Yo.
What is this? Dude, look in this good chat.
What the?
His head is.
Yo.
Why is
Yo,
his head
no.
like that? That shit threw me off completely.
Dude looks like the good Khalid.
Son. Son. to look good. As expected, as expected. Oh my god, Tifa and Ari Engine. Her costume too will be. Let me stop. Let me stop. Let me stop.
You know she's gonna be super boomed out. Oh my
Her costumes are gonna be insane. Her costumes are gonna be ridiculous. Alright, I'll catch y'all later though. I give that 8 out of 10. What y'all give it? 6?
Oh yeah, 6.
8. 9. Chat, what y'all give it?
I give it a solid 8, bro. Chat, perfect timing. I just finished eating, bro.
Alright, we gotta do this again on what? Sunday. Xbox.
Sunday, yeah.
What's Sunday?
At
Try to make a comeback.
what time?
And the next one's
That one's at 1 p.m. EST though, so probably a lot of y'all not gonna be here, but 1 p.m. on Sunday EST. So yeah, that's pretty early, but it do be like that.
I bet that.
Bet. All right, I'll catch y'all later.
All right, chat.
All right, chat. Let's play some games now.
I think it demands.
But I want to rewatch some of those trailers. You already know Max is foaming out his fucking mouth right now. I just know he is. He's probably losing his shit. He's losing his shit.
Guys, so much shit. Oh my god. They did not talk about a gameplay shakeup.
Bro, how much subs does he owe? Why is there 100,000, 10,000 gifted for MVC4? Yeah, all right, buddy. Yeah, all right, buddy.
It literally was a
buddy. Nah, I'm staying on. I'm staying on. I'm not ending. Damn, we didn't get to see Cyclops. I'm kind of sad about that. So what happened, chat? Let's see. What did happen? What didn't happen? Sheesh. Nothing you wanted, but still a stack. Yeah, it was a stack dark in my opinion. Damn, I took off Stellar Blade. I fucking had it on here yesterday, and I took it off like a dumbass. Oh my god. What was the other game I took off too that ended up happening? Dude, the games I took off ended up happening. Oh god, bro. Stellar Blade 2. I took this off. It ended up happening. RE5. I had this on here and I took it off. I had Sonic. I transferred that. RE9 DLC didn't happen. Oh my fuck. I should have transferred the RE5. I did. Anyways, okay, what happened? So Tokon happened. Street Fighter happened. Strive did not happen. GTA did not happen. PlayStation, I'm gonna assume that's gonna be an Xbox showcase. Sonic happened. FF happened. Intergalactic did not happen. Cyclops did not happen. FF16 didn't happen. Zonkoi did not happen. DMC didn't happen. Virtual Fighter half happened. I still am confused on the Virtual Fighter thing. Is that a standalone game, or is that just the story mode they showed? I don't know. Persona 6, that's probably gonna be on Xbox. Crazy Taxi did not happen. Blade did not happen. DOA 7 did not happen. Wolverine happened. Kingdom Hearts did not happen. RE9 DLC didn't happen. Mega Man didn't happen. And the fucking Chicken Souls like game did not happen. Oh my god. Jeez, bro. Bro, that guy's head is throwing me off completely. Son, what the fuck am I looking at, dog? What am I looking at? Damn, so the Tifa leak was real, but the others weren't. That's insane. That's actually quite hilarious. I had a feeling the Tifa leak was real the moment we saw Ingrid. I'm like, oh, yeah. I mean, that makes sense. That makes fucking sense. Bro, this dude Fidel, bro. He saw the Sonic shit and lost his mind. This dude Fidel, he saw the Sonic shit.
Yeah, no, I think that was a...
This dude Fidel, bro. What a build indeed.
Sonic Crossroads! TMNT!
I don't know a bigger Sonic fan than him, bro.
What?
Nobody's a bigger Sonic fan than Fidel, I promise you.
We got the elements! Wait, this was year one! They're gonna do year two! Oh my... Yes!
No, he was just sitting there.
City Escape! Godzilla! Oh my... Dude!
He's ripping his shirt off. Oh, my fucking page crashed. Oh.
What?
There we go. Oh, that's over Sonic? Bro, he's had worse. He's had worse. This is tame in comparison to like what when Sonic Frontiers was announced. This is tame. This is him tame. This is tame in comparison to his other reactions. Very tame. Bro, this fucking yo, his fucking head is so tiny. I need to see Max's reaction. Where's Max at? I need to see Max's reaction to Tifa shit and then the FF7. Bro, he's not even at his fucking computer anymore, bro. All right, where is it at?
We all look forward to what's coming.
Racing.
Damn, Wolfenstein is back too, bro. Holy shit. Wolfenstein is back and they're doing a remaster to Stellar Blade 2. So I actually have to go back and finish the first game. We have to go beat Stellar Blade. We have to. We don't have a choice anymore. God damn, dude. I took it off the list. I'm so pissed. I'm so pissed that I took it off. I was like, nah, I'm not going to transfer Stellar Blade 2. It's probably too soon. RE5, I just didn't transfer because I was like, maybe RE4, the team that was making the RE4 remake isn't working on that. They were. They fucking were. We didn't see the Blade game yet still, which is like, bro, what? I don't know how we haven't, but whatever, bro. Oh, God. I'm actually so mad I took it off. Okay, I'll transfer it. I'll transfer it, though, but I'm pissed. I'll transfer these two. Damn, bro. That's so annoying. I'm actually so frustrated. If I could transfer this right now and then watch something else happen at the Xbox showcase that I took off, that I'm about to take off. Here, I'm taking off the RE9 DLC. And I'm going to put on Stellar Blade 2. And we're going to take off... What do you take off? Fucking Mega Man, I guess? Or I take off the Robo-Kai shit. They might save it. I think they're probably going to save Robo-Kai for Evo. Okay, so what happened here? Merge all these layers. Okay, let's pull this all up. Hold on. Oh my god. It's actually insane. Nah, that Blade game is just taking 10 years, bro. Take off GTA? No, I still have faith, bro. No, bro. No, bro. No, bro. I'm not taking GTA off. No. The Xbox still got us. Nintendo got us. How about that? The Nintendo Direct got us. Took Wolverine off? No, Wolverine's gonna stay because that came true and that was on the bingo from State of Play. All we have left is Xbox. Okay, so what happened? This happened. This happened. This happened. Persona, that's gonna be on PlayStation. Sonic happened. This happened. Nothing on this row happened. Virtual Fighter kind of half happened, I guess. I don't fucking know. I don't know. I don't know how you call that. Wolverine happened. RE5 happened. That's all we have so far. Bro, Xbox better come in clutch, bro. Let me get this bingo real quick. Clutch up for me real quick for the one time Xbox, please. For the one time, please. For the one time, please, Xbox. They ain't gonna do shit, but hey. There is no Nintendo Direct, bro. Nintendo got us, bro. Nintendo got us. Okay, let me see his reaction. Wait, is Max crying? Holy shit, he is crying. He is crying. What the fuck? That's crazy.
Chat, do me a favor.
And no one likes FF7 more than this guy, bro.
Really feels like Ghost in the Shell.
All right, let me see his fucking reaction to Tifa.
What's ahead? This is Street Fighter 6 Year 4.
Year 4? It doesn't have a different name? Oh my
Dude,
god,
the
dude.
moment they showed Ingrid at the start, I knew, oh yeah, we're getting a guest character. Because why else would you bring a fucking celestial god being in season 3?
Ego, where are you?
But then again, you could say the same thing, but we got what? We got Maya and Terry, but like I don't know, they SNK and SNK and fucking Capcom do random shit all the time. Sometimes they even say that they're in the same verse.
Street Fighter 6 is already entering year 4, but I can sense that we already have new challenges.
Yo, I'd be pissed. I'd be so fucking pissed. His shit buffered. His shit buffered. He was watching it through Steam. I didn't even know you can watch this through Steam. Where did you watch this at? He was watching through Steam. Oh, I think it was over here. Nah, I'd be mad.
6 is already entering year 4.
And they get the thing buffer and then you randomly see some random ass character.
We already have new challenges.
I'd be so mad.
What? Who the hell? What?
No. Wait, his head is normal right there.
What?
What? Son, how the fuck does this translate to this? What? What? He's breathing in this picture. Yeah, okay. Whatever, bro. Like, whatever.
Who the hell? What?
Is he? He's blowing something out of his mouth.
What the hell? Bro, what? I don't see no freaking Vega, dog!
That's not Vega.
Bosch? Dude, 2 new characters and Bosch? Dude, we're so cooked. Everyone was wrong. Brother, we're so cooked. We're so fucking cooked.
Holy shit. That shit is crazy, bro. Holy fuck, tag me. What is this?
Please welcome to the SGF stage, Nakayama.
Nah, this is crazy. What is this? What the fuck? Why'd that download? Open the tweet. Oh my god. Is this Cloud, the Dark Mage, and then there's Sora at the bottom of the fucking ocean? Oh shit. That's pretty funny.
Son, director of Street Fighter 6.
That's pretty funny.
Hamaguchi-san, director of Square Enix.
That season 4 fried me. That shit is ass. You don't like this season 4? I like it.
What the fuck?
Why you keep saying RE5 is cool, Veronica? Yeah, I gotta stop saying that. You're right.
Unblock! Where's Vega?
You're right. I gotta stop saying RE5.
Where's Vega?
Because it is called Veronica. RE5 is 2 games, but still.
Its 3rd anniversary. And today, we're announcing the special collaboration with Final Fantasy.
I put RE on there. RE9 or any RE when I said it. I initially talked about it. We'll skip ahead. Let me see his reaction to FF.
What the fuck?
What the hell is it, Nico?
What's he saying? Then we'll see you guys again later this year.
That's the homie.
Well, now it has
I met him when I was
come
at
time for
Capcom.
our final announcement.
For stuff that I don't know if I can talk about.
I know. What's it gonna be, guys? Any guesses?
What's it
No.
gonna be,
Frankly,
guys?
I don't know what I could say
Cody,
to set
yeah.
this moment up besides this. Get ready for the final battle.
The fuck does that mean? Why does he say this? I mean, I guess, but like when he says that, it makes me feel like it's Tekken. Get ready for the next battle, or I guess. I mean, yeah, Final Fantasy, but I mean, I guess, but you dumb? No. Actually, hold on. I'm gonna shoot you. I'm gonna shoot you for 10 years. I finally have a reason to shoot you. I finally got my reason.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Long ago, a shadow fell upon our planet.
I finally got my reason to shoot him.
One man sought dominion through reunion. By his will, a star fell. A meteor called forth to bring
Let's see. 2W.
But our planet answered.
What? Unable.
God.
What the?
Awakening mighty weapons to stand against the celestial threat.
Holy shit, dude.
Vacation.
Now, Hope endures in
Vacation.
those who fight.
Vacation.
Long story short, world's in
Vacation.
trouble.
Holy mother of God.
So what are we waiting for? Let's give Sephiroth the beating of a lifetime.
Yo, his mouth is just open.
Oh my God, dude.
Vacation.
Oh.
I still can't talk about it, but basically in this trailer, they didn't show, you know who at all, which is fucking ridiculous to me.
You're mine. I'll make this quick.
Holy shit.
Good night.
The sky's the limit.
Holy shit. Oh my God, dude.
I could do this.
What
Bro, they
the
have
hell?
fucking classes now. That's so sick.
What are these costumes? What the?
Yeah, they're fucking costume classes.
Oh my. Is that a weapon I see?
Far as I can tell, these things don't distinguish between friend and
Holy shit, it's Monster Hunter.
Tekken is fucked, bro. Tekken is actually so fucked. Like, everyone that, all their, oh my God, Tekken is fucked. I'm sorry, but Tekken is fucking cooked, bro. They got Tifa. Street Fighter got Tifa before Tekken. And everyone in the credits, all the lead designers in the credits at Tekken don't work there anymore. That is fucking ridiculous. Like, the only person left up here is Murray. But he's a producer, not a director. All the directors are gone. And the designer's fucking gone. Oh my God. Tekken is fucked. Like, Tekken is fucked.
Planet by killing her protectors.
You think actual Tekken players wanted Tifa? I mean,
let us
say what you want, but
test.
Tekken players wanted Tifa. I mean, Yujiro's still cool as shit, but like, say what you want. But yes, Tekken players wanted Tifa. You saying that like Fee didn't want Tifa either? What?
Oh!
Revelation.
Never would have made it this far without
More people
you
wanted
guys.
Tifa in Tekken than Street Fighter. Yeah, that's for sure.
And I won't let you down.
I wanted her in Tekken other than Street Fighter, but I don't really care. I play both, so I don't care which one she's in.
I promise.
Don't let Tekken become MK. I don't know.
There you have it, and no, he's not done
I
yet.
don't know.
Please join
Oh
me
my
in
God.
welcoming back to
It's not
Summer
over.
Games Fest
It's not
round
over.
of
It's
Final
not over.
Fantasy VII Revelation. Hamaguchi-san.
This shit
It's
is
not over.
Yo, Tekken need to fight back. Like, I don't know what to do.
Holy shit,
Tekken
dude.
need to fight back some way, shape, or form, bro. Max lives for this shit?
Holy shit.
He has the director coming to his house later? Really? I'm looking at his reaction to this shit right now. Actually, let me see his reaction to the second trailer.
Moment with this throughout the
Dive right. It's truly a privilege to be here with you today, if you know me. There's honestly
good 'cause Yujiro's
so
more
much
hype?
to see in Revelation.
I mean, that's an opinion.
I think we just
I would
kinda
rather
need to
take
dive
Tifa
right
over
in.
Yujiro.
What do you say?
But I don't really care.
Do
Who.
it. Take it away, Matt.
I have
Don't
Tifa
mind if I
regardless
do.
of Street Fighter. I mean, I play Street Fighter more than I play Tekken, that's for sure.
Oh my God. Holy shit.
As we reunite with our heroes, the meteor looms in the skies above, a constant reminder of your mission and the grave
Fucking
threats
Christ,
you confront as you embark upon your journey and face the epic conclusion of the remake series. Aboard the Highwind, your very own
Highwind.
airship and the pride of the Shinra fleet, you'll take to the
Who knows
skies
that?
and witness our most expansive open world yet.
I take both
From
Tekken,
the
remove
outskirts of
Kunimitsu.
Midgard,
Hater.
the sun-drenched Medial archipelago.
Hater. Bro,
to
you
the
better
warrior
get ready to
nation
get
of
your ass
Wutai.
with one Bob drop.
Simply pick a direction and set
Get ready to
sail.
get your ass whooped.
But how can you be expected to protect the whole world at once? You'll need to cover ground fast.
Get ready to get your ass whooped.
No way, no how.
What was the fake leak? Hold on.
Hurry, these parachutes are top of the line. Pull the cord and pop. You'll be
Where's the
floating through
fucking
the air
AI
like
art
a
bullshit
feather.
they kept spreading around?
At any moment in the open world, simply pilot the Highwind to your destination and take a leap of faith.
And just Fortnite into that bitch?
The wind rushing
The
past,
fucking Street Fighter
you'll
6
descend
year 5
seamlessly
leak.
from the sky above to the ground below.
Holy
year 4
shit.
leak.
Where will the winds guide you first?
Where's Cloud?
That freedom is in your hands. But no matter your destination,
Oh my God, it's the
to
happy
defeat
turtle.
your
Found it was this dumb shit. This was the fucking leak. It was Vega, Goken, Mike Hager, and Tifa. Only Tifa ended up being real. That's fucking hilarious, bro. That is hilarious. I knew Tifa would probably be real because Ingrid is here. But then at the end of World Tour, they started reviving Bosch. I'm like, why would you guys revive Bosch randomly out of nowhere? Oh, he's gonna be the next pass. So I was like, okay, something here isn't real. But I didn't think none of them were gonna be real. None of them are fucking real. Vega art, this isn't art, this is fucking AI.
Enemy, you'll need a fighting
That shit isn't art.
and that starts with your trusted allies.
The design looks cool, but the fucking art is just AI.
Teetering on a blade's edge. Everyone assembles at Cloud's side, forming an epic ensemble of
That
heroes.
shit is not real.
Each with their own
I want
story.
to have yourself back. I wanted Tifa. I didn't want none of those dudes.
But a good unit needs more
I
than
don't want to
friendship
fucking
save
fight
the
Vega.
day.
I
It
don't
needs
want
a
to fight
disciplined
Mike, and I don't want to
combat
fight
regimen.
Goken. Well, actually, Goken would
The
probably be cool.
hybrid battle system,
But-
established in Remake and
Nah.
refined in Rebirth, is perfected in Revelation, putting even more power in your hands. In fluid, real-time action,
Goken is Akuma's
seamlessly switch
older brother.
between party
If you're
members to
confused, who
even the
Goken
odds.
is.
Then, when the fight calls for strategy,
Goken enters the master.
to unleash a suite of powerful new spells and abilities.
I mean,
Activate devastating
I
synergies.
know Goken is nowhere near as cool as
And
Akuma.
of course, call on
So I
mighty
wouldn't have wanted
summoned
Goken.
entities
Fuck
that
that,
can
I'm
turn the tide of
Akuma has a brother, yeah. It's Goken.
Are summons reworked?
Make sure she would pull up a photo. Isn't he supposed to be dead? That's what I'm. Yeah. So I don't know.
Holy
Wait,
shit,
no, he's
dude.
not dead.
You control them?
The master's dead because Akuma killed the master. Gotetsu's dead.
Summoning Ifrit never gets old. There are truly
This is
some
the master.
chill-inducing fights ahead in Revelation.
Gotetsu.
I'm so excited to see all of your reactions.
Holy shit.
I'm guessing you
This
have a
is
favorite
Goken.
character to play in battles.
Oh my god, they're gonna show Vincent gameplay.
Might be a little biased.
Oh my God.
And since you brought it up, let's have a look at our newest.
Oh my god, this is a
coffin-dwelling
fucking
companion.
blowout. It's a
I mean,
blowout.
obviously, yeah,
dude.
no, Akuma's not his real name. It's Goki. His name is.
It's
his
a
real name is
blowout.
Goki. Goken, Goki, the brothers. But he goes by Akuma.
I won't return to
Akuma
my
Matata.
coffin until we put Sephiroth in
The music, dude.
Vincent is a deft gunslinger, capable of delivering precise.
Holy
high-yield
shit, he's
shots.
dirging!
He's
There's
dirging.
more to this
Dirge of
secretive former
Cerberus. He's
Turk than
dirging.
meets the eye. The result of
He's fucking
experimentation
dirging.
at the hands of Shinra. Vincent can transform into the galleon
Thank goodness he's in this game. 'Cause I want to play as Vincent, but I don't want to. I'm not playing Dirge of Cerberus.
Transformed.
Oh my
And
god,
combined
dude, look
with
at
the
this.
skills
Look
of a
at this
certain ace
game.
pilot,
Look at
their
it.
high impact
Tifa being in Street Fighter fits more better than Tekken.
Holy shit, what is happening?
I mean,
The leap and
I guess,
lancer, the
but like,
Dash and Dragoon.
I don't know. You can say the same thing about Tekken. They throw hands in that game too, so like, you can't really say that.
The cantankerous pilot extraordinaire joins the party, and their
Now, like, what, wait, she's gonna be using materia?
Sid's
Like,
command
it
of
fits
his
both
land
games.
allows him to rapidly
She can still
close the
come to
distance
Tekken,
with
bro.
powerful strikes, or engage in sweeping area of effect
that
attacks,
Street Fighter
bringing
did
a whole
first.
host of enemies to heal. But to fully control the battlefield,
And then Tekken would have to
skill
face
with
the
weapon
backlash of
only
why are
gets
you guys
so
doing
far.
Tifa? She's
To
already
further
in
augment
Street
your
Fighter,
combat
bro. We don't need
capabilities,
Tifa in
try
every game.
this on for size.
But I don't know, y'all say the same thing about
Oh
2B.
my
2B's in every
Fit
game, that shit
system
still
for sure.
sells. So
Allows you to further customize your
That don't mean
playstyle
shit.
with new uniforms imbued with unique
only playing as
movesets.
Vince on this new game? What
Alongside
the?
your
There's a
equipment and
job
materials,
system.
Vince gives you an extra edge in battle. And to face what's coming, you'll need all the strength you can muster.
Damn, Street Fighter
Sensing
popping out
its
some
fate
bangers for
hanging
year
in the
4.
balance, the planet itself has unleashed
What's
its
that?
vast
There's
lives.
three new characters.
Weapons. Ancient
I mean, I guess you
beasts
can't
that
play
are
as
larger
Bosch.
than
3 new
life,
characters.
capable of untold destruction.
And you got
Will
Tifa.
be enough to stop them before it's too late.
Dude, I hope he fights like
As the
Kage,
world
bro.
is
That shit'll
torn
be so
apart,
sick, bro.
You and your friends
If he
must
fights like
unite.
Kage,
In
oh my
Revelation,
fucking god, that'll be
we
so
come
hype.
to the thrilling conclusion of the Final Fantasy VII saga, and your mission is clear. Take up your Buster Sword. Equip your materia
What does Tekken do to
and
top
stand
Tifa?
together.
Bro, Yujiro Hanma has to be the fucking coolest fucking character and the most broken shit that game has ever seen. Okay, not broken, but like coolest shit ever. I
Bro,
think he's
this
gonna
is
be broken.
too much.
I feel like he's gonna be broken.
Too much is happening.
This is probably a lot for him. He's probably breaking all this shit down right now, huh? But did he end stream? He didn't stream, no way. He didn't stream.
Sid
Yeah,
Highway.
he's rewatching the trailer like 9 times. Oh god. Anyways, chat, that was fun. Is there any trailers I want to look at again before you start playing some games? Game time. Damn, that was fucking good. I like that. That was a really good presentation. Can we see the Wolf Among Us trailer? Sure. Damn, bro, I'm so happy Wolf Among Us is back. And it's not even just back. They're doing a remaster as well. That's fucking good. That's really, really fucking good. Because I have not played the last one in so fucking long. Oh, this is the remaster trailer. Hold on, let me pull up the 2 trailer. What is the quality ass? Oh. Oh.
Homicide. 6 total so far. Each case, husband and wife found.
This shit was a good one. I'm actually so happy. I'm actually really happy. Wolf Among Us? Yes. 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 Yes.
Monster.
Bro, you missed the presentation, bro? Oh no, y'all late, bro. So I'm telling you, y'all gotta be there when we react to these, bro. Let me upload the reactions to YouTube.
Sheriff, I'll have your job within the week.
Are you living under a rock?
Hold on, he can
or a
buy.
raging dumpster fire of a person?
Persona 6, let's start him. Very tame. Infer reacts Summer Games Fest 2026.
Ready to get to work?
Ready to get to work, chat? Yeah, I'm gonna replay the remaster before I play 2 for chat, since just probably a lot of you guys have never played the first one. Oh, whoops. No, I closed the remaster trailer. Oh, no, this is the remaster trailer.
Homicide.
Wait. Oh, it had both in the same. Oh, whoops. Wait, no, this is not the remaster trailer. You guys titled it wrong, PlayStation. You trolls. PlayStation? Lock in? They fucking titled the trailer wrong. That's the 2 trailer. Whatever. That was the trailer though. The Stellar Blade trailer. God, I'm so pissed, bro. I fucking sold, bro. Yo, she was cooking in this trailer though. You can't lie. This Stellar Blade trailer was hard. Really good fucking trailer. I gotta upload my reactions to the Street Fighter trailer as well. She was boxing.
Sector is now arriving. Please wait for everyone to exit before boarding.
Damn, Stellar Blade 2, bro. Holy fuck. I gotta finish the first one. Oh, what? Is this the box art or what is this? They just tweeted this. Oh, this shit is hard. I gotta update my background. I gotta change my background from FF7 Rebirth finally, huh? I've had this as my background for 2 years now. I have not changed this in so fucking long. Hold on, let me grab something real quick. All right, look at this Stellar Blade trailer. Look at her box.
Evie!
I'm listening.
The Scarlet Sin. That's the beginning and end of it all. How about you try taking a hit?
You're acting a little strange today.
Oh yeah? It's our first mission in a while. Aren't you a little excited?
Stop saying weird things.
Okay, take it easy.
Quiet. They're moving.
Initiating C3 sync. Ready, Angel.
Roger, Kenna. Tracking.
출입문 닫습니다. Doors closing. How's it looking out there?
I can't stand crowds. It'd be better for both of us if we got out of here quickly.
In the movies, this is always where things go wrong.
Hey.
Well, just saying. It's a cliche. Wait, the target stopped.
Hearken! The pulse rain shall cease! In the name of the Father!
What'd I miss? Son, you missed a shitload. They changed your model? No, this is not Eve. This is Evie. Different character. a brand new character. The face is throwing me off. What's on her face? What do you mean her face is throwing you off? What's on her face? Damn, that's so much shit. I'm gonna have to open Photoshop. I gotta make a thumbnail as well. Just like kid? I don't think she looks like a kid. Just short. Damn, we got Tifa in Street Fighter. Let's fucking go, bro. What is the game called? Stellar Blade Blood Rain. Ooh. Stellar Blade Blood Rain. We'll go to sleep. See you, dude. Woo. Nah, they cooked. Bro, the fucking Attack on Titan game. Oh my god, that's so random. I completely forgot about this. They announced Attack on Titan game, huh? I have a Minecraft sponsor? Oh, I just got a Minecraft sponsor. What do I gotta do? Play Minecraft for an hour? This is easy. Should you do it? Sure, I'll do it. I gotta do it before the 14th. I'll do it. Hey, I don't like Minecraft. Oh shit, my Minecraft account is gone. It's deleted. Damn it, I gotta buy Minecraft. I forgot my Minecraft account is gone. Dude, when they did the Mojang transfer thing, I never transferred my Mojang account. I forgot. And then I think my account's deleted now. I gotta buy Minecraft again. I deadass have to rebuy it. How much is Minecraft? $20? They don't give me the game for the... Damn it, they don't just give me the game on the sponsor. Damn trolls. Damn trolls. The damn trolls.
Long ago.
Oh, it's the FF trailer. Thrash. Thresh? Is it Thresh or Thrash? Oh, actually, they showed something new with Thresh today. Phantom Blade Zero. Phantom Blade Zero was in the that was in the what was that in? That was in the PlayStation Showcase the other day. Wait, where is it? What? Why did my monitor just... What the fuck? Did my computer just turn off? Yo? Okay, that was weird. Both my monitors just went black. That was weird. The stream didn't crash? Okay, I'm surprised the stream didn't crash. That was so weird. That was weird. My entire room just flickered. Anyways, yeah, they showed this, is what I was gonna say. The Thresh skin, they showed a skin. It's the Octopops.
Now you're ready to bring fresh torment to your next opponents.
The Octopops.
But we've just scratched the surface of Thresh's evil schemes. Spend some time in his mind and learn to unleash exquisite agony on your foes.
It's Octopops. The trailer was sick though. If you guys didn't see it, I can play it again. Where the fuck is the Thresh trailer?
Thresh is a
Thresh. You ever got your shit threshed in before? Who up caging a Thresh? Or threshing a cage. Here it is.
How would you like to live forever?
How would you like to live forever? And stream. That's crazy.
You shall suffer. I like the strong ones.
I like the strong ones. Infer reacts. Final Wait, no. Street Fighter 6. What is it, year 4 trailer?
We make a deal, Senna. Sure. If we win, I shoot you next.
Am I gonna play the Resident Evil Veronica day 1? Sure. Wait, what date is it launch?
That is private.
That was the first game they started with, right?
Nice ghost.
No date.
Lantern Ghost, I sense you are abusing my assistance directive.
Yeah, I'll play it. Yone soon, I hope. This guy's fucking crazy. Look at this guy. The hell you need to be laughing like that for? Son. Why is he laughing like that? It's never that deep. God damn. Hold on. Let's look at the trailer for Resident Evil Veronica. Actually, they didn't show any gameplay. It was just story shit. What else was really good in this? The fucking Power World trailer. Sonic Racing Crossroads. That one was good too. Sonic Racing is so fun. The game is so fucking Tupac.
Peggy 18.
Fucking Tupac, bro. Fucking Tupac came out of nowhere. What the fuck? Fucking Tupac, bro. Oh my god, there's so much shit I gotta clip for the second channel. There's so much shit I'm interested in for this presentation that I don't want to make into their own videos. I'm gonna clip the Stellar Blade thing. Damn, we have to go back and beat Stellar Blade, chat. 100%. It's non-negotiable. I can't stall any longer, it seems. Or maybe I can. Has Tupac even ever been to Japan? Like, whatever. Whatever. It's so random. It's so fucking random, bro. Oh lordy, what else was really good from this? The Mutant Ninja Turtle trailer was sick, but they didn't show any gameplay. We should have just known because of the sewer, I guess. But I thought the game was canceled. But it was actually the movie that was canceled. The game was never announced or something like that. I don't fucking know. InferX. FF Southern Reap. Wait, no. Revelation. Reveal trailer. Yeah, Ronin. This is the last Ronin, yes. They didn't show no gameplay. That's why I'm pretty sad. Bayonetta in the title? Yeah, that shit scared people, I bet, but this is still hype. So how does the last Ronin go again? All the other turtles are dead because of what again? I forgot how it went. Mikey's like the only one left. All the other turtles died. They got fucking murked or some shit. Amaguchi asked to get on stream with Max tonight. You gonna tune in? Shit, I'm down. Let me pull up a stream. I know they're gonna show gameplay and they're just probably just gonna talk, but I'm not trying to get spoiled. Is he actually gonna be on his stream tonight? Max streams pretty late because Max is West Coast. So if he gets on his stream, then it'll be like 11. Max usually starts streaming at like 11 for me because he's West Coast. He's 3 hours behind me. I'm sure they're not allowed to spoil or nothing. Max wouldn't want to get spoiled either. Damn, it's spring 27. Holy shit, that's such a really bad time. Consider at 7. Okay, that's 10 for me. Okay, I can partially tune in. Yeah.
Brother.
As far as they're not gonna just do this at Summer Games Fest. So everybody's flying out to Summer Games Fest tomorrow. Or no, today. Well, literally, yeah, tomorrow. Everyone's flying to Summer Games Fest. I'm not going. Because they have like play sessions for like games and shit, you know? And people can get footage and stuff. Ooh, wait. So wait, who's the first character for Street Fighter? I gotta look at the Street Fighter show again. Who's the first character? Is it the girl? Just they showing her first?
Have new challengers on the horizon.
Her? She's first? What is she holding? Is that like a dagger thingy? It's like a moon dagger thingy? Yasmin. I wonder how she's gonna play. Better be fucking cooler than Kimberly, that's for sure. And there's this guy. What the fuck? It sucks the guests are always last because in the trailers, they always put the guest as the last thing they're gonna show. So the guests are always last. Or the most hyped characters always last. Like Akuma was last. Fucking was my last? Mine was last, right? Wait, Tifa's third? Oh, so the order of the video doesn't matter. Okay, thank goodness. Bosch is last? No, I want to see. No, fuck! I want Bosch. No, don't put him last. No, I want to see if he plays like Kage. Don't put him last. His moveset? Let me see if I can find a video of his moveset in Street Fighter 6. The World Tour. No, don't put Bosch last. Bosch moveset. Street Fighter 6 World Tour. He was using axe kick and shit. Oh, there's no footage of him. What was fucking moveset? I might have to pull up my own video. What the fuck? Found it. Yeah, psycho power and shit.
Picture.
Here it is. Yeah, no, he had Kage's little hand thingy. I forgot what the fucking. What is this? Why is this guy using Dawson moveset? Ew. Last character is crazy. What the fuck is that? Damn. I wonder if he's gonna have that move. But I mean, I don't know. I don't think he's gonna have psycho power because the psycho power shit never happened. Because Ingrid, it's not like he just dies. The stuff just never happened. He never had psycho power. Like, you basically, in Ingrid's story, you play as your OC and then you go through reverting. You play through all the story of what you did, but you're rewriting it. Like, for example, Juri doesn't kidnap Bosch because you're there to stop it. You get a shit rock. Kage's son? Kage's son is crazy. So I don't know how this is gonna work. Is that a... What is that? This guy's just spamming a super. He's not using anything else. Oh my god. Bro, this is why this War Tour shit sucks. You can't even see the moveset. He's spamming the same thing over and over. Sweep. This guy does no damage. Low 56. This shit is full screen. Okay, this is not helping.
Fascinating.
He's not gonna be like a 1-for-1 of Kage, that's for sure. He's gonna have some of his own shit. Because he is his own fighter still. W Tifa. Okay, so let me see this thing at the end. Where's the dates? Where's the date? Oh my god, do I have to go to the Twitter? Or is it in the description? Sunyin. Oh my god. Okay, I'll just pull it up on Twitter. It's not in the description of this video because I wasn't looking at it on the Street Fighter channel. Sunyin Ring. Where the fuck is the thing? Okay. Early spring 27. Okay. And late spring. Oh, so we're getting 2 characters in spring. What the fuck? Wait, what the hell? Yasmin's August? Oh shit, they gave an actual like date. Wow, that's interesting. They gave a whole ass date. And then fall is Arjun, some wind guy or whatever. 2 characters in August, 2 characters in spring. Okay, we're not getting nothing in winter. Yeah, they're gonna drop her with spring with Revelation, and then I guess they're gonna do Bosch, and then at the next Summer Games Fest they're gonna show the next batch of characters, which will be in summer. Well, early summer. Okay, I guess that makes sense. It just sucks we're not getting no characters in winter. Not even early. Yeah, not late December, early winter. I mean early January. Nope. Okay, I'm happy Tifa's not last though. Dude, I wish the order was switched. Do we like move Tifa up? I guess you can't because they're trying to drop her with the game. And she's probably gonna have some like unique moves from the game. Fuck. I guess it makes sense. Damn, I gotta wait that long? Well, it's not that long, but technically it's a year. Technically it's a year from now, if you really think about it. Like a little bit less than a year, but like, you know what I mean. Damn. Okay, I mean, I guess. That fucking sucks, but I guess. What for Street Fighter 6? Whatever, it gives me time to play other shit. So August 3rd, we have Yasmin. She has a dagger or something like that. That's all we know. She's probably gonna be fast as fuck. Oh god, I wonder what she can do. He has purple. Psycho power. I don't think he's gonna be using psycho power, but I don't know. We don't know what he can do because he doesn't fight in the storm mode outside of when he had psycho karambit. It's like a moon karambit. It don't even look that sharp for real. Watch her damage be OD though. Yo, nerf Ingrid by the way. But and there's this guy puffing his damn chest. I don't know what the hell he's about to do. He's about to blow you and pull you and shit. I don't know what he's gonna be doing. I'm just gonna be cheesing. Now on sale? Damn, already? Damn. Okay. Why is he doing all that? What the fuck he's gonna be cooking? What's the next trailer we could look at? What else is really good from there? Mortal Shell. First Light trailer was short. What's the point of me looking at it? They didn't even show anything in it. All we knew is that he's better go on another mission. I think that's about it. Do you think I didn't look at it again? Ari again? I mean, I guess, but the Ari trailer wasn't really like, you know, they didn't show any gameplay or nothing, but we could look at it again. I should have known it was Ari the moment I saw that old lady's model. Because I'm usually like pretty good at recognizing the RE engine. Even right here, I can see it. This looks like RE9. I should have known. And then like, I mean, once we got to the buildings, I instantly knew. But you know, it was the first game up here. Did I miss Summer Games Fest? Yes, you did. I'm uploading the reactions to the second channel right now, though. I need to make a thumbnail, so I should actually like do that real quick instead of yapping.
Oui? Qui est-ce? So, you're the American who called earlier.
The American.
The sister of the man on the 3rd floor.
Sister of the man on the 3rd floor. Yo, what's up,
Welcome
Impulse? How you
to
doing?
Paris. It's so nice to meet you.
Next chapter.
It's freezing. Come in. Come in.
Where is it?
We don't want you to catch a cold.
Wait, didn't download.
I hate to say it, but your brother is, well, quite odd.
Odd?
In we go.
Odd is crazy. Veronica's model serving this trailer? I don't know shit about Veronica. Anything I knew, I forgot. I posted.
just made such a mess again.
I didn't post it.
Think, I just cleaned it up a week ago. It's like a boulder rolled through here. Huh?
Wait. Oh no, I did download.
Ah, the delightful biscuit.
Can I play with barely?
I'm sure
I don't remember none of that
notice
shit.
if we help
It's too old.
ourselves.
It's way too old.
Oh, I'm so sorry. It must be the maintenance man from this morning.
I've never played any RA except 7. Yo, you're missing out. Yo, play 2-4. Play 2-4-9, bro. You're missing out on some fun gameplay. Fuck the story. Because of the story. Play 2-4-9. 3-2? Bro, do the Leon games first. What the hell? Do the Leon games first. Come on now. Lock in. That was a great Summer Games for us. I'm happy about that. Banger on banger on banger. Damn, E3 this year is actually pretty good. I'm calling it E3 because I'm so used to calling it E3. But pretty good so far. Is Xbox gonna cook or they're gonna fucking fumble? I don't know. Those last few games were crazy. Blood Rain, Stellar Blade 2 Blood Rain, and then Wolf Among Us, and then the Ronin game, and then Street Fighter, and then FF. Holy shit. Save the bangers for last.
Don't move. Claire Redfield.
Don't move. Don't move, chat. Don't touch that mouse. It's your boy Badlands Chugs. Don't touch that mouse. You're watching Badlands Chugs. Don't touch that mouse. I just play this trailer twice. What else y'all want to look at while I edit? When I edit, while I make these thumbnails. Power was pretty good. Fucking Rayquaza. The fucking Rayquaza. Fun showcase. Are we getting Cage 4? I know for a fact we will see Persona. There's no way, on everybody's soul, there is no fucking way we don't see Persona at that showcase. There's absolutely no fucking way. Slow down? No. Ain't no way I don't see Persona at that Xbox showcase. It's been a year. It's been a whole ass year. I'll see you guys on Sunday. And I'll see you guys the day after because no one's going anywhere. We will be seeing Persona. You sold your soul for a Persona trailer? No, not my soul. I'm in good hands. You guys aren't. What did they reveal? That is such like a loaded question. Like they revealed fucking games, bro. Like I don't know. They revealed a shitload of games, a ton of different games, bro. I don't know what you're interested in, what you're not interested in, so I can't even answer that. They revealed tons of great games, bro. Tons of games, bro. That's what they did. Anyways, what is this? Ion. What is this? What was that game? Wait, let me see that witch game again. This witch game was freaky. Kingdom Hearts? Okay, I can't promise that.
I was born
wait.
to be the collector.
wait.
To protect a world
I cannot be a part of. Destined to be
No,
feared for what
that
I
might be a
am.
little pushing it.
It is my fate.
No, Infamous? Yeah. Sag.
I have devoted my life to facing them. Those granted the power to raise souls. Those corrupted by their gifts. Tilting the ancient balance toward cataclysm. But at last, their debt is due.
This shit won't fit in the damn
Every
thumbnail.
choice,
It's year
every
4
breath
photo.
has led me to this moment. As the moon bears witness,
Oh, time to crop.
I take the first step.
Time to do some cropping.
My time.
What game am I looking at?
I am ready.
Give me a second. Well, it's right there. I'd say give it a second, but I said give me a second. Whoops. You look at a witch game.
Some guys leave it to luck. Let it ride on a roll of the dice. Not me.
I want to see that Tekken trailer again. Shit, you shouldn't have brought up Tekken. I don't want to look at that Tekken trailer again. That shit was sick. What the fuck is the Tekken trailer again? Marvel Tekken.
Prepare to face the supreme
What, Carnage
master of
though?
the pugilistic art. The
Dude does a
of Get
backflip kick while turning his leg into a fucking scythe and dunks on your ass. Is that not hard?
Actions are worth more than any
This is the Universal Champion.
Greatest action
I still don't know who the fuck this is, but you guys... someone got mad at me in the comments for not knowing who that is. I was like, bro, what? That is not a real character.
Never fought to. Let me show you why you should need Tekken.
How are you mad at me for that?
Your works are mere trinkets.
Is that even a real character?
It's endless.
I couldn't tell if he was rage baiting or not.
You made promises, doom.
Dude, Deadass is an OC. Like, no way.
This violence will solve nothing.
Like, this has gotta be rage
My
bait.
dearest Aurora, mutant kind shall rise, and I will be the one to lead the way.
I'm almost done. One more thumbnail. I gotta make that FF7 thumbnail. Oh, and Stellar Blade. I'll do the rest later. I gotta make shorts as well. Fuck. But I'm gonna do the shorts after the stream. I need to make some shorts about me reacting to the... I'll do a short about me reacting to Street Fighter. FF. I want to do Stellar Blade too, but... we'll see.
Moment has come. Attack! No mercy.
Let me do it. I'll slice you up.
The Universal Champion. Yo, my short reacting to Tekken did really good. I did a short reacting to the Tekken characters.
Destroy them. Feel my
Some people were like, do you even play fighting games? I'm like, bruh.
Okay.
Okay. I've been on Rivals for this long. I ain't been on Rivals for that long, bro. Y'all tripping. Y'all gassing it. I ain't been on Rivals for that long. Is it in HD yet?
1,000 years ago,
720p? Oh,
a
hell
family
no.
of hunters wrought havoc upon
Who the fuck is
mankind,
this?
casting us into oblivion.
That game looks so cooked. I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. W. So what is Max doing? Oh, he's looking at the fucking thingy. You guys can watch Max. Give me a second. What happened with Tekken? What happened with Tekken? Nothing happened with Tekken. I still don't know if this Virtual Fighter trailer is a game or like it's the story mode of the game. Brown dust? Oh, yeah, you're a gooner.
This is so Shenmue, dude.
Fuck with the Chinese mafia? Chad, would you fuck with the Chinese mafia?
Whoa, dude. Holy crap.
What if it was Yakuza or Judgment or something? They was trying to take your girl away.
Virtual F word.
You're an arranged marriage. Would you still fuck with the Chinese mafia? Yeah, what if this was Judgment, which Judgment is it? No. What if this was Like a Dragon? What if this was Yakuza 7? Let them take her. Oh wow.
You play the part of
This is so cool.
They can have her? That's crazy.
you are lacking in kung fu.
This is so cool.
Wait, what is this short from Shine? What is this? What is Shine Pose? What is this?
3 years since Street Fighter 6 was released in June 2023. What's ahead? This is Street Fighter 6 Year 4.
The fact that they saved Street Fighter for last is insane.
Hold on. We're locked in. We're locked in. We're locked in. Hold on. We're locked in. We're locked in.
Exactly.
Wait. Oh, it bugged out. No. It fucking bugged out. Wait. I gotta pull up his VOD. I gotta pull up his VOD. Hold on. Is he still alive? Oh, he's not alive. Hold on. I got it. Whoops. There we go. I wonder if he's gonna play any of these characters. Should ask him. Shine, you here?
Same universe as Stellar Blade, this next chapter continues the story beyond the events of the first game, introducing a new protagonist who you saw almost before.
Entering year 4, but I can sense that we already have new challengers on the
Bro was
horizon.
falling asleep.
It was Hope. Who the fuck is this?
Who the fuck is this? It's
Yasmin?
the same shit I said. Who the fuck is this?
Who the fuck is this?
I like how everyone's reaction is the same. Who the fuck are you?
Oh damn! All right, they added him to the game. All right, that's neat. That's a nice addition. Are these all just new characters?
Fascinating.
Everyone has the same reaction. Who the
It's
fuck
only
are
3.
you?
One part of the leak was real, and it was the one part.
One part of the leak was real, and it was the most important part.
One part of the leak was correct.
That is the most important part. That's
I'm not
so
sure how to feel
hilarious.
about this, but I guess that's hype.
Please welcome to the
That is
SPF
fucking
stage,
hilarious, bro.
Nakayama-san, director of Street Fighter 6, and Hamaguchi-san, director of Square Enix.
Only one
Fuck
part
yeah,
of the
I'm
leak
down.
is real.
Whatever, man. Tifa? I'm down. Sure, why not?
We will be playing Tifa.
I can't pick and choose. I can't be too picky, right?
Shit.
That's the best we're gonna get.
I'm picky. Hold on.
I'm just glad it's not the list that they showed, but damn.
Yeah, I'm kind of
3
glad
new
it isn't either.
characters.
I'm I'm super glad, chat, because
I've
I
had
don't
drinks
want to
with
fight
that
Vega.
guy.
You don't want to fight Vega. I promise you guys. That
Him and
character is so
and
annoying.
Machu Hayer.
He just jumps off the walls and just fucking goes crazy on you. And Vega would not have been hyped. That dude's a fucking annoying, bro.
Tifa is a character loved by the players.
Yeah, all these
around the
characters
world.
except for Bosch and
That's
Tifa are
exactly
pretty
why
new.
our
So
goal
like the
was
other
this,
2 are pretty new.
to bring to life
I don't know who
Tifa,
the other 2
who
are,
truly
but
fights
Bosch
within the world
Bosch
of
being
Street
added to
Fighter
the game is actually pretty cool, I think.
I don't know about y'all, but I'm hyped. I'm kind of sad though. I want to see Cyclops. Oh, is this the direct? Is that what he's watching? I think he's watching the direct. Alright, I am done with the thumbnails. I think I'm ready to play some games. I don't know what game we're gonna play first though. Hold on. Put this FF thumbnail in and publish this video. Oh shit, wait. I didn't do a Stellar Blade thumbnail, my bad.
It's like spiritual Kowloon, you know?
But the state of play reaction should be up now. Is it HD? I didn't post it. Oh my god, it's still 720p. Getting trolled. Give me a second. I gotta wait. I can't publish it yet. I'm not fucking publishing it at 720p. That's dead. We shall wait. I'll get Bosch and Tifa, but I don't know about the first two. I mean, we don't know what they do, so like.
That was what they showed before. The dude walking down the street.
Yeah, I'll just upload the Street Fighter 4, I mean 6 year 4 trailer. That one's HD already.
There are a lot of places to visit and side quests to take on. The best parts of an action-adventure game that come to mind when you think of the genre, but done in a way that you've never quite seen before.
Yo,
calling this
Ditro guy, let's put a 37. Yo, let me unmute Alex. Yeah, I appreciate all the subs and follows during that state of play. Obviously, I missed a lot, but Impulse, Ditro guy, Hollow, Dean, Asta,
single-player focus was like probably one of the number one things.
Kome.
Oh, please, just let me see this.
Thank you guys for the follows or subs. Oh, Mo and Venny.
Story mode fighting.
Z-Star? Yeah, Z-Star. Gods of Flame, JCA, JJ, Kit Nexus. Thank you guys. Oh, Volcano. Thank you guys for all the subs and follows.
Fucking cool.
Appreciate it, guys. Cancelled? What the fuck?
I need to play more Final Fantasy.
Okay, so
scenario battles alongside a variety of other battle modes. Up until now, Virtua Fighter's core has been one-on-one.
Did I spell Revelation wrong?
What about what would happen if we expanded this into multi-opponent battles?
Okay, no, I didn't. I'm about to say. I thought I spelled Revelation wrong. That would have been very awkward.
Dude, it looks so crazy.
I'm about to die, so I have to go. Alright, see you, dude. Wait, so y'all want to play Tekken? We can play Tekken. I'm down for Tekken.
There's even more unrealism.
I'm down for Tekken. Sure, let me finish this. Enjoy a modless chat for 5 minutes. Oh, there's mods here. Shit, we do need a new mod, actually. When was the last time I got a new mod? Oh, I guess the price should be
centered on 4 main
he does
characters.
predicts. That's the prediction mod. And a new mod. Do we actually? Do we? Do you think Espar, do we? Power you people. With a name like that, you would never be a mod. With a name like that, never. You can never be a mod with a name like that.
Cross up? What the hell? Akira's over there.
Ranked. Do I get paid? What the? Paid?
バーチャルファイターにアキラっていう主人公キャラクターがいたんですけども、やっぱり新しい
100k more and I can buy that sub.
その顔になってほしい。
100k more. How much is the sub price? I should add some zeros.
Treating the VF characters like they're old legends is mad cool. They did a similar thing in Street Fighter as well.
実際に彼が好きなものだったりとか、彼のこう生い立ちに関わるものだったりとか、育ってきた環境だったり、でその人生の設定っていうのが、どこまでこう実際にゲームの中で表現するかっていうのを
Stellar Blade 2.
僕らの中でも決めていて、それを
Damn. They're actually making a Stellar Blade 2.
シエルの衣装だったりとか、そういったところにこう反映している感じです。
People are saying it looks nothing like the first game. I disagree. It definitely does. I recognized it instantly.
Dude,
what?
facial animations. Oh my god.
I didn't even beat the game and I recognized it was Stellar Blade. What? How does it not look like the first game? I don't know how you can say that. That shit looks like the first game to me. Before I even saw gameplay, I knew it was Stellar Blade. What the fuck? Yeah, it's been 2 years. I didn't even beat the game and I knew it was Stellar Blade. What the fuck? It doesn't look like the first game. That's cap.
Full version?
These fellas are capping. That definitely looked like Stellar Blade.
Big version?
Beulah Fight Fest. BFF. The Virtual Fighter Fest or something? I saw the buns and instantly knew. Yeah, alright, buddy.
Oh my god. This shit is incredible.
The game looks sick.
Oh my god, this shit
Oh, that
is
shit
incredible.
is sick. Shit on the walls?
I can't even believe what I'm looking at.
Apparently Virtual Fighter is back. Crossroads. That's pretty cool.
This shit is incredible. Cinema.
You gotta get this paper.
I'm so hungry right now.
It's cool that a lot of games are doing like the hip hop fighting style.
Sorry, I'm late. Are we talking about
It just fits so well.
Unfortunately.
Oh my god, my Summer Games Fest got copyrighted.
Hey.
Black and yellow Wiz Khalifa. Okay.
You and me? A lot of money, man.
Okay, that's to be expected, I suppose.
Hey, Yellow.
You know what it is.
Zia. What's
I'm
with the
publishing it.
uniform?
Alright, Summer Games Showcase is out. I am not putting timestamps. Someone asked me that last time.
Movie opening, dude.
Same as usual?
Summer Games Fest reaction is
This
up.
is such an opening to like an old kung fu
Your
flick.
sister's really taking this whole job thing seriously, huh, Divina?
I know. I'm so proud of her.
Isn't she a little young to be working?
We didn't grow up here. It's
Boom.
I don't want her to end up like me.
The individual reactions will be uploaded as well. Like the Tifa one's already out.
No.
Well,
I'm the
FF's.
best pickpocket
Wait,
in
no. Well,
Villa's
Street Fighter
Apara.
6 one's out.
Did I remember to ask for no barbecue pork?
What do you have against barbecue pork?
There's no more barbecue.
He had a pet pig and never got over it.
Bro.
I'll eat your barbecue pork.
No, you won't. You're on a diet.
I am not on a diet.
Hey, man, I support you. It's all you. Eat for the moment! Oh, hey, that's a bit from, what's his name? T-Bone.
Alright, there we go. We're done.
What's up, Sapara?
Wait, no, we're not done.
You know what I'm saying?
Wiz Khalifa and Hitman? Yeah, I saw that. Wait, what? No, that wasn't Wiz Khalifa. That was oh shit, that was Wiz Khalifa. Yeah, wait, I forgot about that. Why is Hitman fighting Wiz Khalifa again?
One's own self.
What is the reason for that?
He wrote the one about the guy who becomes a fly, right?
That shit is so random.
Old horror flick. Kafka wrote about cockroaches.
Seriously? Do you Americans even go to school?
Hey,
Do you Americans go to school is crazy.
Vencero morir, baby. Oh, hey.
I feel like non-Americans make fun of Americans all the damn time, but usually they're justified, so. Hey.
Bro, you heard that from me.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
Oh, wait. Yeah, I did.
Yeah, you did.
Here you go.
Gracias.
Food mechanics?
Well, speaking of that clown.
And for
Anything for
reacts.
his re-election campaign.
Stellar. What? Stellar. Blade 2 reveal. You have a Discord? Business inquiries. Doesn't work. I mean, what do you mean it doesn't work well? What do you mean the business email doesn't work well? I mean, you can't DM me on Discord. My DMs are closed. It's either you do business email or that's it. Whatever you're asking is probably just a no. If your email got ignored, it's probably just a no. And also, like, I'm not the one that I don't look at my business email. It's my talent agency that does that. I can't look at it. Well, I mean, I do, but like, I don't know how to describe it. I don't handle that stuff. I'll run it. I'll run it, man. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Whatever you're doing isn't probably worth value, or not of value, isn't worth it. Or I can't help you. I don't know how to describe it. Like, I don't know how to answer your damn question, but if the business email didn't work, then it's probably just a no. Motion. It's not motion, bro. It's not motion.
There you are.
For sure they found you and
When does this movie hit theaters?
Okay.
This shit is looking like a movie. What the fuck?
Private.
What is this? Is this really just the story mode of the game? Let me increase the volume.
What the hell?
This shit is like a whole ass kung fu film.
Did they follow you?
I think I lost them.
What do we do now?
Maybe we should get out of town until this all blows over.
That is 10 or 14. Oh, it works now finally.
Mafia.
Story looking better than Street Fighter. Oh shit. This is the Virtual Fighter Direct or presentation or whatever.
Oh, he's dumb as hell.
It's actually quite interesting, though.
This is also so Shenmue, it's crazy.
I don't even know where he's watching this. I'm pretty sure it's on YouTube. I don't know.
How did they find us so fast? Davina, do you know how to hotwire a car? Davina.
What? You watch way too many freaking movies. Way too many freaking movies.
Hey, you guys hungry? I recommend the Kung Pao. Ah!
The Kung Pao chicken. You guys hungry?
No! Is the gameplay not ready yet? No!
Bro, why keep fucking cutting the gameplay? See,
Come
this
on.
is why I keep saying I don't know if this is story or if this is like the game or not. Because they keep cutting the damn gameplay.
I'm the one you want. Just let her go.
That is evil.
On your knees.
All right.
On knees is crazy.
Gameplay skipped.
Please. He made a mistake. That's all it was.
Kill them all!
What the fuck? Oh shit. Damn. She caught the... Okay.
Okay, this is mad cool. This is mad cool.
Okay. Excuse me.
That's your
Madam Sue? You play the part of a fighter, but you are lacking in kung fu.
Damn.
Rise over the cries, city of blood.
That's Pai Chan.
Survivor.
Who's Pai Chan?
What?
Rolling like
What?
Once you're inside, there's
Don't need to sell me anymore on the story mode, dude.
Is she single?
You don't need
What?
to. I'm just ready to see gameplay now.
They are
You
not
know,
showing gameplay.
just ready.
Them Sue Fighter shit. Anything but gameplay, bro. Show some gameplay. Narrative. Is this Stellar Blade thing? It is Stellar Blade.
We're not done.
Alright. I think I'm done now.
まあ僕が考えるリアリティラインっていうのをまあ設定するっていう作業は
Yeah, they're just gonna yap. They're not gonna show any
設定
gameplay.
を考えるのもやっぱり
I'm done watching this.
1年ぐらいかかって
Alright, Stellar Blade video is going up in the next 10 minutes.
目的で戦っていくのっていうところはまあかなり時間
Alright, y'all said you want Tekken, right? Whew, we can do some Tekken. Okay. The controller up. Escape the Rivals Genjutsu? You silly if you think we're not playing Rivals with stream first off. Well, you want Overwatch? You want Overwatch again? Is that what you want? Yes? You're not getting it. Homer's not here to save you. All there is Rivals. That's all that's left. I'm hungry as shit, actually. Wait, maybe I should. I'm eating first. Actually, we're not playing games yet. I'm hungry. I'm hungry. I didn't eat. Grab a quick snack or something. Yeah, just keep looking at the... Oh, wait, they are showing gameplay! What?
They start fighting.
Oh nah, bro. Never mind. Moveset, MMA, national. Wait, what the fuck? Hold on. Stella, kickboxing.
Holy shit.
Wait, what? That's gameplay.
3 buttons.
I thought they were gonna show gameplay. They are showing gameplay.
Pick up and play the game with simple, intuitive controls.
Motion controls
so
or
we
what?
Kept that.
So we kept
We're
that.
also polishing it up.
So it's gonna be like Tekken, I guess.
People feel like we started over.
Be right back. I'm hungry as shit.
Feel like we started over from scratch? Really? What would happen if we let realism guide us? For example, take the traditional Virtua Fighter blocking. While observing it, you might think what real martial arts master would do it that way. Depending on what you're blocking, you could do something like this. Dude, it's all happening. Defense is gonna look cool.
技が多かったりするのにも複雑さ、その奥深さっていうものを合わせ持たなきゃいけない。で、さっきの簡単な操作で遊べるっていうところでもう一度見直すっていう話と、相反するように聞こえるかもしれないんですけど、それは両立させなきゃいけないし、両立できるようにというふうに思ってます。
Think about what you need and what you don't. In making these decisions, we try to make our systems more widely accessible. However, on the other hand, you need depth. It's essential for replayability. I believe there are 3 main factors to getting better at the game. One is technique, how accurately you are at entering moves, reaction speed, and knowledge. A lot about combos. You can increase the damage you deal. You give yourself advantage over your opponent. Read the opponent is the last one. If you do this move, then the opponent's going to do this, that kind of thing. Virtua Fighter excels in the balance of those 3 factors. I wanted to make the most of them in Crossroads. I want more gameplay. I just want a full match. Holy shit, dude.
僕たちは新しい体験をプレイヤーの皆さんに与えなきゃいけないっていうことで、なんかお決まりのものではなくて、新しいアイディアとか新しいトライとかに取り組んでるんですけど、本当に大変で、ようやくなんか
Was that a Kage tease?
形になってきたかなっていうのが今の感じです。まあ開発で順調だってことってなくて。 新しいものを作るのってすごい大変なんですけど、
Damn, she has up back K.
いいものを皆さんに届けるんだって
Still there. Even the realism goes a little far.
私にとっても本当にバーチャファイターっていうのはレジェンドタイトルですし、私も含めデザイン全員開発スタッフ一同、持てる知識と経験を全てつぎ込んだ、作品にしていこうと思っています。
And the veterans alike will enjoy it. Everyone to be able to play this and think, this is the revolution of Virtua Fighter. Isn't a remake or a nostalgia grab. It's completely reborn VF. It's for people who have never played the series before, existing fans, people who only play single-player games too. It will be a new experience for everyone who plays it.
ようやくゲームの全貌を皆さんにお見せすることができたかなと思いますので、期待してもらえればなと思います。
Wow. Virtua Quest in your Virtua Fighter, you know? They got the assignment. They certainly did, dude. Just being able to play out like a kung fu epic, you know? Like a martial arts epic is so cool. That's such a good idea. Jesus, man. All right. Yep, I just want to... I can't wait to see more gameplay. I cannot wait. I can't wait to see more gameplay. Holy shit, dude. I just want to see more gameplay eventually. That was a wonderful presentation, bro. Hold on, I got so many emails. Wait, hold on. Wait. I have to gather stuff, chat. There is Virtua Fighter stuff. Let me see if I can grab any of this. Yeah, hold on. I just got a link to VF stuff. Let me see what's in here. Hold up. Have someone get me food? I might. I legit might. Trailer. That I already saw. There's new screens. Hold up. 1 second, chat. We eating good today, brother? Too many things. This is like E3 shit. It's too much. It's too much. It's just too much. Let me extract these screenshots. That this is over. Yeah, hold up. We have Virtua Fighter Crossroads screenshots. Jesus, dude. Fidelity. Direct screens. Is that a strip club? Damn. Wow. The direct screenshots from the game look bonkers. Funny. Who's the Bakunawa killer? Whoa. Wow, look at this character select screen. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 characters? Dude. So, wow, this is so sick. This is so sick. Can we play this today? No, it was just practically announced. Practically just announced. Holy shit, man. Went into my Pragmata folder. Sorry. Luna Filament. They had the same name of the folder. Let me see if there's anything else I can grab from PR side. Yeah, let me check on the Square Enix PR so I can possibly get all the latest trailers. Yeah. Here we go. Hold up. There's a bunch of screenshots. Brother. Screenshots 1, screenshots 2. Do we have the trailer? Jesus, dude. What do you think of the graphic presentation for Virtua Fighter? I think it looks awesome. It looks better than the Yakuza games, in my opinion. Like, I think it looks wonderful. Need to download these. Do we have the high quality versions of the trailer? Let me download all these right now. I'm getting a ton of high resolution screenshots from a ton of high resolution screenshots from the Square PR site. Hold on a second. Yeah, we crossed 100,000 viewers during the reveal of all this shit, dude. I don't believe it. Rewatch the FF7 Rev gameplay video. They have a battle version of the North Cave playing. Bruh. Don't tell me that. Don't tell me that. Chat, if you have questions for Hamaguchi and I can like field some questions, if there's good ones, go to Twitter and send them to me. Do it. Like, I need a place where I can possibly grab a few. I'm gonna go through. I'll grab some if I get an opportunity to do so. I'd like for there to be a cool moment where you guys can also submit questions and shit. So he's gonna be here like within the hour or something like that. So you guys have like an hour, less than an hour. Megs. Final Fantasy VII stuff. Here we go. Yeah, let me just tweet this really fast.
What? I'm about to play Tekken? Yeah, I'm about to play Tekken. I was getting
Jesus
food.
Christ, Twitter. Chat, what is Hamaguchi's Twitter?
Zam.
Christ. Does anybody know? NHA. Thank
you. Damn. Zam. Open up my Tekken. Well, I'm gonna eat first, but I guess I'll open afterwards. Which we got? Wii is crazy. Hold on. Some chicken Alfredo. Wii is crazy. Yo, that Zach artwork is sick. Yo, my fucking camera thingy is way. Us. Son. There's a fucking Cuphead 2 in development. I forgot about that. They showed a Cuphead 2. Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. Well, they announced the Cuphead 2 is coming. Oh, fuck no. There's a Cuphead 2 and then there's the Mighty Adventures game. They announced 2 different games. Oh, hell no.
Locked in from the day you enroll until you graduate.
Why am I seeing ads?
Always know what to expect.
I'm on the wrong YouTube channel. That's why. My main channel has a premium. I don't pay for it though, so I don't know how I even have it, but I just never questioned it. I think YouTubers get it for free or some shit. I don't
Here
fucking
at
know.
Studio MDHR headquarters, and today we have a special announcement for all of you.
We got watermarked the fucking video. That's not even his.
On a brand new,
Christ.
hand-animated Cuphead video game. Our talented team is hard at work on this ambitious project, which will take Cuphead and friends on a fresh,
There's no date,
exciting
right?
adventure. It's still in early stages,
Yeah.
but we look forward to revealing more when the time is right. Well, from all of us here at Studio MDHR,
You
thank
will
you
be
for...
playing it? Bro, that shit was
I didn't
so...
know this was plugged in.
Dude, Elias said she had like really bad latency. I guess the remote plays ass, so we're gonna use Parsec next time. Because she had bad input latency. But it wasn't that bad, but she said it was noticeable. Which, in a game like this, that's not good. That's not good. So we're gonna do Parsec next time. Dude, what other games have they made? Oh, that's it? They don't have any other games? It's a new studio? Oh my god.
Hello? Yes? Oh, indeed. Oh, you want me to tell them? Yes, I'll tell them. Yes, right now. Well, it seems I have one more surprise. A small team within our studio has been working in secret on something completely
Oh, it was a small
different.
team.
This new project is a love letter to the era that brought us into the world of video games. We have prepared a sneak peek, and I'd say it's pretty radical. Over here? Ahem. Pretty radical.
Let's roll the clip.
Now in development at Studio MDHR.
Cuphead Adventures.
It's
I gotta change
Mighty
the game
Cuphead
title. The stream
Adventure.
title. I'm put on just chatting for a little
action
bit.
platform shooter
So I'm
with
done eating.
arcade quality graphics and amazing sound. Mighty Cuphead Adventure.
Only from Studio MDHR.
Was it 4-player? The game took a long time to make. I mean, with the bullshit they threw at us yesterday, I'd imagine. The game is cool. It's definitely unique. But holy fuck, is it a nightmare? Holy fuck, is it a nightmare though? I'll tell you that. Anyways, I want to look at the Kunimitsu guide. Wait, since we're about to play Kunimitsu. I think Fee uploaded one. Why is it 40 minutes long? Fee!
What's up, you guys?
Oh, okay. I was about to say there's timestamps, and he put matches in the video. Okay, I was about to say it's actually 12 minutes. Okay, that's not bad.
And Kunimitsu
I was about to
turning
say
out to be a very popular character for both newcomers and returning Tekken players alike. So I wanted to put together a quick start guide targeted for people who may be coming back after dropping off in Season 1 or Season 2, or somebody who hasn't played Tekken in general in a long time. And I'll do it structured in the way that I think is a really nice.
They hand draw the game too. Yeah, that's only the first game.
Way to learn characters.
The second game is gonna be hand drawn as well. That's why they said they have a new hand drawn game coming
as quickly as possible. So the roadmap for that is below. We're gonna go a bit more in depth too, with some combos and easy combo options that are pretty consistent. The goal is to get to playing this character as quickly as possible.
His chat says 7th try intro.
Some quick stance info. And then I have some more information to go further.
See, this is why I don't record videos on stream.
Side steps, key punishes for most situations,
y'all gonna expose
and then
me.
how to apply some of her heat moves once you're more comfortable. After we run through this character, I'm going to actually play some matches as well, so you can see these notes in action. So first, the learning roadmap. I recommend learning 1 to 3 combos. They're the usual bread and butter combo options that you'll do off your normal launchers, how to wall carry to the wall, and then how to end with the wall. I actually don't do many open stage combos because the majority of stages in this game have walls. So I think it's good to get used to those. Also, there are your instant tornado launchers, which are the same combos you'll usually do off of low parries. So these will be a bit different. You can do your usual bread and butters, but they won't work as well. So I like to give these options. And then finally, I give counter hit launchers or unique standing launchers, right? So the usual bread and butters can be inconsistent on moves that launch from standing like this. This isn't a counter hit launcher, but it's one of those examples. Similar off of her counter hit back turn 2.
Why do you make her blonde? After Fee is obsessed with blondies. If you didn't know.
There's basic punishment to learn.
Why do you play
I like
Nina?
to just stick with 10 frame punishes and 15 frame punishes. For crouching punishes, your fastest one, that's also pretty decent, is while standing 1-1. And if that doesn't work, like it's too slow, then you know what to do while standing 4. And then obviously learning the launch one from crouch as well, which is while standing 4. And if that doesn't work, like it's too slow, then you know what to do while standing 4. For crouching punishes, your fastest one, that's also pretty decent, is while standing 1-1. And if that doesn't work, like it's too slow, then you know what to do while standing 4.
I usually do.
And then obviously learning the launch one from crouch as well, which is while standing 3. For Kunimitsu, I have a bit of an exception with her 14 frame punishment. This is so good to learn at all levels of play that I recommend trying it out early. Forward, down, down, forward 2, a dragon punch input. If you're familiar with Street Fighter. This is a bufferable input that you can do out of block stun, and it's one of her best punishes. So I show this early just so you have an idea of our trajectory. Finally, I'll show you again the key moves, basic stance moves, and then I recommend fighting a lot, right? If you're not comfortable hopping into ranked right away, you can quick match people, you can find a training partner, or you can fight
I'm not gonna
CPU.
lie.
This is actually...
I think quick match is actually ass, if you're new. That shit is cooked. You'll fight like some demons in quick match. I lose like almost every match I play a new character in quick match compared to ranked.
A really
Maybe
nice
that's just me, I don't know.
for getting comfortable in combat situations without having the pressure of full-on PvP.
I
actually know pro players who warm up against the CPU or play arcade mode. Ghost Battle is
do the other
also
ones
decent too. But this is a great way to put yourself in combat situations that are less pressure than full PvP, but more pressure than just open practice mode. Highly recommend it. And then finally, once you're past all this, watch a bunch of pros and keep exploring the move list. This is a really important way to continue your growth on the characters, to get new ideas
and quick play.
other people playing your character. All right, let's turn off the computer mode. We already did turn off the computer mode and get to the basics of this character. Kunimitsu. This combo I'm showing you is far from optimal, but it's close to her bread and butter and will help you build good muscle memory. Okay, so after your first launch, we do forward 3+4, which puts you in back turn. From the back turn stance,
turn 4, right?
You hit 4.
Yep.
And you can go into set stance by holding forward. Right? Set 4, hold 4, or back turn 4, hold forward. Okay, so the combo will look like this. Launcher, forward 3+4, back turn 4, set 1, 2, 1. Then you tornado, and from there, we go into wall carry options, right? Again, I like teaching wall carry options because almost every stage has walls.
I keep forgetting her wall
How
carry
our launch
options.
is going to look, forward 3+4, back turn 4, set 1, 2, 1. Now wall carry with up 3. Now we're at the wall. From there, we'll go into our wall ender, which is a pretty basic one that's going to apply at all levels. Jab. Oh my, I have to actually get to the wall. Hold on. Trick here is you want to extend that dash as long as possible. There we go. Jab, down forward 1. Extend that dash as long as possible. There we go. Jab, down forward 1, and then the down 2 string. The actual input is down 2, 1, 2, 1+2, but I just hit down 2 and just spam the 1+2 bind. If you see my input history, that gives you the full string, so that's all you need to do. Okay? And then you can wall carry with up forward 3, or after your tornado, you can wall carry with forward 3+4. It goes a bit farther, but as you can see, you'll be in back turn, so you'll have to run forward to get to the wall again. Hey, that's your basic combo. Your low parry combo or your instant tornado combo is going to start
Only thing
with
is that
3+4 for strong aerial tail spin. This is CD2.
You're getting a lot of one-and-dones.
Then you go into a very similar combo as before.
We're Armor King.
The only difference with this combo, basically, is the 3+4 at the beginning. The rest should look pretty similar. And as you can see, you get nice wall carry, can even do your wall combo if you're close enough. All
Which ender is this one?
Last detail here. If you get your wall combo, the rest should look pretty similar. And as you can see, you get nice wall carry at the beginning. The rest should look pretty similar. And as you can see, you get the very similar combo as before. The only difference with this combo, basically, is the 3+4 at the beginning. The rest should look pretty similar. And as you can see, you get nice wall carry, can even do your wall combo if you're close enough. All right? Last detail here. If you get a wall splat, you need an instant wall tornado, okay? What we do for this, we have a few options. I've written down 2 of them. There's a lot more Kunimitsu can do. Wall splat, up 1 is one of the most fun ones. You get that nice little animation, tornado, and it's pretty consistent at different wall angles. Other options a bit eeasier, forward 2.
Forward 2 into forward
Finally,
2.
you can also do down forward 1, 3. I haven't written it down, but that's another key option. One thing that is available, 1, 3. I haven't written it down, but that's another key option.
The hell?
One thing that is available, but I don't recommend, is QCF 1+2, because depending on the spacing, it can get really inconsistent and not give you a full wall splat. The recommendations I've written below will be consistent, will get you set up for future learning, and will help you build the muscle memory you need, specifically doing forward 3+4 out of a lot of these. Because after, for example, back turn 1+2, this is a really consistent option. If you try to do the hop knees, it will work, but sometimes it's inconsistent, especially if you're a bit late. So hopefully that helps. Let's get into the key moves.
I for 4 hours.
I'm showing you the panic options first, because Tekken 8 is such an offensive game. Kunimitsu.
I'm pausing this. I'm putting this food away, and then I'll finish this part, and let's play. Let's play. I'm gonna play some Tekken. We're back. No. I choose death. Invincible is so good. I choose death. Want some Street Fighter? Y'all want Street Fighter? Do y'all want Street Fighter there or Tekken? You gotta pick one, bro. I'm fine with either, but y'all gotta pick one. I'm saying I want some Street Fighter.
Kunimitsu is not forcing a lot of stance pressure all the time, so you will be on the defensive end of things. This is her armor move, down 3+4.
Overload my brain.
I think it's classified as a weapon because of the magic
Tekken,
properties.
Street,
it's a mid,
Tekken.
and it's -13
That
on
might
block.
be just a
So
pull.
fantastic properties for a power crush. Her down jab is down back one. It's not down one.
I low-key
because this is
do
a
feel
separate
like playing
button.
Street Fighter more right now.
And then I wrote G clef.
I don't play
here. What that
Kunimitsu.
is a counter hit jab string. So if somebody's on top of you, want to get them off of you,
Fine, I'll pull.
1, 2, 4 is your go-to. Now it's so if somebody's on top of you, want to get them off of you, 1, 2, 4 is your go-to. Now it's unsafe. It's -14. So at high level, you'll want to confirm that you actually hit a counter hit 1.
Oh, it's like 1-1.
And then hit the 4
It's
as
like a
late as you
flash
can.
punch.
Otherwise, you'll be -14. Okay? These are your kind of go-to panic buttons, but early on, people won't be punishing it. So there you go. Key mids, okay? Kunimitsu has a lot of really good mids. Down forward 1 is fantastic. It has a counter hit extension string. Down forward 1, 2, 2. You can delay this, the first 2 hits, and it will still be guaranteed on counter hit. But some characters can launch it if they block it, so be careful. Safe mids you can try, though. Forward 1 +2. This move is crazy. Safe on block, -6.
What the fuck is that?
Forward 1. Some characters can launch it if they block it.
I didn't even know that was
be careful.
safe.
Safe mids you can try, though. Forward 1 +2. This move is crazy. Safe on block, -6 on.
Ooh, that's really good.
Block. Tracks
It's a
to
heat
the weak
engager,
side
too.
and heat engages. And if you're already in heat, it's a heat dash launcher. So you can go straight into your combo that we just practiced like 50 times.
This is the perfect pair
Fucking
for your icon.
ads. Yo. Hold on, I'm switching YouTube channels. We're getting fucking Gerald. I'm locked in and I'm getting a fucking ad.
What's up, you guys? On counter hit, but straight
That's
into
how
your
it feels to watch ads on Twitch?
combo that we just practiced like 50 times. Down 1 is pretty nice. Puts your opponent in crouch, and on block you're plus, and you can frame trap with while standing 2. If you don't.
Wait, down 1 is plus?
And on block you're plus. 1 is pretty nice. Puts your opponent in crouch, and on block you're plus. 1 is pretty nice. Go straight into your combo that we just practiced like 50 times. Down 1 is pretty nice.
I know it's plus.
Puts your opponent in
Plus
crouch,
6.
and on
One hit.
block you're plus, and you can frame trap with while standing 2. If you don't know about frame traps, I got a guide on that. While standing 2 frame traps or while standing 4, and if they're respecting it, you can use the best low in Tekken 8, which is full crouch down 1 +2. Speaking of full crouch down 1 +2, since you can read the other mids that are available here, let's talk about this right away. This move is so good. You're +5,
back
and
turn.
you get put into a stance, an offensive stance, back turn. This becomes fully tracking from back turn. This is back turn 1 +2.
That's -2.
And
Yo, that
the
shit is
lows become
crazy.
tracking. This is back turn down 4 and back turn down 2. Now, why this is good? Take a look at this. 4 and back. And the lows become tracking. This is back turn down 4 and back turn down
Second
2.
one,
Now, why this is good? Take a look at this. Because back turn down 4 loops you into crouch again. Meaning, you can loop this offense over and over. And even if this is blocked, it's only -12. Most characters can't hurt you significantly for blocking this and punishing it. So, fantastic low, debatably the best in the game because it's so safe, because it's a weapon, so it's not low parryable, and it leads to mix-ups.
Oh yeah, that is a
Insanely
thing in this
good low.
game. You
should get
can't
used to
low
doing
parry
it.
weapons.
Tip of the trade.
I forgot
Yeah,
about
add
that.
to the
I
lows
haven't
here.
heard about that since like the start of when I played this game. You can't low parry like
to doing
weapons.
this as fast as possible, right? And if you do it fast enough, it almost completely hides. It almost completely hides the full crouch animation. It even can be done out of Korean backdash, right? Super tricky option here. It takes a bit of practice. I should also highlight
what's the practice?
this other move option here. It takes a bit of backdash, right? Super tricky option here. It takes a bit of practice. I should also highlight this other move, back 1 +2. All right, we're going back to the mids real quick because I just want to cover the rest of my bases.
This move was really good as well.
QCF 1 +2, huge range homing. This move is crazy, but not really the most spammable one because you want them to interact with the other buttons. Back 1 +2 is safe and does this knockback animation. And then back 2 is a safe counter hit launcher. Okay. We've covered her best low. some complementary mids again. For completeness, here are some other lows that are pretty nice. Down back 3-3-4. Right, same as Yoshimitsu's. And then down 1+2. 0 on hit, so you still get access to your stance offense after from crouch. Heat engage like that, stuff like that. Okay, so the back turn stance is going to be accessed often through this low, and that's how you're going to go into your back turn offense, right? Pester them with your lows, get them really annoyed, hit them with a big mid into your combo, right? Tekken. What else do you have?
W Tekken.
Her Katon stance. This one is a bit harder to get to, so let me tell you what's going to work in most levels of play, literally up until God 3, and we have gameplay examples of this. 1-1-2 is not a natural combo.
It's -9 though.
Most people will mash on the third hit. If the second hit connects,
that is true.
Hit,
I used that the other day.
is natural as well.
They were mashing like crazy.
So this is going to be your go-to pressure on most block sequences, and it's safe on block. The only way to counter this, well, there's a few ways. You can counter it by blocking, but the only scary counterplay is if they step right. They have to block the first two hits. They have to block the first 2 hits.
But who's doing that at low rank though?
So that shit has tracked a little bit. Stepping this to the right. That's a unique Alisa thing. She might have to sidewalk. There you go.
Yeah.
So most characters can sidestep it. Alisa has to sidewalk it. But it looks like there are unique hitbox issues here. Interesting. In any case, this is the main counterplay. If your opponent isn't stepping it, you can run this all day. If they are stepping it, your counterplay now is 1-1 into Katon stance. Because they're going to burn time stepping. Say they do sidestep, right? And then by the time you attack again, it'll realign. Katon 2, +5 on block and evasive. So if they mash,
wait, that move is plus?
You can dodge it.
Wait, I never knew that move was plus. That's just actually pretty crazy.
Option. Dive kick 3-2 is like a hit confirmable launcher. So ideally, if your opponent retaliates with, say, a jab, and I set them to punish, then 1-1 dive kick will jump over. And you want to hit confirm it where possible, right? Twitch confirm that they swung, you get your combo. But it's launch punishable. So again, be careful with it, but this is a good option when people finally start interacting with your 1-1 into stance. But for most levels,
this
is going to do everything. You're going to get the counter hit, and you get a free kunai after, QCF1. These are some basic offensive flow charts, both the full crouch low and the 1-1-2 and the 1-1 into stance. Okay? After, if you want to do more things than that, there's obviously a lot that this character can do.
All right, that's all I need for now. That's all I need for now. Let's play some Wecken now. Let's go, chat. I will put song request on. I will do song request for one time. For one time. Why is this not working? What is working? You're gonna hop on Cuphead? No. I gotta change the stream title. There we go. All right, change the title. Connecting to the server. We're gonna play ranked. I want to hit. What rank did I say I want to hit? Blue rank today, or something like that. Purple, or I don't remember. I don't remember what rank I said I wanted to hit today. see what rank I am first. I'm trying to get off until I hit that rank.
Kunimitsu, Kazuya Mishima.
Kazuya Mishima.
Get ready for the next battle.
Baobab Horizon. Ooh. Let me pause the queue. Warm up a little bit. Oh, isn't it this? Yeah, it is. Oh, I have heat on. Isn't it that's that. Hmm. Trying to counter it off. I decided for Yujiro? Eh. Kinda, not really though. I really like a Yujiro fan like that. He's cool though. Fuck, I keep messing up my combo. Oh, come on. So rusty, I guess. Wrong button. Fuck. Okay. Oh, I need to learn the heat combos. I don't know any heat combos. I can do something like this. Oh fuck, why do I keep messing this up? Oh, isn't it close circle forward? What is it? Oh. Who does more damage? So like most of their heat stuff is forward like this or what was it, 1-2? 2-1. Okay. I don't know the ender for that. Here, let me look it up. Oh, these are guaranteed follow-ups. Oh, what the fuck? She can do that. Sidestep right. What? Oh, it has to be counter hit. Ooh. Wait, I gotta remember that. Sidestep right, 1-4. That's just really good to do. This is a heat engager, and I can also do sidestep right, 1-2. Wait. What is the other ender? There's another ender I had for sidestep right, but I don't know what it is. It's not guaranteed. That's not guaranteed either. Interesting. How much do 1-4 though? Counter hit. This works. Wow. Wait, this move is crazy. Because this move is plus and also... Oh, whoops. This move is plus. Her down 1 is ridiculous. What? It forces crouching on hit. It's plus on block. And how plus are you on hit? +6? It's actually really good. Forces crouching. Or 1-2. Doing the same buttons. Yeah, this fucking move is ridiculous. It don't have that much range though. It has a lot of whiff. Had a little whiff recovery, but it's still really good. It's plus. It forces crouching on hit, and also on counter hit you get a full like heat engager. That's insane. 50 damage too. That's actually really ridiculous. That's actually ridiculous. Wait, Blink Respawn is today? Oh, it is. It's Friday. I forgot. I forgot Blink Respawn's today. Okay. I need the heat engager combos. Oops, wrong video. Cool corner carry. No, corner carry is OD. Oh, down back 1+2. This is a cool combo. I learned this. I want to see this combo. Oops. Oh fuck! I did it wrong. I did it wrong. What's up, Huey? Why is it that one? Wait, what's the starter? I gotta be in heat. Cat 3-4. Okay. set 1. Oh, set 1. Okay. So it's like this. Fuck. Fuck, I keep messing it up. Keep forgetting the inputs. Let me do that. Fuck. I was literally the combo. Okay. Okay. Oh my god, the corner carry. Slight delay. Just quarter circle forward, 1+2. This song is horrible, by the way. Heat burst 4 Sentai 1+2. I said Sentai. Set 1+2. I keep thinking I'm playing Raya. Oh wait, I can't be in heat for this. Wait, somebody subbed? Yo, Sarah, thanks for the 33. Hope you're having a wonderful day. I am. Just learning Kunimitsu. Usual.
I hope you and chat have a wonderful day.
Oh, that's why you do the delay. Okay. And heat burst, run up, do forward. Oh, okay. I see. And then you do quarter circle forward. Okay. Got it. Oh, what is this fucking lag? Some bad lag. Fuck. I did the wrong button. That's the wrong thing. Damn. And that's okay. Damn, really? Oh, come on. Ah, why am I so bad at this? There. Okay. I think we're ready to play.
The next kind of layer.
Oops, that's the wrong video. Ooh, you can do that? Hold on. That's pretty sick. Back to into Hebrews. That one is pretty cool. He bursts into he dash colors incrementals around under. Okay, let's play. Do a quick match and we do ranked. Why is my game lagging? Hold on. There we go. Wait, so if I don't have heat there, I guess I do 2, 1, 1 plus 2, I guess. Something like that.
Et qui es-tu au juste?
Round 1. Fight.
That was the wrong button. But whatever. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Okay, this is getting really annoying.
Fight.
What? Damn.
Oh.
Damn.
Round 3. Fight.
Wow, okay. Nope. You're finished. Let's go. Let's go. Through the Himika end, when we talked about Himika end, what the hell are you talking about? What the hell are you talking about?
Round 1. Fight.
Oops. Jesus. Oops. Oh my god, that low. Visual novel? The only visual novel I wanted to read was Tsukihime, bro. I don't know. I haven't wanted to read a visual novel in a while. She just keeps mashing. It's funny. It's funny. What's up, Jaden?
Round 3. Fight.
Oh my goodness. What is it, range? What was that tracking? What? Did you guys see that tracking? Holy shit.
Round 4. Fight.
Oh my god. Tried to sidestep. That tracking is crazy. That tracking was crazy. Holy shit. You the one with a fail out there? Yeah, something like that.
Round 1. Fight.
Oh my god.
Round 2. Fight. Round 3. Fight.
Oh my goodness. I rage joined. Wow.
Round 4.
Kunimitsu easy? Or I need some easy. Some easy sometimes. Yeah, I think she's easy.
Final round. Fight.
Oh, wrong button. Woo! Bounce off that boy.
You win.
Sick. Rank time. Let's go.
Get ready for the next battle.
All right, what rank do we go up to if we get off this game? Oh, I gotta see what rank I am first. I'm messing this up. I have no clue what rank I am, but
For the next battle.
up 4, 3 plus 4, 3 plus 4. Up 4, 3 plus 4, 3.4. I said point 3 plus 4. I'll try it later.
Round 1. Fight.
Oops. Wow.
Round 2. Fight.
Jeez. Fuck, I did it too slow. That is the follow-up to that. Nimpo. Oh my god, he almost killed me. He almost fucking killed me through that.
Fight.
Forgot he has counter launchers.
Je te tiens.
You're so weird. +5. I want to get the flame ruler. Tenryu, mighty ruler, flame. I can get it. If I can rank up twice today, that'd be nice. That would be nice, really nice.
Round 1. Fight.
Son. Oh, you're so weird. Fuck me. Dark Quest is on, yes.
Round 2. Fight.
This guy's a 2-2 warrior. Oh, I didn't mean to press this. Oh my god, why did that happen? I was trying to do one down 1+2, but I somehow did rage art input. I did like the manual rage art input. This is just 50-50 over and over. God, bro. Okay.
You lose. Ton père a pris soin de mes hommes.
Really losing to myself because I'm doing execution errors.
Je ne t'arrêterai pas.
Round 1. Fight. Round 2.
Okay.
Fight.
Oh my god, we did the same thing. Can we see the place you're trying to show each of her patterns?
Fight.
You're a flashy character. You wouldn't be wrong to say that. Nice.
Je te tiens.
Fucking loser. God, bro.
You win.
Okay.
父が久々に会いたがっていましたよ。
Nice.
Get ready for the next battle.
I shouldn't have lost my win streak to that guy. I had like a 5 win streak. I lost it. Let me check the frame date on this. Hey, you're +3, figured. Oh, +6 for that. What King say?
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh, fucking Armor King. I'm about to get gimmicked. Time for the gimmicks.
Fight.
Oh, here we go. It's round start grab. Let's get it. Nimpo.
Round 2. Fight.
Okay, bro. Okay, that's a 1+2 break. I don't know how I didn't break that, but whatever. Oh my god, this guy only does grabs. This guy only does fucking grabs. Yo, he knows no combos. He's actually playing the wrong character. He's playing Armor King instead of... Oh my fucking god, I mistakenly just rage arted. I wish I could unbind the manual input, bro.
Round 3.
No, I'm not playing Double Gen, bro. What? You are extremely late. This guy, I fucking hate low rank, bro. Oh my god, it's just gimmicks on every King player. And wall splash because it's Armor King. Oh god, bro. I don't play Tekken enough to know what breaks these are. I'm pretty sure these are probably 1 breaks. Got you main Double Gen? I don't main Double Gen. When was the last time you guys watched the stream?
Fight.
God, bro. This guy is so like, okay, bro. Like, I don't know, bro. You're so weird.
You win.
Like, the way he plays Tekken is so like, brother, what are you doing? Oh my god. I can tell he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. Beam. Okay. Is it 1-2-1? I forgot the string. No, it's 2-1-2. I'm losing to myself because I don't remember my shit. Because I'm playing a new character.
Round 2. Fight.
Let's stop doing that. Didn't be killed.
Round 3. Fight.
does so much damage. Oh, fucking, I'm dead. I'm actually just dead. Okay, I'm not dead. Okay. Well, I love gimmicks, bro. I love it.
Round 1. Fight. Round 2. Fight.
Start grab, let's go. I bet you he don't know a lick of frame data, bro.
Fight.
That breaks that. Okay, bro, whatever. There's gonna be Shining Wizards at 1+2. Okay. Oh my god, grab into another grab into another grab. Okay, bro. Whatever, man. Whatever.
Fight.
Oops. Grab merchant, bro. This is why grapplers get a bad rap. Yeah, people like that is why grapplers get a bad rap. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's just throwing grabs out. It's like he looked at the move list, literally did not care about anything else, went straight to the grabs. Yeah, literally the throws. He went only to here and just looked at all of them, and he's just gonna try and just gimmick people out. I didn't see him do a single combo. I don't think he knows what a tornado is. I don't think he knows what. I don't think he knows anything. All he did was look at the grabs and just said, "Yep, that's all I need." And I mean, at low rank, that works because you're gonna fight a lot of people that are losing to themselves because they don't know how to play their characters. But for a long time, in the long run, you're just gonna start losing. You're gonna plateau like so hard. You're gonna plateau so hard. It's gonna be so funny. That's why some people get stuck when they play grapplers or gimmicky characters like that.
Get ready for the next.
Because there's so much cool shit you can do with Armor King, but he's just not doing anything.
Kunimitsu, 参上です.
Round 1. Fight.
Now, this is a cool ass character right here. Nice.
Round 2. Fight.
I'm crazy.
Round 3. Fight.
I had a feeling he would do that. Oh man. I just had a feeling he would. No electrics? Oh no! What rank am I in? They can't even do electrics in this rank. Oh no, I gotta get out of here. No electrics. But what's the startup of down one? Oh, I think it's 20. Shit. Okay, that's not gonna frame trap into that. Oh, that is his highest damage starter. Yeah. I don't know what frame trap for that. I gotta lab it. I don't know what frame trap for it.
Final round. Fight. You win.
Okay. Mighty ruler, here we come.
Round 1. Fight.
Oh god. Defense.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh, that has so much whiff recovery. Can this? Oh, fuck yes it can. Oh, I forgot he has that. That's hilarious. Should have done a combo in the rage over him, but whatever. I'm gonna spin again.
Round 3.
I'm gonna just keep on spinning. Who gonna stop me? Most certainly won't be you. Fuck. That does not go as far as I thought. Okay. Okay, you got the bombos. Oh shit. Yo, chill out. God damn. Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me.
You win.
What's up, Lomo? What are you doing? Just play the Amsterdam. Very good. Oh shit, it's actually really good. That's what's up. I heard it was just story though. I mean, they said it was just story though. I should give it a try.
Get ready for the next battle.
Hold on.
Round one. Fight.
What's a mirror? Okay, bro just did a launcher. You're so crazy. Okay, that makes no sense to do, but all right. I had to, bro. I'm sorry. I had to do that shit, bro. Like, what? You just tried to rage at me, bro? Son. 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 Lock in?
Fight.
Brother. Oops. You just bursted up there and heat smashed.
Round three. Fight.
Okay. Throw? Fucking wrong. Like what? Yeah, alright, bro. This okay. Like, alright, bro. This slidey. Alright. Like, I don't know.
Fight.
Fuck, I keep forgetting I put you in back turn. Oh, fuck no. Oh my god. Okay. Wi-Fi players always like, so I gotta stop accepting Wi-Fi. When I used to play this game, I used to not accept Wi-Fi ever. Like, literally ever. When I used to play Double Gen. This game's netcode isn't good enough to accept Wi-Fi, so I never did it. Fuck. What? Who does that? I'm letting you just. All right, bro. Like that's so cheese. That's not something Wi-Fi. What it means. Oh my god, please skip the intros, bro. Let's go. Bro, this guy is so random. What? Oh my god, he's doing random shit. I don't know what he's doing. He's just pressing the randomest Kunimitsu move every time. Like, literally that. Like, what? Who does that? Oops.
Round 3. Fight.
What's my 12 frame punish again? Fuck, I gotta remember it. Is it 4 or 3-4? Something like that.
Round 4. Fight. Final round. Fight. You win.
Okay. You 2-2 for 12 frame? Okay. What did you just type sleeping? Yeah, crazy. Did he leave?
Get ready for the next battle.
I was about to say, bro. He did press rematch on a different stage. I was about to say, like, bro, no way you left. Let's play the game. What's up, Pa? How you doing?
Round 1. Fight.
First I dropped my combo. Okay, I dropped my controller, I mean my fucking combo, and I just die for it.
Fight.
Oh my god. Oh my god. He's in a block stream. He just randomly does a launcher. What the fuck is wrong with this guy?
Round 3.
Bro, what?
Fight.
You crouched.
Round 4. Fight. Final round. Fight.
I knew you'd do that. Okay. Why? I'm about to say, why is the game lagging now? Son, please. What promo, bro? Like, why is the game lagging now? Let me get my win and get out of here. Game is trying to troll me.
Next battle.
GG, I'm still labbing as a girl. GG's. Your internet is horrible. You need to get an Ethernet cord, dude. Your internet is bones. Your internet is bones. You need that Ethernet cord ASAP. ASAP Rocky. Yeah, for another Armor King, most common character in the game right now, I guess. I don't know. Eat burst, eat smash, okay. Wrong button. I did a grab on the air.
Round 2. Fight.
Can I play the game? I can't play the game. He's just out of my range. Oh my god. Oh my god, I hate this game so much. This game drives me insane, bro. Okay, I should have expected that. fucking love this game, bro. Okay. I fucking love this game. I love it, bro. I fucking love this game, yo. I love it, bro. And motherfuckers ask me, why do you play Clive?
Round 4. Fight.
Why do you play Clive, Infer? Like, what the fuck? Do you see what I'm fighting in this fucking game? I sidestep it, track, okay. Oh my fucking god, I fucking hate this game. Oh my god, bro. Like, please, bro. Please. Please. Oh my god. Some people in this game just play like, oh. Why do you guys play like this on this game? And I wonder why I play these characters, bro. Look at what they're doing, bro. This shit will drive anyone insane, bro. Like, what? Oh my god, what is wrong with you King players? Oh my lordy, bro. How do you play Clive, Infer? Do you know what I went through in season 1 with Deviljin? He's new. I don't care. I do not care, bro. Do you know what I went through playing Deviljin in season 1? Against like Alisa, fucking John's full screen beam bullshit? Like, oh my god. Like, I went through some hell, bro. Yoshimitsu every fucking match. Kings. God, dude. Nice perfect parry. Low parry. Like fucking Victor's expression bullshit. That's a launcher.
Round 2. Fight.
I'm done. Oh, okay.
Fight.
Oops. That's not what I wanted. Oh my god, why do I keep getting rage on a mistake? I keep getting fucking rage on a mistake. I keep getting the manual input because it's close to one of our other inputs. Like Jonathan Joestar. I don't know what it is. Well, how the fuck is my thing not coming out? Is it up for 1 + 2? That shit didn't come out. Or is it up 1 + 2? Oh, it's up 1 + 2. Oh, fuck. See what I'm saying? I'm losing to myself, bro. I'm getting input errors. Because I don't know how to play the character just yet. This is Tekken 5 outfit. Fight. Cooking. Okay. How the game's been? Awesome. Round 1. Trying to get 2 rank ups today. I got 1 so far. Wrong button. It's forward 1 + 2. Too far. Damn, I didn't get the launcher there? Oh, man. Round 3. Fight. God, this guy's fucking legs are so long. Can I play the game?
Round 4. Fight.
Okay. 10-hit combo? Oh, we gave up. Cause why the fuck did you need to learn that? Because why on earth would you need to learn that? So close to flame ruler. I want to get the flame ruler before I get off.
Get ready for
We're so close. We're so close. Lock in, lock in, lock in.
Get ready for the next battle.
Guess who I'm fighting? Literally every other match. I mean, it's not the same character, but like, it's the same character. It's not the same character, but it's the same character. Let's be real. I don't play no other characters, bro. I swear to God. I'm a fucking hater, and I'm glad I'm a hater. Y'all don't play no other characters in this game, bro. You'd have thought this game had 10 characters, bro. By the amount of king players there are. Y'all don't play shit else, bro. I'm a fucking hater. Break. I don't know how you did a fucking micro dash there, but all right. I mean, micro run, but at least this guy's actually good at game. Unlike the other armor kings I kept fighting. Okay, I don't know how this guy's flame ruler. This is fucking me up. Oh, button, bro. There's gotta be an ult. I think he is on an ult, because I don't think this is a flame rule, but his Tekken prowess is really fucking low. Okay, never mind. I don't know. I don't think it's at all. Never mind. No, he just sat there blocking.
Fight.
1+. Okay, 1+2 doesn't fucking work. Wow, he blocked it. Okay.
Fight. Round 4. Fight.
Wow. Yo, wait, what? My guy. Okay. He takes every grab. Okay. He takes every grab. All right. I mixed it up too, and he still teched it. That's insane.
Get ready for the next battle. Get ready for the next battle.
Bro, why is this guy not skipping his intro? Bro, please, for the love of God. Let's play the game.
Fight.
I keep forgetting my inputs, bro. Holy shit.
Round 2. Fight. Round 3. Fight.
What? Who does that? I do a heat smash and he launches? Okay, I mean, I guess. Okay, I mean, I guess. Let's just press 1.
Round 4. Fight. Final round. Fight.
I'm dead. So strong. Oh, this guy just uses rage out at 1 HP. Okay. You try to rob you? How? They took Tifa away? They didn't rob you? And he one and dones me. Wow. Okay, he barely wins and then he one and dones. Alright. They didn't rob you? What you mean?
Get ready for the next battle.
They can have Yujiro? Fuck no, you guys can have Yujiro. Fuck no. No? You guys can have Yujiro. I'm not even gonna play that dude. I'll be right there playing Tifa. And they drop in the same year, probably around the same time too.
Round 1.
Oh wait, Yujiro's last.
Fight.
Oh, Tifa will be before Yujiro then. Okay. Wow. What, you grabbed? Are you dead ass? Oh my god, I tried to do a toe kick.
Round 2. Fight.
What is that tracking? This game is horse. The fuck? Oh my goodness. It's a mid and a lower, right? Or something like that? I don't fucking know.
Fight. Round 4. Fight.
Fuck. Oh my god, I forgot he could do that. I literally fucking played the guy for like how long and I forgot he can do that. Ugh. Don't like shit. I'm gonna lock in. Today, Friday.
Round 1. Fight.
Wait, time to hit the time chamber? Bro, I've won like almost every match this stream except like 2. And you saying time to hit the time chamber? What? Did you just get here or something? I was using Temu Electrics. You like Kuni so far? Yep. I mean, I knew I would because I mean I played her in 7, so.
Fight.
Oh my god, I was +5 and I did nothing. Fucking good, bro. Nice try, buddy.
Round 3. Fight.
Fuck. Oh, he doesn't know the follow-up, GG. Brother. Oh, wrong button. What the? Watching Tekken makes you want to play DOA. How does that work? How does that work?
Round 1. Fight.
Fuck me. Are you fucking kidding me, bro? I hate low rank. Oh my god. Okay, bro. I forgot people do this shit in low rank a lot. It's like no discipline down here. I forgot.
Round 3.
You can do down 1 into 1-2. What is that? 1-1 into 1-1 is what you mean? I was gonna do unblockable. At least they all play the same? Yeah, but it's just fucking boring fighting the same old playstyle over and over. Play my flame ruler, come on, get my flame ruler. Cause like I'll go on a win streak. I've only lost like 4 or 3 matches this stream out of like the fucking 20 I played. And then I'll fight some gimmicky ass king and just lose my win streak. But I win the set though. Or they'll beat me once, one and done me, so I can't even come back. After them doing their gimmicky ass playstyle. It's like, okay, bro. Okay, bro. Like, all right, bro. What you enter your back turn? Let's say jump 1+2 example. 1+2 back turn. Oh, 1+2 the spin. The spin it is broken. I was using the match before once, but I haven't been using it enough.
Fight.
That's not launch punishable? You dot it up. Oh.
Round 2. Fight.
right, man. Fuck, I keep forgetting. That move is so slow, too.
Round 3. Fight.
I sidestep, okay. Okay, buddy. All right, man. Like, all right, man. This is like, okay, bro. Like, my fault, I guess. Oh my fuck. I didn't punch that. Oops, wrong button. That's the wrong button. What the fuck are you doing?
You win.
I don't even need to do mids because he's just never blocking low. I don't even need to mix it up. He's literally just never blocking low, so I'm just gonna do the same thing every time. Bro, can we skip the intros, please?
Fight.
Fuck, I don't know the... Okay, I literally had to kill there. I just fucked up the combo. I wasn't thinking. Like, okay, I mean, I guess.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Oh, the second one can hit you. Okay. This game. What is wrong with people at this rank? I swear to you. Yo, like, what are we cooking, bro? Like, we have got to, like, do better. I sidestep and still track me. Okay. I keep forgetting the... Oh, shit. Let me put you in back turn. I don't get it, bro. What is wrong with people with this rank, bro? You guys have got, like, bro, there's no way my rank has decayed this much to where I'm fighting people doing shit like this, bro. I mean, yes, I'm playing a new character and rank is inflated, but like, brother, what the hell is this? Son, what? I don't know. I'm not accepting Wi-Fi, bro. Fuck that. Oh, whoops. That'll work. Oh, you gotta do that. How'd I do the other one? Oh, it's this. That dude don't know how to block low? I don't think so. I don't think so.
Get ready for the next
Oh my god, I'm fighting my goat. Oh shit, I don't want to fight Clive. Oh no, that's crazy. I gotta fight Clive?
On this, my sword, I swear.
Damn.
Shield the Firebird's
I haven't played or fought Clive in so long.
Round one.
I gotta fight myself. Holy shit, I forgot how fast that move is. Okay. Oh, okay. It was fucking prank. I'm dead, you just... If he knows the combo, I'm dead. Oh, okay, nobody doesn't know the combo. Okay, I wasn't gonna be dead, but... okay.
Round two. Fight. Round three. Fight.
What?
Round four. Fight. To business.
Yeah, he always goes along. Mid. Odin. Fucking 1+2, you asshole! Okay.
Final round. Fight.
Okay.
To business.
Okay. Oh, fucking hell, bro. It wasn't even real. All I had to do was fucking do a heat burst, not heat burst, a damn power crush, but I wasn't thinking.
Round one. Fight.
Okay, it beats mine, okay.
To business.
Fuck, he went mid.
2. Fight.
What?
To business. Not like this. Round 3. Fight.
What?
To business.
He did 1+2. Okay.
Round 4. Fight.
That's not good. Why? You didn't do the hard route. Bro, you can't. Okay. It's just 2+. I meant to do spin. I did two. Two's too slow.
Well done, Total.
I meant to do spin. I did the wrong option. If I do spin there, I actually kill him.
For the next battle.
I did 2, which is the power crush option, which is way too slow, and I didn't have the health for it anyway, so it didn't make any sense to do that. Yeah, that's way too slow, and also it's a high. I would have missed.
Get ready for the next battle. On this, my sword, I swear.
その武器、興味あります。
Round 1. Fight.
Okay. Okay.
Round 2. Fight.
Okay.
Like this. Round 3. Fight.
How the fuck did... Okay, I mean, I guess. Son. Oh my goodness, bro. Bro, I can't help but laugh, bro. Like, what the fuck is this game, yo?
Round 4. Fight.
Posture check? Hold on. damn rank up already, man. Playing with me. W, we went up 2 ranks this stream. Let's go. W. So W. Got my goal. Next time we play. Did he? I thought you were one and done me. He went to a random stage. I forgot that's an option they added. You can do random stage. Rematch on random stage.
Round 1.
Because some characters are obviously like, I don't know, way better on other stages, you know? Oh my goodness. Okay, buddy.
Round 2.
Kunimitsu's so fun, dude.
Fight.
Fuck. I could have done stronger punish than that.
Fantasy here is yours. Round 3. Fight.
Is that minus 14? Nah, it's like 13 or something, right? Oh, we gave up. Oh, okay. Oh my god. He realized he couldn't win, so he just fucking is just autopiloting. He realized he can't win no more, so he's just giving up. He keeps trying to break through my defense, but he can't do shit. So he's just pressing buttons. I'm crying. All right, W. That was a W. Oh, Kunimitsu's fun as hell, man. Love this character. She was good to be back. W progressing indeed. She was good to be back. All right, chat. That's gonna have to do it for this stream. No, I'm not ending stream yet. I'm not ending stream yet. Damn. Everyone's favorite rivals time. I was like, what, 3 hours of Tekken? 3 or 4 hours of Tekken or something? 6. Yeah, that was like 3 or 4 hours of Tekken. Oh god. I just got asked to play Cuphead tonight. Do we do Cuphead tonight? Do we do Cuphead tonight? Do I feel like doing that to myself? Oof. Oof. Do we do Cuphead tonight, chat? Oh, I'm having a great day. I don't know if I want to fucking do Cuphead. Oh god, bro. Oh god. Do you think Victrix Pro KO is worth the money? I think so. I like my Victrix Pro KO. The control I'm using right now. Victrix Pro KO. Damn, that Tifa news makes me want to play Street Fighter. Even though she's not gonna drop for like 10 years. Maybe next stream we play Street Fighter. I don't know. It looks cool. Damn, do I really play Street Fighter? I mean, not Street Fighter. Fucking Cuphead tonight? I'm trying to think if I want to play Cuphead. What'd you guys say? Yes, play it. Yes, play it. Oh, fuck. Fine. We can do Cuphead tonight. You guys want me to fucking get stressed out? Oh, God. Excuse me. I'm trying to think. Yeah, Cuphead tonight, bro. Fuck. Do I do that to myself? Fucking Cuphead. Some relaxing music. You guys want to watch us suffer? I do 5 gifted for it? Shit. How about what about 6 or 7? Let me do 6 or 7. Oh, 10? Hold on, we got to offer 10? Shit, I'll take 10. I'll take 10. I'll take 10. Shit. Don't mind if I do. What's the sub goal for this month for RE8? 47 out of 350. I'll take 10 for it. Bet. Damn, fucking Cuphead. Oh god, not again. That fucking moon boss, bro. No, but thanks for the 10. You can keep your money, Meat Muncher. I got you, don't worry. Fuck. Cuphead. Not again, bro. Bro, that moon boss pissed me off last night, man. I went to sleep dreaming about that damn moon boss. I was thinking about this stupid moon boss, bro. Good, because my bill is getting crazy. Bro, you don't need a... You shouldn't be gifting. You shouldn't be subbed. You should unsub. Now. You should unsub now. She did? Yo, Slade did Robin? Wait, what? Hey, yo. Shit, I'm down. Fuck it. Cuphead it is. I'll tell her sure. I'll tell her yes. All right, bro. I gotta fucking mentally prepare myself for Cuphead, cause that shit's gonna farm me. What is a Tekken tournament happening right now? Whoa, wait, hold on. There's a Tekken tournament on right now. There's a bunch of people watch partying one. What tournament is this? TWT Master Event SOOP Super Tournament. The hell is this? We're up over there. How long has it been since I played Tekken after this? It's been like 6 months.
Welcome back to your Super Tournament 2026 live in Seoul, Korea. We've already seen so many good games. We've got way more up for you right now. My name is Chipsy, joined alongside me this time, Margin Obama. Gypsy, you're so
oh, it's the boy Obama, the GOAT. Margin Obama.
What's going on, y'all, man? We are here for Tekken World Tour 2026, and you already know what time it is. We were only here, what, 7 months ago? Yeah, it was Korea.
Oh, shit, bro.
What to expect for this. You guys have been watching this.
I didn't know there was a Tekken tournament on. Oh, let me change the game to Rivals.
The first time.
Like I said, my condolences. I don't even think he's at his computer. He does this every time. He just watch party something, runs ads, and goes AFK. Or like you just don't know if he's there or not because he doesn't have a camera.
I got a lot of things like swirling around in my head when it comes to talking about this event.
Hold it, he's not here yet. This guy is AFK.
Now, man, like, bro, it's like things kicked off at Evo Japan, and we've been all over the world week after week, every week with no break. Yeah. Even a lot of the players that you see here to this weekend, they're already talking about the mix-up next weekend, right? And then you got Evo right after that. The ball has been rolling, and again, the sense of urgency for a lot of these players to not only lock up some of their master event category points, but lock up.
Oh, should I do Blade max rank? Should I get off this account? Wait, I think I lost my cell. Oh no, I gotta get my cell back. Never mind. Kaz is on and Kissy's on. Has Kissy been cooking? Oh, profile's in. What the fuck is this?
Yeah, the first match, you got that one. Now you got to comb through this pool, but on the other side, man, look at who's sitting down against him. Familiar face, Dion Gray on the machine.
There it is, the OG, the Jackman, playing this character for a long time. Dion comes out swinging.
Open things up with the forward to counter hit, Das Boot, but this is Numan. Counter hit, you gotta put some respect on his name.
I would have walked into that back one. Wow, can't counter hit that though. Muscle armor. That's one way to deal with it. Called out the guard break. Dunking under that.
This is Jack A versus Steve. Steve is so cool, bro. That new move they gave him in season 2 is fucking crazy though. But it got nerfed. It's not as strong as it used to be. What was this? Wasn't that thing like plus 11 or something? You do like a mid barrage and you'd be plus like 1,000,000 or something. I don't even remember what it was. Why do I have Mr. Fantastic level 3? Oh hell no. 56 on Blade, damn. What was my Psylocke?
Bag, oh shit.
Oh, that's Phoenix, not Psylocke. What the fuck? 55. You can unequip it. Champion.
Numan, haven't seen him in a minute.
Legendary.
So. Dion Gray.
Shit, I want the legendary Blade. Ooh, that's a hard ass title. Look at that. For EWC qualifier.
Australian.
5 Fox for yeah, that move was busted.
One of these locals,
is that move still like crazy or like what they do to that move?
Get some health back off this engager. Numan has the wall to work with, but Dion is doing such a good job of just chipping him down with some of the chip lows, full crouch mix. Numan though, okay. Erroneous pickup there could have been a lot worse for Dion.
Shit, I want to play some more Tekken actually. Hold on. Shit, maybe I get off this game. Nah, let me not get greedy. I ranked him twice.
He's interstate to me. That
let me not get greedy. Next time I get on Tekken, I want to hit blue rank. We're hitting blue rank next stream, most likely. Either next stream or stream after.
Dion playing like online rank.
I might start with Tekken.
Wait, it's 0-0? I thought no.
Either I'll start stream with Tekken or I don't know. We'll see. Don't do it. Your mental isn't worth it. Damn, bruh. I was cooking with Kunimitsu today though. No. Oh, you talking about get back on? Oh. Nah. I gotta chill. I'm already about to fucking play Cuphead later. That's gonna farm me.
Stop the bleeding a little bit, cuts off some of that momentum that Dion can go. Absolutely. We'll see if that is the start of a comeback for him. Nice to Sherman stomp in the plus frames, and there you see it, the bubble.
Oh, oh shit, are they here? Am Max's place yet? Did I miss it? Did I fucking miss it? Oh shit, I missed it. I'll just look at it later.
Final. I think they just said.
And now they got a translator too, damn. What is he looking at? Oh, Monster Hunter.
そうですね。はい。一番最初に担当したのがモンスターハンターポータブルサードの時で、その時は本当に新人としても入ってたんで、クエストのデータの担当とか、あと訓練場みたいなところを作らせてもらったりとかっていう企画をさせてもらってましたね。でそこからモンスターハンタークロスにもプランナーとして参加して、でダブルクロス、アイスボーンですね。でダブルクロスとアイスボーンはリードゲームデザイナーですかねをさせてもらってました。はい。
Generations Ultimate and Iceborne。
それから構想ははい。考えたりとかもろもろしてて。
Oh wait, no, I don't have to change the YouTube title. I don't put it to a game.
企業とかもいろいろと見たりとか、あとはもちろんワイルズのスタッフの方に相談乗ってもらいたりしながらいろいろと進めていたところですね。
Addict.
Ascendant.
Somewhat of an addict.
タイトル名のアセンダンス。
Ain't nothing wrong with it. Let me stop. Let me chill. What is Tara doing? Phoebe. Oh no, we pass on those. We pass on those. SK's on 2x. She's playing Frodan. Probably practicing for the slam I've had, I guess.
My mind is sharper.
Oh yeah, Wani asked me to play the other day. Naked Adam. Wani. He asked me to play the other day. We gotta run something. Punches on 2x. What is she doing?
Or like the random game
this
that
is
had like
not
a big
2x. This is not 2xKO. What the hell is this?
My bad. This is not 2xKO. You're right. I just switched, bro. My bad. My bad.
What's up, Jason?
Wait. Make sure I'm not. Wait, Infernasu, do you see the virtual fighter? The virtual fighter showcase, the full showcase. It's super sick. You should watch it if you haven't.
Drake Brand. Oh shit, the song plus I paused it.
Bro.
There you go.
Saw a bit of it, bro. You gotta watch the whole thing. Please watch the whole thing. Trust me,
watch the whole
really
thing?
good. You'll like it. I think you'll like it at least.
Mm.
I didn't know what to expect for Virtual Fighter, but
Yeah, we'll watch it.
I'm really like mind blown. Wait, chill beats for Fighter Streets. Hey, Street Fighter just posted this. Oh, that's cute.
Toby Godfox, rope max. Yo, name is Moon Knight and he's rope maxing. Okay. They showcased the combat basically. I think I missed that part. Yeah, maybe I do have to watch it then. I saw a little bit of it, but I was like getting my food and shit, you know?
Demons, yokai, and villains. They all fall by my blade. Just
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Can't argue with those.
You are the avatar of a divine being.
I'm the fist of Khonshu, god of the moon.
Ah, of the Aeneid, the Egyptian pantheon.
What the fuck?
Never fond of him.
Yeah, she's great.
The battle
That's
starts
weird.
in 5, 4, 3,
Let's go.
1. You have to stop them from securing the mission
Yo,
area.
Nova, thank you for the 10, by the way. If I didn't say that already. Appreciate it. Alright, so this is gonna be a pretty long stream, huh? We're at 7 hours since we started early. This is gonna be a long ass stream. I did that completely wrong. I don't know why I tried to fucking fight him no more, like, as Psylocke, when he has the squids down. It just doesn't make any sense. You're not supposed to do that. Or you can fight him, just not the way I did. You can fight him, just the way I did it was horrible. Not warmed up. And there's a DPS Luna trying to chase me and one-shot me. It's very fun.
Don't support.
Dude, also I was like off stream, I was doing some research on some character stats. I'm a dumbass and I didn't realize that Elsa's shotgun does percent damage. I thought it was the right click that did the living bullet. No, it's her shotgun that does percent damage to tanks. I didn't know that. Well, I did know she did percent damage. I just had it on the wrong skill this entire time. I never realized it was on her shotgun. The one that, like, you know how when you use a skill, it cancels their primary into a shotgun? Wow, he just healed the max. Okay.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
YouTube Tender Ninja. What is a Tender Ninja? You guys ever met a Tender Ninja? I think my game volume is too loud. Because I can barely hear the song close. Oh, it is. It's at 66. There we go. I want to play some 2xKO as well. There's so many games to play. shit. I need to do a subathon. I can just play whatever the fuck I want. So I have an excuse to play whatever the fuck I want for as long as I want. I mean, I can technically already do that, but when I do subathons, I stream for like extended periods of time. And I don't feel guilty not uploading because I'm doing a subathon, you know?
Hey, if we need a walk, we need a walk.
Wow. The skin reload sounds good. I love this skin. It's probably my favorite. Well, I don't know. I like the beach skin and I like this skin a lot. And I also like the black skin. I love the firework noise on this skin. This skin has my favorite ult effects. The firework noise are just so satisfying. I think it's the only skin I've ever used on stream where no one complains. So that's a good thing, I suppose. This is the only skin I use on stream where no one complains about the sound effects. Because I think everyone collectively agrees that the sound effects on this skin are godlike.
They have no support. They have no support. They're down supports.
Oh my god, no more. Just fucking blast me.
Yeah, no, I'm looking.
Yo, this mic is terrible. First skin is a motorcycle one. I like that one, but I don't know. She has too many good skins. She has the most skins in the game, tied with Invis at 21 skins. Both of them have 21 skins. I think Jeff has 20. If I'm correct, Jeff has 20. I could be wrong though.
What a difference.
20 skins is kind of crazy. For example, Blade has like what? 5? Blade has like 5 skins. How much skins does Blade have? I'm trying to think. The Risco, not the disco, the Afro skin, the Wizards. I mean, the fucking Lakers skin. Shadow one he just got. Blade has like 6 skins. They definitely be playing favorites when it comes to skins, that's for sure. It's more than obvious. Six or 7 skins, yeah. Is 8? Okay, 8. Oh, does he have a Twitch Prime skin? I don't remember. We'll put out Cat for the stall. Pretty smart, pretty smart.
Again!
How are we not getting Jeff?
Wow, I got tackled out of it. That's crazy. Oh, that's why I did much damage. I was Terra Caped. That obviously normally doesn't do that much damage. I got Terra Caped and then tackled by Bucky. So yeah, I got deleted. So sad that he only has 1 legendary. Yo, let's check.
0, 2, 1. Time to switch things up.
Yeah, Invis has 21 skins.
Side you're on.
He has 8.
You'll need a top-notch team to
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. He has 8.
My mind is sharper.
Deadpool has 20 skins. Bro, this does not count. The fucking org skins doesn't count. I'm not counting that shit. Luna has 19. Jeff has 19. I think he had 20. Oh, wait. That one's not. No. Wait. Never mind. Yeah. He has 19. I'm thinking about something else, but that one wouldn't count as a skin. I was thinking about the recolor of this one, the blue one that didn't get released. I don't know if you guys saw it.
It has been long since I have seen you, sister. How fare you?
Where is it?
I have no desire for small talk.
Oh shit.
I fight for one reason, to protect Lausa.
Odin sired quite
Oh wait. Everyone, okay, I can't show you it because people that are showing it on Twitter got their shit striked.
Starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I'll link it though.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Luna.
I'll take a
Luna's like,
cosmic clash over fighting vampires any day.
Oh, I didn't like it on YouTube chat. Whoops, my bad. I was thinking about that skin, but that skin isn't released, or I don't think it's like ever gonna release. It's an unreleased skin. Oh, it'll probably come like one of these seasons. I don't fucking know. You're trolling. That guy didn't die? I'm dead. My dash got stopped by what? What stopped my dash? Angela? I think. Kinda. Something stopped my dash. I don't know what the fuck it was though.
We're down Luna, can we go?
Okay, folks, camera quick, he's one! Walk, we need to walk now. Oh my lord. Bro, what do you think I'm trying to do?
No, I said to heal, not talking
Oh, I
to
was
you.
about to say, I was trying to defend her.
Oh my
we're
god.
down.
Yeah, just reset, bro. He wasted Bucky ult.
I didn't get healed. What do you think about the Fantastic Four skins? Not bad.
Us against the world.
Oh man.
Just reset.
Should we just portal behind them, bro?
As well. We need a shield tank. For that Bucky.
That Bucky is lighting us up.
I'll portal this, so I got you.
They have both the portals.
Make sure I don't get canceled. I'm going.
Only 60 seconds left.
My Emma's on the point already, ready.
Out of sight. I am ready to put on a show. Shields up.
Oh my god, I'm so low.
I just need someone to kill something.
I killed something. I killed one of their healers. That wasn't something?
What the hell?
Jeez.
Oh wait, we lose this shit.
The final 10 seconds. Mine like.
Yeah, we lost.
Farewell.
Our support will die.
Yeah, I don't know. We're on support pool.
Like, walk off support pool, please, bro.
2, 1.
Gotta love support pool, I guess. And this is support pool that's getting no kills. I don't know how you get no kills on support pool. That character does hella damage. Yeah, these Stellar Blade devs are crazy, bro. They changed the banner to... Okay, buddy. They know how to make a game and sell a game. The queue to join the EV fan club starts here. Jesus Christ. These guys, dude. That's hilarious, bro. They know how to sell a game, bro. It worked the first time. It'll work the second time, best believe. It will work the second time. It will work the second time. Without fail. What's Cam doing? Cam Loso. Oh, he's not even there. He's sleeping this early? He started Beyond Two Souls last night. Let me rewind this VOD. He was driving? What the fuck was he going to?
However old boy say it. But this scent.
Let's do Cam, bro.
So I'm not gonna lie, I feel out of shape a little bit.
Oh, he did some soccer.
I feel strong, but I don't feel endurance. I'll be back, y'all. Get better the area, depending on the area.
It's hilarious. Oh shit, he's at 2K subs. Nice. Broke 2K. Already broke 2K. That's a W. That's a W.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Buying that shit day one? Day one is crazy. Let's go to this fucking my room. Give me a second.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match? The right heroes could make all the difference.
We're running Dino.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Alright, let's go.
My whole life, all I've known is the hunt. I'm cutting in.
Okay. One more week until Hella No More team up is removed.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission
I
area.
can kill through support ults? Hell yeah, I can.
Dracula's sword can absorb
If
life
not, I can
force.
just put a demon.
It can. I can stack the anti. If I stack the anti, it'll kill. Evil Kingsman, what the fuck? I'm fighting Evil Kingsman, I'm crying. Are we the one with the Moon Knight? No, they are. Why the fuck is there an Evil Kingsman in my match?
Oh, that was your group.
It's two roots.
The moon haunts you.
They have no healers. I killed 3. I killed 3. Fuck. I guess I shouldn't have ulted. I couldn't lifesteal enough. I should have ulted without my E on. I probably would have been able to live that. Fucking Evil Kingsman, bro. Fucking Evil Kingsman. That sucks. Yeah, I figured I died to Moon Knight. Oh my fucking god, I died because we have a dino on our team. Okay. Dude, Champion Magic looks sick. Look at the horns glowing out of his head. That's pretty sick.
I have no support, by the way, but I killed them all. What?
Hell yeah. The moon haunts you.
The big me shot out with blade. That is satisfying. I'm ready when you are, group. I couldn't really kill her. Not really a good spot for me to kill her.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them. Better stop that vehicle.
God, where are these heals? Oh my god. Just gonna kill that girl. I don't know if that was even worth it, but I don't know what our magic was doing, but alright. Playing Tekken tomorrow? Yes, most likely. If it's not Tekken, it'll probably be Street Fighter. Or 2X.
The moon haunts you.
Okay, as Moon Knight is shredding me so hard. He has 2 onks on the floor. It's not a blade match.
Only cowards see shades of gray.
Vortex field.
86th the other. Battlefield ready again.
Just give them another inch, or else.
Moon Knight every game or Punisher. Just fucking Dino. Not being fucking banned. Am I gonna restream Blink? I don't know. I don't think so. No. I don't have any plans to. The only tournament I can see myself restreaming anytime soon is Evo. If I'm not going, which I don't think I'm going. Which I'm kind of pissed about not going because I got hit up to do something. But I'd have to be there to do it. And I don't know if I want to go. I won't say what, but something I really want to do.
Neutralize the odds. Judge, jury, executioner.
Oh, so whack, bro. God damn, this Moon Knight is shredding me.
The moon haunts.
Best dive characters is just perma ban now. Like the best dive characters are just perma ban, but like the best pokes are just there's so many of them that are just so close to being good as each other. It's like I don't know. But then I guess Phoenix.
Which side you're on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I'm not a hero. I'm the Punisher.
Damn, I can't believe it. Tekken actually just took the fattest out today. No Tifa. That's the L, bro. I'm sorry. I don't think you guys understand the pull Tifa has. I mean, yeah, anime fans with Yujiro is crazy, but Tifa is like fucking gigantic, bro. It's fucking Tifa, bro. Did I switch to the default on mistake? Oh, whoops.
Before you attack, get ready.
Yeah, it's fucking Tifa, bro.
So, you commune with ancient gods once in a blue moon, right, Doc?
On occasion, but to serve as one's avatar must be exhausting.
Yeah, I probably shouldn't comment. She was always
Ever play FF? Don't really know.
The battle starts in 5.
You play FF7 ever?
3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture
It's basically fights with martial arts and material. Okay. Okay.
a nice deep freeze.
I'm not done yet. I'm good to go. Step lightly. Might be more on.
Literally no one should know, I guess.
Friends call me Mark or Steven. Jake, love battlefield medicine.
You gotta disrupt their back line.
The moon haunts you.
Both our supports died to that. Okay, bro.
Dude, like, you're a real person. Like, I don't get it.
How did both our supports die to one Moon Knight ult?
Dude, I'm nowhere near you, so I don't know how going off on my own.
Yeah, he wasn't even. Nah, yeah, he wasn't even next to y'all, so I don't know how y'all died to that.
Like, he's like, go off on your own. I mean, I actually was off on my own. You guys.
And even then, like, a Moon Knight ult wouldn't cause you to die.
Dude, I don't even know.
Cause the dino to cause you to die. Like, that doesn't.
This is wild.
The
You guys wasn't letting me really die now.
A nice deep range.
Found one of our targets.
Like, I mean, I guess.
Maximum force. Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Rise and fall.
I'm just kind of anti-dive now. It's super annoying. Kinda anti-dive. But then that's really fucking good aim. But that freeze, the hitbox of the freeze is so massive that like you can miss it and that shit will still hit. And like the latency.
How do you want us to help you there? You literally let them handle you in the back.
I am ready to put on a show. Shields up.
Oh, so we're gonna use any of these ults or?
The moon haunts you.
I just got hold that had a drone. They would have all died.
Holy shit, is this Moon Knight using magic bullet or something? How is my support just dying to this guy every time? Or someone dying to this guy every
You
time?
can leave that drone on the diver. You don't have to put it on. Leave your drone on the diver.
I don't know if you're in the right position to be telling people to play right now.
I don't care. I'm just asking you.
I know you don't care because you're actively throwing the game. It's fine, I don't care.
We're not gonna help. Relax.
Just stop complaining because you're gonna do
I'm not complaining. I'm
whatever
not
you want. I don't really care.
Now stop talking to me when I'm not talking. You
I don't
understand?
even know what you're fucking saying.
Quit
You need to go
eating
back to
your
the
mic,
EU server,
dude.
bro.
It's not nutritious.
Usually like the underground scene, but now I'm not so sure.
Bro said it's not
Talking
nutritious.
all game to do nothing.
Bro says stop eating your mic, it's not nutritious.
Also, need a drone on this.
You don't get to tell me what to do when you're
I
playing.
can. If I want to be right in
No,
the
you
kitchen,
don't. No, you don't get to do it.
By the eye of Agamotto, the moon haunts you.
Well, they didn't touch the point, so.
Yeah, look, another triple kill.
Khonshu has his eye on you.
Oh, he's not dying.
I usually like the underground scene, but now I'm not so sure. Come, my minion.
Fucking evil Kingsman, bro. Oh man, I forgot to take control. Alpha male. What the? I don't even know what that even really means. Sounds corny though. Who's a score, bro? What the fuck? That character exists?
Now I see them. Anyone willing to help? So close.
Moon Knight. Why not Moon Knight, a Star Lord?
You might hands down be the worst Magic player I've ever seen in this game. I'm spoon feeding them to you and you're still dying. Like, I don't even get it.
I just got killed by Mag.
Why you calling me stupid? You're 14 and 10.
Because
I almost have as many assists as
you're
you have
asking
you.
stupid questions. You're
It's not a
asking
stupid
stupid
question, dude.
You saw a
I'm
Mag.
literally
You saw
supporting
a
you
Mag.
every time you dive.
When I
I'm
help
supporting
like,
you
you're not
every
gonna
time you
make
dive and
Oh,
you're
come
dead every
on.
at the
time.
wrong time. Dummy.
You're a moron.
You're
I'm
supporting me
playing
at the
the
wrong time.
wrong tank. I'm
No, I didn't say that. I think you're supporting me at the wrong time.
the wrong time. You're diving?
Yeah. Clearly, because I died, you don't know.
It doesn't make sense.
Bro, like a fact, I hope you. Three, that means one thing.
Oh, he was so low.
How much value you got out of his ult there? Yeah, that's what it is.
So, chat, how do we win this?
So bad right now.
Think my teams are gonna stop arguing anytime soon, or?
I don't even know what you're saying, dude. It's like half English, half retard. Like, I really don't know.
Oh wow. Video is dumb.
Oh wow, really a dumbass, dude.
So it doesn't understand English.
What is he even saying? He's dead again.
Bro, you've died 10 times.
You've died 12 times and have less elims and have 0 assists and have less weapons than me. And you're playing Magic, which your job is literally to get kills. Their job is literally to get kills.
You're playing the best tank in the game.
I mean, I was flying on my other tank, but you guys asked for this, so I switched. Yeah, playing double dino. Good observation. You got it. I got 2, by the way.
Snowflake and everything, and I got them.
Yep, I have Snowflake right now. Right. I don't even have Snowflake right now.
I'm not so sure.
Whoever took me out, you just made my list.
I don't think I've had Snowflake all game. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, we rope Braxton with this one.
That's good job.
We really rope Maxon with this one, I'll tell you that.
No, but 11 deaths playing now.
That guy's name is not a joke.
Yeah.
11 deaths playing now. GG.
Final score 2.
You're fucking retarded.
Yeah, you're horrible.
Yeah, you're horrible.
You're like grumbling to yourself. That's how stupid you are.
Grumbling too.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Is today the 5th? Okay. You in the 150k Center 20? I have no clue. I don't know, am I? I don't even know if they started picking people for that or nothing. I don't think I'm gonna get picked for that anyway. You never know. I don't usually get picked for the tournaments. I usually get put in as a sub. Or like I get put in last minute or something. The one I actually got into was the Oreo one. Yeah, I gotta avoid everybody, huh? Going to CEO? No. Are you going to CEO? Half for Attack on Titan 3? 3 is crazy. That just sounds not real. But it is real. That'll be the cookies. What the hell are you talking about? Can't believe I just lost to Evil Kingsman. I just lost to Evil Kingsman. That's pretty fire. That streak just all red? Probably is. Oh no, we're on a losing streak. Can't win a single ring match. It's too hard. It's too hard, bro, I guess. I don't know. Just can't win. I don't know how Twitter feels about the Street Fighter characters. I mean, what can you feel about them? I mean, there's 2 original characters. Well, technically 3. Oh, Aru is not happy about Tifa in Street Fighter, huh? Because she wants She wants Tifa and Tekken.
What?
I don't know if she's gonna start playing Street Fighter. She likes Tekken more than Street Fighter. Why is Fidel sitting? Why does he sit like that, bro? Oh my god. Fuck Tekken. Oh shit, she leaving? Oh shit, she leaving Tekken?
Dude, who's Yasmin?
No teach. Yeah, asking someone to teach her Street Fighter. That's hilarious. No one wants to play fucking. No one wants to play fucking Tekken no more. This is a funny gift. Disappointment is immeasurable.
Yo, Angela.
Or what? What's wrong with this guy?
I'll fight to
Remember me, bro?
darkness that spawned
Remember when we were like the best of friends, man?
What is this guy talking about?
Now, who am I gonna banish from
Jasmine looks cool. Yeah, I wish we saw like a
Like, you don't remember
gameplay
chewing with me
snippet
in
or
class,
something,
bro?
man. Oh well.
No.
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 Why are you sad, bro?
Sage and
Just
tweeted,
had a
"Rip
wisdom
Tekken
tooth
fans,
extraction.
Street Fighter got Tifa." He said it is well documented that Tekken fans prefer men.
I hope you feel better.
Perhaps it's for the best.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just
That's
because
more
it's
than
always a
move
man
to
doesn't
me.
mean a
I don't
woman can't
have
sell
one.
more.
Like, I just born without like wisdom teeth.
Would you prefer a male
She was born
companion?
without teeth, bro.
I have like my wisdom teeth missing, man.
They haven't tried dropping a female guest character. No, I'm a guest. Yeah, I know Tekken fans hate girls. I know that. Every girl character they fucking hate. Like when I was playing Reina, doing Reina streams, do you know how much people came? Well, okay, it wasn't that much, but a few people come to the stream saying, "Bro, get off this female, bro." I'm like, bro, what? Did you really just type that in my chat? There's only a few people. It wasn't a lot. Like 3 people, different days. Like Tekken players hate girls. I'm like, damn, bro. How could y'all hate girls?
Extension or something? I'm trying to remember.
What?
That shit is crazy, bro.
What? What? We got three of the best brawlers in the game, bro, and we're all champion.
shit, bro.
I'm champion. I just don't have it on, bro. Trust. Oh. Fuck.
Wait, there's a new voice actor for Sephiroth?
Yup.
Because the last one wasn't available.
Me twin.
Okay. Interesting. So we're gonna get like Tupac in Street Fighter 6 next or what?
Can somebody heal with me?
Every slice of cold steel.
This comp is doomed? I'm not switching. I mean, I'm already losing all these matches anyway.
No,
I'm
like
not
one-
playing them.
Can
You watch NBA Finals? No.
I'll go back to Angela.
Blade launch with a legendary skin?
Angela.
Still terrible?
Thank you, man.
Yeah, I had to give him some. I'm surprised he has a legendary. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Hey, Angela. No. This is not good. He's not good for you. He's not good for you. Remember, he's not good for you.
What's this guy saying?
He's not good for you. He's evil. He's a Russian spy, bro. He's not good for you.
No, he is. He just joined us.
Even immortal weapons need a little.
He is.
Fuck, they have fucking Thor Yahoo.
A little high, please.
We're punished.
Okay, I got charmed. I'm gonna fucking team up. I couldn't use my block because I got charmed. Oh, what? Okay. I died to her clap after getting charmed by White Fox. Okay.
As good as new.
Come to my aid.
There they are.
I want to use my sword so badly. Let him died.
A nice deep freeze.
Oh, this is a boring match, I must say.
Are you by yourself, man?
Double KO.
Somehow made it out.
What's the open? What we need?
I am ready to put
Okay.
Jury! Executioner! Behold the god of thunder!
Yeah, she didn't need to do that. I couldn't even parry because, oh my goodness. Okay.
I re-upped.
I was stuck spinning.
The stakes. I was born ready.
I tried to cancel into spin, into parry, but something hit me. I hit something, so it procced my spin. Fuck.
Back in the game.
I was gonna parry it and ult. That is a cornball ass spot. Okay. Okay.
The stakes. I was born ready.
I guess. Drop like a rock. I blame Luna for ulting early when she didn't need to ult after like all of them were dead. If we lose this, I'm just going to blame Luna. Damn, I can't win a rivals match. So sad. It's one of those days, I guess. Or no, this is an ongoing day thing. It was like this yesterday. I think day before.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Oh my goodness. Just let him to me.
Ow, ow.
Out, we don't have a choice. What do you mean? Out. Got the touch.
Great.
Hell yeah. Taste cold steel. Judge, jury, executioner.
Okay, yeah, we lost.
The current score is 0-0. Time to switch things up. The right heroes could make all the difference.
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
Round 2, go!
Yeah, that's not it.
Staying in the light is a constant struggle.
How the game's been? It's not it.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
I know exactly what you are, Angela. And I've got loads of info about angels.
Lucky because your lore wasn't here, that's right.
In your sacred texts.
No lore is saving me from what I'm going through.
Thor clued me in.
Say that.
He said you were raised by a nasty lot.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
No lore is saving me what I'm going
Securing
through.
the mission area.
This shit is cooked.
Tiger the Vision is the same as
Wish this jacket was bigger. I should have bought a bigger size. bigger hoodies compared to smaller ones.
Our warriors are fewer, but far mightier.
The hunt is on.
Do not let them take what is ours.
I just get frozen and just die. It's actually so crazy. You get CC'd on this character, you're guaranteed dead. Damn. I can't win a match on this game.
0, 2, 1.
That's insane. I just can't win.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Need to ban White Fox. That character is so boosted. I might have to, honestly. That character is so many White Fox players, bro. We're not even running dive or anti-dive. I'm about to just start banning this character, bro. Even yesterday I lost because of White Fox. Which one was it? No, was it this one? This one. This guy refused to switch off White Fox to Punisher hella. This match was just cooked, I can't lie. God damn, bro. These guys need to get off White Fox, bro. We're not like, oh god, it's so annoying, bro. It's frustrating as well. Just be fine and good with dive. No, she's just broken. My issue is the people that are running into like poke characters. Why are you running Red Fox into Punisher and Hella? They'll fight like a Moon Knight Punisher and they still play White Fox. Like, you're not getting dove. It's like, why are you still on this character? I don't get it. Rough matches? I mean, I just got on. But yeah. Just MVP to lose type of day.
Spies know that truly observant people are rare and dangerous.
Doesn't hit.
Bogeys, here they come.
Like an MVP to lose type of day.
I won't shy away from a fight. I'd rather go
Double KO.
There's another one down.
That's 3. Wow, 4 in a row. 5. That's amazing. 6 in a row. Way to go. Unbelievable.
I hope Friday got that on video.
The buff is so nice.
I'm not stopping now.
Like glass cannon. Only gave like what 5 or 10 blue life as well. Once you get a kill with that form, that'd be sick. Just to help him out a little bit. That'd be nice. But nope, it doesn't.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
That thing don't give you jack. I don't win when we play Psylocke. I don't win when we play Blade. What is the fucking problem?
Who am I gonna banish from this match?
Okay, if you guys are gonna go Rocket, then we're banning Phoenix. I mean, we're banning Phoenix regardless, but like, yeah, they're Rocket players. It scares me. Very, very scary. Denny's reaction to Tifa. Let me see this shit.
We already have new
Thank you.
I'm a Rocket player. You lost with me on Rocket? Is that so?
Who the fuck?
He said, who the fuck?
Yasmin.
You're a fake Rocket player. You're not a real Rocket player.
They got it. Origin. All right.
It's Bosch.
Wait. Isn't he one of the created characters?
I'm sorry.
The created characters is crazy. Wait, what is she saying?
Oh my god. My god, I wanna jump. I wanna
Just Gambit open! Bro, no!
Did they really just...
No, I don't want to fucking play a Gambit match. God damn it.
That is the worst year 4 I've ever seen.
He said worst year 4. Bro ended his stream. This dude Denny, bro. Oh my lordy.
Demons.
Bro spoke too soon. These dinos, man, bro. I don't want to play Star-Lord, bro. Can we do a truce to not play Star-Lord? Both teams. They're gonna walk out of Star-Lord, but I don't want to play Star-Lord. If they walk out of Star-Lord, I'm gonna be so sad.
Bro, I'll play Mag. You wanna play a game, but
4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Bro, Gambit Star-Lord. Oh my god. Punishment is banned too, so the chance they walk out on Star-Lord is very, very, very high. They have a Loki? Oh my god. Now I can't play this character. I'm dead as fuck. They're playing so far back. Their entire team walked up on site. My team just sat that far back. Oh my god, we won that team fight. Man, I killed that Loki pretty early. Oh, he's dead again. I need to eat before we play Cuphead. I'm gonna eat after this match shot. I'm hangry. It's a fucking creatine, bro. This shit's making me thirsty and hungry. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. I couldn't fucking kill him. This guy was moving. I was just moving. Loki might be ass is good news. Rolls and Cuphead or straight. I have no clue. I have no clue. Oh, they're all dead? Oh, wait, I need the ult. That was a stupid ult. I didn't look at the leaderboard, see who was alive. I kind of just ulted just to ult. So I wanted to reach out. Yeah, I have no clue. Good portaling. Loki ulted. Oh, P4R on Sunday? Most likely will. Nah, rocket players saying that is crazy.
Nah, man. You know what? I'm retracting that. We're the greatest.
True.
Bro, a rocket player saying that is rich.
I will not rest.
Is he the champion rocket? Oh no, he's not. Okay, I was about to say.
Thank you. S4.
I thought it was a champion rocket saying that shit. Like, bro, what? A champion rocket saying these guys suck is crazy.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I mean, it takes a little bit of skill to play rocket. I'm not gonna say it's entirely free because I've seen some bad rockets, but god damn, her model looks insane. Claire's model is insane.
Others like me.
Jesus Christ. That's the RE engine, I'm telling you.
Krakoa would be delighted to have
The battle starts in 5.
Jesus
4,
Christ.
3, 2.
They went crazy on her model.
All you need to do is capture the mission.
Can't believe they started with that.
Got it?
Got me off road.
Looks like a gig for the Guardians of the Galaxy.
The rocket slander. And I will continue to slander rocket players. They piss me off. Especially the ones that refuse to switch off rocket into Phoenix. It's like, okay, bro. I just stole that.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
It's like old game, bro. There's so much damage Strange Primary does.
Get on that
By the eye of Agamotto.
Oh, the reload. Whoops. If you shoot your damn Phoenix, wouldn't be so bad. Hey, you think that, but them rocket players do not shoot that shit. If they were to calm that, sure. They don't. Rocket players usually don't even calm at all. They don't talk. Rocket players don't talk.
I think they are.
I rarely see rockets that calm. They don't calm. They just sit there, just on the, like, getting yelled at, not defending themselves or explaining themselves. I got all this. Why is Gambit unbanned? But don't ask me. I banned Phoenix. I did my job.
Triple healer.
What a difference.
Did you done left?
Not triple now.
I love this game.
Oh, that guy's dead. We're back. I need a snack before I lose my damn mind on Cuphead. But GM1 is sick work. Why am I in this rank? What? What did I just come back to? What the fuck? Oh, it's a music video. I'm about to say. I need to get a different song request bot. I'm gonna change it. We're gonna change it to probably a Spotify only one. Let's do a Spotify only one. What's Mike doing? He's playing Venom.
Yo, no, Josh, that was a good one, bro. That was actually a good one.
Song because this shit won't work. Well, I mean, this shit is a music video.
That was like actually really fucking good. I'm so serious. That was good, bro.
What is Max doing? Still got more Final Fantasy shit? Yeah.
Something that
Figured.
encompasses everything, you know? I think, yes, a finale.
Venom. Song
Yo,
list?
what is this song, man? Fucking.
Who's requesting heavy metal? Are you Spotify? On the bot, I think if you put the name, it will just search Spotify for it. I think. Damn, he's dead. I think King's been on Daredevil. It looks weird. It just don't feel right to look at. Look at that Tekken tournament.
We got the sneak preview right here. Now, let's tell you guys at home about Galgongi, right? Gal, though, he actually quit his job. He's got a family and everything. He's trying to feed him with Tekken right now. So he's here with a purpose. He's got the family buff. Let's see if we can make it happen here. But we got the brick wall, Mr. G. What can you tell us about G?
W family buff.
Another Tokyo-based local player, like mostly known for Bob, is kind of the character that we associate him with. So you know he's looking forward to what's coming out later on this
Blazing
season,
FF7?
This season pass, but he's been representing mostly Zafina in his competitive history since for 8. Yeah. Most have been running her.
If you didn't play Crisis Core,
he doesn't get to go out as much.
you probably wouldn't understand the story.
As he wants to, and he travels for a lot of the dojo events that happen domestically.
The FF7 is a big investment.
But it's this event, you know, in particular for the JP community was one that they really wanted the ball on. Yes. So a big group came out here like this. He has experience in this region as well, so for him it's kind of a welcome, kind of like a.
Would you reach TikTok comments
in a certain way, right?
Bro, I just came back from AFK.
Kind of nostalgic for him, but like you said,
there's the thing. You didn't send any on my TikTok.
It's about the ATL performances, but also.
My TikTok's kind of frozen right now.
Even just like a few years ago, if you talk about 7, he was one of the players out here that was turning really, really positive. I remember.
What are you up to, Feisty?
Crazy, man.
Yep.
You like the Street Fighter characters?
Got the Assassino on deck.
Oh,
and
what?
Shout out to G as well, fellow organizer as well. He's doing work out there.
How you feel about the Street Fighter Year 4?
Good events, but also like not just show up, play in your
If
bracket.
you said hi to me, but he won't.
Stuff.
Oh
like,
my god.
Let's go play on the beach.
We need that
stuff. Let's go.
Oh my lordy.
Like renting out a club and it's just like Tekken music and just giving people a chance to unwind and just hang out and stuff like that. It's those kinds of like community-based events that we end up playing. So here we go, Galgongi with the Azucena.
I know Chip would love to.
No, they're hiding Zach for sure. Yeah.
We'll try to do him justice. But yeah, both these guys, you know, Galgongi and G, these are not their regular characters, right? If you look at previous games, but they're doing their best to master what they have with these.
Yeah, the thing is, I think if you play Tekken, especially Legacy Tekken, this is kind of a situation that you get used to.
Oh, wasn't Blink Respawn Day 1 today? Did you watch it?
Your character might not
before
be
the school
in
view, I
the
can
game,
blame
but you're
bitching.
still
I
a
like
Tekken
it.
player, so you gotta find you gotta find another plane to pilot. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, no,
so it's about settling on
like,
characters
I'm not
who
surprised.
have toolkits that maybe
No matter what they announce, no one's gonna be.
something
Some people
familiar.
are not gonna be happy. Well, some people. No matter what you announce, there's some people that just won't be happy.
いや俺もかすかな圧は感じましたよ。そのセリフに。
Inevitable.
Oh, got the launch tornado kick from G.
There's always haters. Everyone has haters.
Running up, trying to continue that mix, but big launch there from Galgongi. Let's see what he has at the wall.
Scarecrow, Squid Punch, this time checked really, really hard at the ring, at the wall.
The Hot Wheels
Like
game?
a hamburger.
Woo, in the stance, got the check after.
I'm good off
The
that.
plus frames in the wall standing
You
three
excited for
there.
Stellar Blade 2?
G swung into the stance.
I guess.
Though.
Rainfall? I don't know. I guess it's not
this time
2.
let the whole string rip.
I gotta beat Stellar Blade.
Wasn't able to capitalize as much
It's been
as
a
he
year
wanted to,
plus
still
and I
in the
still haven't beat it either. Wait, did you beat it?
Life lead, but as I say that, Galgongi absolutely deletes it.
Yeah, finds the counter hit launcher here. 2-1-4, 4-2-1-4.
Have haters and I don't get paid enough to have haters. What the?
With the follow-up parallel to the wall here.
See if we can, yeah, you should be able to stabilize.
I'm excited for
here.
someone to pay me to play it
Okay.
and beat
A
it.
bit low, but still very good position. Galgongi should be able to take this out. Excellent defense here. So I'm fighting to feed my family. I'm fighting to
Was it gonna
for
be
my
a sub
kids,
goal?
man. You
Good
think I am?
patience to see that low.
Oh, what is it gonna be? Because you know they will if you put it up.
Yeah, G kind of had to. He forced
Hope that
G
game was
to
good.
overcommit quite a few times.
The game was actually good. Yeah. Oh, you did
Had
beat
to
it.
Get him to a situation where he had
Yeah, I do need to beat it. I'm at like, I was at the end of the game and I just didn't beat it yet. I have it on my PlayStation. I'm gonna beat it. Like I just haven't done it. He did not beat it. No, I didn't finish it. I was at like 80% way through the game. I was like 80% of the way through the game and I just didn't beat it. Something else came out or something else happened and it took over my time. And then I forgot.
The hold back. Sidestep right, not quite there.
80% is cap.
Okay,
I was.
Can he keep it going? The cracks are starting to show for Galgongi in that round.
I do need to put my PS5 on anyway. I need to download Rivals on it so I can do the console sub rule.
Low block punishment as well.
I tried to do that last night for my phone, but for some dumb reason I'm signed out of my PS5. I don't know why. I didn't feel like logging in, so I just went to sleep.
Did he hop underneath like a roach under the fridge?
Expedition 33. Game is goated. Come back to the game and relearn everything. I still remember how to play. I still remember how to play. Stellar Blade? Yeah, I still remember.
Well, especially on these Ford Force.
I just need to like warm up a little bit. I still mostly remember.
Ship damage adding up as well. G.
G starting to hit the brakes at really good timing. Trying to get now Galgongi to engage.
Damn, I can't believe they increased the price of the Steam Decks that much.
Some sidestep here, gets this low parry.
The only gun domain? I don't remember where I'm at. I have to go look at my damn parts. I have to go check my fucking videos. Remember where I'm at.
It's a 1 round, 1 game.
That hurts, man. When you fight back like that, you're in rage, and you're like, okay, I gotta be able to find some.
I'll probably just upload the whole game as a one video.
Oh, gets a big launch. Zazel coming in clutch.
The game came out around. Babe. Can't buy a Steam Deck now. Unfortunate. I fucking love my Steam Deck. It's too handy. Way too handy. I mean, there's other options. You can get a what is that little shit Diaphone has it. I forgot what it's called.
G in a little bit of trouble. He needs to make something happen.
Let me look it up.
That main character is gonna have to win this one and keep it going. Closes the gap at that backswing blow. Perfect timing. 100% hit ratio so far. Excellent low parry.
I feel like you need you have to know an alternative at this point. That price increase is ridiculous.
Another stack and a big swipe. Closing it out. All right, still.
I think it's this.
Going 1 round away here.
The Legion, the Nova Legion Go. I think this is it.
Not over yet, especially with the counter hit tarantula stance.
His was white though. I don't know if it was this. Hold on.
Feisty uppercut call here.
Look, there's like several different options, thankfully. Oh, I think it's this. The Asus ROG Ally X.
It was but. Oh, nice stuck.
I think this was it.
Oh, nice low parry. Yo, about to hit it. All right.
He stole it back and won like 3 times.
Yeah, there's tons of alternatives. Doesn't PlayStation have an option too? I forgot what the PlayStation handheld is called.
Okay.
But I mean, yeah, that wouldn't play Steam games, of course. But
if it's on the same, yeah, they got similar kind of wall situation, I would say.
All right, especially with the way that played out, it felt like the wall made a much bigger difference for G than it did Galgongi.
Laptops on a laptop. Oh nah.
All right.
Get you a new laptop. Oh no.
With that big king hit attempt.
Yeah, he's just looking to cash out, just get that back counter hit launcher at the start like that. G is.
When are you gonna buy a new one?
these jab strings into tarantula stance and then just kind of canceling out of it.
You save up and get you a new one.
Alright, forward 4 and immaculate.
It's time for you to get a job.
Consistent return for Galgongi overall in this set so far.
Should be.
My bad.
Play.
My bad for the curse word.
You so right with it. You so right with it.
Oh, okay. Gotta be careful with that heat smash. It doesn't track as well as it used to.
It's time to get a job.
Looking prime right now, but gets grabbed. He's gonna eat. Oh, he's got a crumb. No, I forgot about that last hit. I had hope for a moment, but Galgongi continuing to lead here.
Yeah, that heat smash notorious kind of at this point for being just clean walked around, but you lose forward so far. You do have to practice your punish and be ready for it like that.
You have to have that character experience. If you don't, just getting away with free stuff.
See, Galgongi as well with this wall pressure. Pretty insistent on these homing options, trying to add up chip. Pressure, but back center stage.
Delay on that as well. Plus frames. Oh, and the rage out. Okay, now both players have a little bit of time to think here.
G should be just outside of rage as well still. Galgongi getting a little bit of help.
Yeah, they're just outside. Here, but Galgongi gets a little bit back. Oh, that was an interesting interaction there.
I mean, you let the whole thing rip. Plus frame, crouch jab, take the turn back.
Swipe, using up the rest of the heat, and backswing blow! 3 for 3. Oh, nice knock!
There we go.
Oh
Okay.
My God, 1-3. Yo, G is cracked out right now. 1 game, 1 round apiece. The hop kick. Yo, he's 2 for 2 on the hop kicks as well. Yo, these guys.
When does Cuphead suffering happen? It's just gonna be on an hour. So literally 1 hour from now. Wait, when did she send that?
Yeah, just wants the plus frames here. Gonna run the sweep. Back 2.
Oh, she said it 20 minutes ago.
Where you going? Sealing the step. G
An hour. Well, in 40 minutes. It's the last match I think I can do. I can do like 1 or 2 more matches.
Back on set point. G, what's your answer?
Fucking Cuphead, bro. I can't believe we're playing this shit again.
Good defense.
I thought we were gonna wait a couple of days or something. I don't know. To mentally prepare.
Like you said there, Galgongi found
He almost got a second trailer.
Formula there, trying to seal the step. Big
But that game is silly, dog. I didn't think that game would be that hard. I missed the last Cuphead session. Was it bad? Nah, we cooked. Don't worry.
The stop and the explosion.
We cooked. Don't worry.
I never see that. Oh, and the counter hit. Could he close it out? I will remain silent.
He got it right there.
All right, keeping it chill. Keeping it chill. All right, keeping it tight. All right. G to G and Galgongi.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Typhoon, just to be able to get that sequence after.
That was crazy. I'd never see that used at that distance. That was an image. And we got the coffee product placement. Well played to both there. But I know he's gonna look back
fight to end the
I doubt I'm gonna get to play Daredevil.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
You stop off the Hilda, the Moon Girl? Yeah. Yep.
Up next.
Yep.
We have
Hooks play Metal Gear Solid. That is not Metal Gear Solid. Scammed. What's Gumi doing?
Where are you? What's the name?
Oh, they're on Deadlock. Deadlock with. What's she playing with? Oh, she on Deadlock with Sadam and them. Cooked, he says? Yeah, we were cooking. We were cooking, trust. The rest of all be as hard. No spoilers. No spoilers. Playing blind.
Pick your hero or villain.
Oh, it's not a good way to ban a character. Yo, chat, tomorrow the video goes up, the tournament video. It'll go up tomorrow. Should have been one up. Oh, good. So we'll go up tomorrow. When's the next Cuphead session? What? It's today. What do you mean? You mean after today? I don't know. Why don't we finish today's session first?
Staying in the
Dave.
light is a constant struggle.
You not read the title of the stream? Son. Did you just not read the title? Why y'all ignore titles? You guys not read the price tag before you buy stuff?
Wow, for a girl with ice powers, I suddenly
Saw the notification, I clicked. I see.
Battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Part of me just wants to get back home.
Reading is bad? Oh wow.
I'm counting on you, friends.
Our enemies are near. Thanks for the shield.
Another Bucky?
Open season.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
I was born ready.
Black Cat's not bad. Black Cat is not banned. That isn't good.
Must get to safety.
Nope.
LARP Sahara. Okay.
Not bad.
What's more rage bait? Cuphead or Rivals? Right, Rivals. Them fucking balance patches. Yeah, that'd be Rivals. Patches are horrendous.
I'm back in the game.
Having a Black Cat and not doing anything is pretty impressive. I must say. Black Cat being open and you guys are not. You niggas, what the fuck is this? Oh, it's a Black Cat.
As good as new.
LARP Sahar. Okay, this is a interesting match, I guess. Teams are just not balanced, I suppose. These fellas cannot figure it out. I don't know if you can't figure it out with Black Cat. I don't know. He's not even solo diving, is he? I guess he is in Penny, which is kind of annoying, but
Thanks for the shield.
30 seconds before you attack.
Better
Get
switch.
ready.
Too many LARPers in this world. Is there really? There's too many Spider-Men in this world.
Not quite.
I say we do a purge.
My mother was bitten. She passed the powers to me when I was born.
I say we do a purge. How about
My
that?
father passed the spider armor down to me when he died.
Sounds like we both have a legacy.
The battle starts in 5,
Let's go
4,
make 'em proud.
3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it? You know what to do.
I hope this is important. Reed and I had a date night planned.
See them?
Okay.
Right there. I like the cold. Some help.
Anyone willing to help?
Us against the world. Now
Armed and dangerous.
Oh, I could have killed that cloak. Whoops.
the mission area is yours.
Oh, they're all dead. That's awkward.
The mission area is yours.
Pretty awkward, I must say. Wow. 0-4, 0-4, 0-4. Oh. They just can't get a kill. Oh, they're surrendering. They surrendered.
As good as new.
Those teams were not balanced. They even have a thrower. The teams are just ass. What this game be doing, I suppose. Well, actually, they could have turned that around if they actually, like, I don't know, got off Black Cat instead of trying to force it and Hulk into Penny. But people don't want to win. You don't want to win. You don't want to really win. You don't want to really win, do you? You really want to win? Asking for a lot here. What the hell am I listening to? At 100. How long have I been live? 8 hours? Oh shit, I hit quota. What if I end stream here? What if I just ended stream? Nah. What if I gate kept the Cuphead session? At least on my end. What if I gate kept? What if I gate kept the session? Yeah, I don't get to laugh at me no more. You don't get to laugh at me no more. You can't laugh at me if you don't know what to laugh at. Scared of the Cuphead session? You should be scared of me. We smile. Oh, okay. You can't call them balance patches. They're just patches. You mean you're not wrong, because these patches aren't balancing the game. Like, they're just patches. It's not a balance patch if it's just the same meta every single time. Well, not every time, but if it's the same top tiers for how long now? Like, some of these garbage ass characters need buffs, bro. Like, I don't know.
Sometimes it helps to have a teammate who sees things.
Double KO.
You've been judged.
Seen such Street Fighter 6 bitching my life. They're calling it the worst season pass. Shit, I'm playing Street Fighter tomorrow. Hold on. Shit, fuck it. We're playing Street Fighter tomorrow. Worst pass my ass. That shit makes me want to play Street Fighter. I'm booting it up tomorrow. We're playing Street Fighter next stream, chat. Lock in.
Which hero do you think you want to be?
Lock it in. We're playing Street Fighter.
I'll fight to
You want a baby rage, huh?
that spawned me.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Oh shit, I play for Yasmin. Not ending to a legend rank. Oh hell no. I could actually low-key do that, but it would be a lot of work. I'd have to play only Street Fighter, and then that'd be that'd be like months long. That'd be like a months long subathon. It would be good money though. But do I want to do that? Because I have thought of doing that before. Do I want to do that to myself? I don't think so. Who would I play? Mai. Mai or Kuma. Probably flip a coin. I'd flip the fucking finest of coins. How much did you charge? Nah. Can't pay me for it. Much of a time investment.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
What the hell? Who requested this freaky ass song? They Gate episode remake as a final trailer? Huh? Bosch is hype. They're calling him a loser on Twitter. They hate that it's all realistic games. Wait, what? At the Games Fest? There was hella bangers on that Games Fest. I can list them. Stellar Blade, FF7 Revelation, the Street Fighter shit, Ari Veronica, Stranger in Heaven, Wolf Among Us, Attack on Titan 3, First Light, like the 166 amps. Like I can go on and on. Like that presentation was fire. Shit, they can hate. That presentation was fire. I don't know. It's just like the thing I said the other day, bro. Like those presentation shows are not for everybody, bro. Like, if you only play one or two types of games, don't even bother watching that shit. Like, don't even bother. I'm not saying they're not real gamers or nothing, but like, you know what to expect, bro. You're not gonna like, if you know you're not gonna like everything, why complain about everything? Because I promise you, the same way you feel about these games that you don't like compared to the games you like, people also feel about your games. When your shit gets shown. And it's Twitter. Like, you don't go to Twitter if you like shit. If you like shit, Twitter's the worst place to go. Scarlet Witch and Penny Parker. Who are they running all this anti-dive for? Who's all this anti-dive for? I'm lost. We got fucking Prime Daredevil on my team or something, or what? Who's all this anti-dive for? Okay. I'm so lost. Where did they get this from? I should go Bucky instead. Oh well.
Battlefield ready again.
Let me free for my. Oh, this match is laggy. Oh yeah, I'm 70 ping. Why is my ping so high? What? Ping is high as fuck. Wow, I wasn't able to kill her. That's crazy.
Judge.
She drew an ult earlier.
Executioner.
What the fuck is that guy at? I want her ult. Damn, that guy was one. Nice. Oh, that didn't kill him? Wow, these guys are 1 HP. Every time. Okay, man. What? Oh, it's ours. Oh, I'm dead. Okay, I'm not dead. Surprised I didn't die there. What?
Smoked all the spiders.
Only 60 seconds left.
I unleash the Vishanti power of the superior force.
Goodbye. Get ready. Think about that.
Smoke screen. I'm good to go.
They ran. What's she feeling like?
Judge.
jury,
I am ready to put on a show.
Let myself get hit. Lead them to Khonshu. Blaze of glory.
There! Don't turn back now!
Who's she feeling like?
KO! The final 10 seconds!
Okay. Nikki Supreme, let's go. I like that. Hold on. Because that was so extra. Okay. Okay. I like that.
Checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Okay. Like, goddamn. I thought you would have thought I was support. You would have thought I was support the way you ulted me. Oh my. Whoever that was switched off that character so fast. I mean, I know I got recognized, but was that him? Oh my god. I'd have time to reply because a fucking match. But I did get recognized, but it was a strange that recognized me. This thing disappears if he dies. I don't know.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Mr. Worldwide? Nah. Nope. Wrong guy.
Get that vehicle moving again!
Goodbye.
Bogies incoming.
Household name? What the? I got it.
Judge, jury, executioner.
Oh, I don't survive that. He missed. I wasn't getting heals. My healers panicked or something. Oh no, Jeff was reloading. Fuck. Worst timing to ever reload. I saw it. Jeff was reloading. My grandma watches you. Okay, now we're just yapping. Now we're just yapping. You guys. Holy airball? Yeah, he did whiff, but I was so low that all he had to do was just shoot me.
Get ready. Here come the bad guys.
This is not over.
Get that vehicle moving again!
Okay, the guy got off Penny, so I'm fucking off this character.
My whole life, all I know is back in the game.
Help. Ethan feels the wounds are drying.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Oh my.
Taste cold steel. A thousand gods!
This fucking Moon Knight, yo. Holy. I should have went to go kill him. This is why I be saying Blade just dies to poke so easily. I should have went to the Moon Knight. I didn't know where he was or notice him actually.
Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. The right heroes could make all.
Wait, so you telling me people would prefer the leak to be real than the characters we got? Yeah, you guys have lost your minds. You guys have lost your actual minds, bro. They wanted Vega, Mike, and Goken? Are you... What? Hey, these guys are smoking. Like, what? I want Makoto too, yes. But, like, no way these guys wanted the leak to be real. There's no shot.
No monsters get no best of me.
Nah, there's no way. Just no way, bro. There's no way.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Most people that want to Vega are people that actually play them.
I know you, Linlier. Something's bothering you. What's up?
I'm not even gonna play any of these new characters other than probably Tifa, and I would prefer this. Like, what's? Actually, I'm probably gonna try out the whatever her name is, the first girl. But oh, actually, I might like Bosch. If he plays like Akuma, I'm gonna play him. But
3,
I prefer the 3 characters that we have never seen in Street Fighter before. Actually, I guess 4. None of these have ever been in any Street Fighter. What am I saying? The 4 completely original characters, technically, over like characters we've seen in other games a million times. Okay, not a million times, but you get my point. No, but Vega with the drive system, bro. Fuck you. There's no way you guys want that guy. I'm dead. I got deleted. Nah, there's just no way, bro. Yeah, I hope Bosch plays like Kage. He'll probably play like a mix of his own fighting style and like some Kage moves, if I had to guess. But he's not gonna be like a 1-to-1 Okage, that's for sure.
The moon haunts you.
I like the cold. I'm hurt.
We attack here.
Team's getting smoked, I fear. I fear my team is getting smoked, chat. I don't think this is a win.
There's still a chance to stop them.
All this Street Fighter, all this Street Fighter talk makes me want to just play Street Fighter. So we're playing Street Fighter next year. We're playing Street Fighter next year.
A nice deep freeze.
Oh, that's not good. Oh, you're so weird. You're so weird. What am I doing? This guy is so weird for that. What the fuck? I gotta kill this guy. Oh, I'm dead. You just... This guy just did a ring around the Rosie with a fucking portal.
I was born ready.
Oh my lordy, bro.
Slay demons. This should be easy.
Why you not on S tier blade? S tier blade is crazy. Oh, it's gonna be hard to get a good sell. Hold out. They have a white fox.
I haven't played in so long.
Sheesh. All it takes is one white fox teleport.
Dude. I mean, S1, you used to play Brawl with us back in the day, like 2020, right? Dude. No, that not.
Who's this guy talking to? I wonder if he knows his mic is on.
I unleash the Vishanti power.
This rogue just spends all her time fucking punching the damn beacon all day, bro. Holy shit. I know he's talking about Brawler, but like, bro didn't realize his mic was on.
An unseen assist.
You stop them in their tracks.
Hmm. Guess I have to just ult, man.
I am ready to put on a show.
Yep. Brother. Holy.
Final score 1-2-2. Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Invis had ult? I didn't even know she had ult. God. Oh my God. I am like, I don't know how to win these, bro. Like, it's not winnable, I fear. I fear it's not winnable. Not at all. Are you even queue another one, bro? This coin flippy ass game, bro. This coin flippy ass game, man. My win rate's going down with my characters. So positive, but like, holy fuck. Oh my God. Okay, seems like, I don't know. I don't know. We lose that. I kicked that guy. I kicked that guy off a penny too, and we still lose. But play some fucking quick play, I suppose. Like, I don't know. Like quick play. I want to play Black Cat. That I'm good at the player and ranked. Or used to new Iron Man skin. Yeah, we are for sure getting a division. When are we getting it? Tuesday, which is in 3 days from now, depending on where you live. At least for me, it's 3 days. Tuesday.
Heroes could make all the difference.
Division's on Tuesday. Test server Wednesday. Update Friday.
My order is shop.
I'm not.
Meow.
He turns his foot into a scythe and does a backflip spin kick. This character is so sick. Look at this shit. Damn. Nah, Carnage is so sick, bro. That's a fucking character right there, man.
I'd hold on to your wallet if I were you.
Are you gonna post a Cuphead gameplay to YouTube? Sure.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds.
Should I do it in parts or one video? I have no clue. Or I just do parts.
Ladies and gentlemen.
I never heard the trailer in Japanese. I never heard this trailer in Japanese. Oh, wow.
3, 2, 1.
Cool.
You
I'll
have
watch
to
that after
stop
this.
them from securing the mission area.
I'll scratch your back if you'll scratch mine.
Fuck. You don't see me. Give me that luck. Give me that luck. Holy shit, I can't aim my E today. Hey, I'm free. Yonk. Get that money off you. Get that shmoney. Let me get some of that shmoney. Oh, why is the dino behind everybody? He died last.
So stealthy.
Oh my god. Fuck. I should have used both my dashes to get out of there. Why is that guy okay, yeah, quick play is not real. Quick play is not real, bro. What the hell? Why are you guys right here? It doesn't work. Oh, they're just not close enough.
Give me that luck.
Won't be needing that. That money. How does a dinosaur have money? Where the fuck does a dino have money anyway? You gotta be fucking shitting me. Wow, was I bleeding so they can see me? Oh my god, I was. Oh, whatever, bro. Character kind of counters me. We got a main Cyclops? I gotta see if I like him first.
Good fortune for me. Stronger than a lion.
This is real firepower.
Oh my god, are you fucking kidding me? 80 HP.
You need to stop that vehicle.
It's holding for Moon Girl. What? Moon Girl, that character is never gonna be a character. What? Come on.
Better stop that vehicle.
Good fortune for me.
Yo, I can't aim today. Clearly.
Good fortune.
Fuck, I cannot get my damn money.
Yoink! Give me that luck.
Judge, jury, executioner.
Help me, please. Help me, please. Help me, please. You're Jeff. How are you dying? What are you dying to? Who's bro dying to? I'm dead as fuck. Bro, I literally can't kill anything because it's fucking White Fox, bro. Character's so hard to dive. Your diving in general just cancels the White Fox.
That definitely helps.
There's a beeping noise.
Pulse charge.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
Give me that luck.
I was about to ult. Good thing I didn't. They just used 3 ults. Okay. That's the wrong person. How are we losing this?
You won't be needing that.
Stop them in their tracks.
You won't be needing that.
That was a stupid burn. These are so annoying to kill. Invisible shrink her ass. Wait, what? Wait, Iron Man's going crazy. He's 18 kills.
Give me that luck. I'll never say no to a shield.
Someone scratch my back.
Oh, those guys super dead. What? What time she died? Holy shit.
Give me that luck.
Okay, I mean, I guess.
Give me that luck. Peekaboo.
Down to 30 seconds.
For me.
Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me, bro. Oh, what timing is that? What type of timing is that, bro?
I always land on my feet.
You'll have to keep fighting until we
Fuck.
checkpoint. Now might be a good time.
Undiveable. I mean, they're running the hardest characters to dive. Like, Rock Raccoon is one thing he's good at is not fucking dying. He's really good at escaping. And then White Fox is like, obviously she's anti-dive, so just teleport to someone, then, well, you have to fucking wait. And I'm like solo diving, so. I should have fished him. Whoops. Fully cannot. Like, you can't dive this shit, bro. Got 3. Jesus Christ, these guys are so annoying to dive.
Let's try this again.
That like at least one person diving me, it would be so easy.
Give me that luck.
Down to 30 seconds.
So stealthy. That definitely helps.
Oh my fucking god, bro. Just charms me.
This is real firepower!
For me.
Oh, this bleed is fucking me up hard.
This health belongs to me.
Oh man. Can't even win a quick play. Damn. Can't win ranked, I can't win quick play. Shit, what am I good for? Ugh. Playing fighting games? Bro. I can't win a quick play and I can't win ranked. Yeah, I give up. I fucking give up. Shit's cooked, bro. Third time's a charm, or I guess second time's a charm. The mass is calling you.
Pick your hero.
All right, last match, and then just play Cuphead. Who do I play? I'll play Iron Man. This skin is cool. Should have been Blade. Let me see this Tokon trailer again.
行動であり、そして最高の行動と戦いだ。力だけでは世に勝てん。無数の敵を倒してきただろうが、今
Knights of Doom.
示してやろう。王者の偉大さを。自称天才には不可能だろう。そなたの発明は平凡である。世の英知は無限なり。次は私の番だ。命役を唱えたらドゥーム。償いを受ける覚悟はできているだろうな。
暴力では何も解決しないわ、エリック。
嵐に備えよオロロ。ミュータントは何度でも立ち上がる。私が先人となり。
I wonder how Green Goblin sounds in this Japanese. Exactly how I expected. Never mind. Exactly how you expect.
まだ小娘のことを恨んでいるのか。
いい加減笑いながら戦うのはやめた方がいいよ、ボビー。
その程度か。
I should be banned.
Yo, Carnage's voice actor is crazy. Oh my god. What is this guy talking about? Something he could be banned? What the fuck is this guy saying? Look at this cornball over here. Oh yeah, low-key clones extend this thing, huh? Damn, I really wasn't getting healed? Oh man, I'm in front of you. Okay. I'm literally in front of you, but alright. Oh my god, my form is lasting so long. No, the fucking Dino's bubble. This fucking... There we go. Yeah, eat shit. We keep a fire fucking protons, you asshole. That's what happens when you pick up fire protons, asshole. You went so long to your ult? Yeah, like, I don't know. They don't sense that. I think it's just the game sense. Some people's game sense is not up there. Like, you can sense that, oh, this fight isn't looking winnable, or they're getting too much ground on us. They're pushing us back like crazy. I should probably ult. Not everyone has a... Is that Gambit in quick play? What happened to Shame? Oh my god. Am I tripping or is that two dinos? Oh hell no! You guys have lost your minds. Is this the real one? Oh, it was. I died to fucking bleed. Or did I? Oh no, I got shut up. Play Iron Man to Phoenix. Punisher play as active for 2 hours. I'll play Iron Man to Phoenix and Punisher. I've shitted on Phoenixes and Punishers before as Iron Man. Not every Iron Man has aim. I mean, not every Phoenix has aim. That's facts. Nah, this guy... Oh my god, why is he in here? Yo, that guy that killed me? That guy just fell off the map. That guy's an idiot. That guy's an idiot. But I think he got thrown off the map. I don't think he fell. Bro, who the fuck is shooting me? much firepower for you. It's getting sick. How long have I been live? 9 hours. Oh, okay. Oh.
If you were as smart as me, you'd be arrogant too.
I'm about to get my ass whooped on this Cuphead session. Looking tired. God damn.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
You play Bucky, you think Cyclops is gonna be a good DPS? Yes. I think it'll be good. Dude, Carnage, holy shit. Look at that, she was cooking on some Cuphead. Oh nah. Hey yo! What the fuck was that?
My healing factor can't keep up. How about an assist?
That guy died so fast. No. I'm gonna just call that fucking console aim assist. I mean controller aim assist, like, cause ain't no way. We'll use lamps for one Iron Man. Like, his whole team is dead, just except that for reset.
Your powers are mine. Damn it, never.
Oh my fucking god, I got no one. We dead ass? What's that guy doing? That Loki's not even healing him. He doesn't give a fuck. That Loki don't give a fuck about that Punisher. I'm gonna murder this guy. Oh my god, another Gambit ult. Who are you? Where did you come from? Quick play, yes. Oh my god, how many of these guys are on console? Damn. I'm not getting off Iron Man. I don't care if he's counterpicking me. That's quick play. I'm not switching off Iron Man. Fuck if I care if he's counterpicking me. Where I snipe him. Damn, I haven't hit a single Iron Man on the whole game. That didn't hit him? This all sucks, dude. Jesus. There's only one way to use it. You just gotta go stealthy and then just, I mean, it does a one shot, but like, I wish it would just get nerfed, but like, be better. Or just rework. Like, get this ult is so ass. It's so niche.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Who did he even ult? Oh my god, this buff is insane, bro. The E buff, bro. This buff. Oh my god, I've been beaming for so long. That Iron Man buff is crazy. Oh my god. I was in that form for how long? Damn. Upwards of almost 20 seconds. Man, that buff is disgusting, yo. Okay, that was a quick match. I'll do one more. Should have been Blade getting this skin though, sadly. Oh well. 17 finals down. Okay, how's the other that? Hold on, give me a second. Jesus. He beating his ass. What's it? Ida. Ida. God damn. Who? I'm about to say, I thought somebody took my Iron Man. I'm like, who the fuck takes my Iron Man? It's quick play, but we taking characters? Thought I wasn't hovering. The button was grayed out, so I'm like, bro, what? We stealing characters in quick play? Afro Samurai Club with few families. This game?
4, 3, 2, 1. You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Oh great, a fucking Spider-Man. No, he was one. Oh my god, the fucking Emma. Oh my god, the Emma wall got in the way. Nice. No way. I'm about to say, yo. Like, come on, lock in. Come on, Iron Man. Don't fail me now. I fucking hate this ult. I just be sending that shit, bro. Like I literally don't even have a Q button when I play Iron Man. Like I play ultless Iron Man. Fuck. Boy failure BL. Funny name. I'm surprised Spider-Man's not killing me that much. That's hilarious. See, if it was my Spider-Man, it wouldn't even be an Iron Man in the game. Yep. Just like that.
mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
No! Oh man. What's with the side eye? First I be spawn camping. You can't spawn camp me. Not me, you can't. Fuck is my team just standing there? Let's get this W, bro. I don't care if it's quick play. We will win this. Bro, you gotta be fucking kidding me. He's on my balls, bro.
Iron Man operational again. Hurry up.
Oh, there's no way he survives that. Are you serious? Damn, this guy's on my balls. Did this Jeff just stop healing me? Why? I think he was reloading. Man, every casual player is on controller. Damn, they low controller. I guess like majority of the casuals are console players. I mean, PC is for like sweatiest of the sweaty.
Put on a show.
I can't use this ult, bro. This ult is so ass. This ult is so bad, bro. And even when you do know how to use it, like it's like so niche. You gotta be sneaky with it. So buns. I wish he just got like what's that other suit? With a Super Iron Man suit or whatever. You should just get that shit. Like I got nobody. He's dead.
Whoever put me out last time.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Oh my goodness, he chased me. Why is there a champion Star-Lord in quick play? Bro got sick of my ass.
Everybody ready?
This guy got sick of my ass. They have a Tokon collab. Was soon in this game. Oh, does his Tokon fit? Be sick. Got a Namor? Son. Son. Is that deep? Who's diving, y'all? Literally nobody. Is it for me, I guess? Guess I can kind of see that, but you have no aim, so you just play no more to kill the Iron Man. That guy's dead. I was aiming past you, not at you. Got the Luna. Got the boy failure. Son. Wow, you are just not dying. Oh, God damn it, dude. I just can't live. I mean, that's the life of an Iron Man player. Like, you have to just keep moving. This ult is so ass, bro. It has like 200 frames of startup, yo. God, I hate this character so much, man. 200 frames startup ult, bro. Fuck. As a fighting game player, I am displeased. A 200 frame startup ult, man. There's no way Iron Man is this slow, bro. If his life depended on him, bro. Come on. The rival fighting gameplay? You mean Rivals guy? Fuck you. Go, please kill the boy failure. I can't believe I'm saying that right now, but
I am ready to put on a show.
I would have any ults. Have I landed one ult this game? Yeah, come in the spawn room, you loser. Oh, he's fucking camping me. Oh, he's actually so weird. Bro, I'm not gonna just let you fucking grab me as Emma Frost. Have you lost your mind?
Only 60 seconds left. He stopped him in their tracks.
Can I get Snowflake? Damn, bro. I didn't get Snowflake. Sheesh, bro. Quick plays. I'm serious. I have 11 deaths because of this fucking spider. I mean, to be fair, I am playing Iron Man into my hard counters, but I'm not. Oh my god. Oh, you're dead. I'm not switching in quick play. That's super dead.
Down to 30 seconds.
I finally got one. This ult is so ass. I hate it. I think it's the ult I hate the most in this game. I think it's actually worse than Blade ult.
The final 10 seconds.
It's like such a hit or miss, all or nothing ult. Can I get a Snowflake, Luna?
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Nothing like seeing her perform live.
Jesus.
I love you, Infernasu.
What the? What? What the? Okay, we're done. Low 18, let's go. Okay, let's get on Cuphead. GG's. That was funny. A call on Discord. Was it worthy? That was you, GG's, dude. Oh my god, bro. Plug my controller in. We use Parsec to play Reanimal? Is that what we used? Or did we use... I know we used that for the other game. We used that for Directive. I'm trying to think. Okay,
Shoot, my bad. I didn't know you called me.
oh no, I just called you like just now. Don't worry.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say I didn't get the notification.
No, you're good. Yeah, you just connect my computer. Should work.
All right. Were you asking for shoe? Yes, I was asking for shoe recommendations. Although something cheap. Oh, I heard my
You see the game?
something on the cheaper end. I do see it, but hold on. I might have to exit out of it
Alright.
because it's on my right monitor.
Just do Windows key, hold shift, and then right arrow. Should
Windows.
hold Windows key and shift and then right arrow on your keyboard.
Oh, I got it.
Nice. Did it work? Or Something else.
Yeah, it worked. It
Okay.
worked.
Okay. Wait, is your controller plugged in? You had to plug your controller
Yes,
before.
it's connected.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let me invite you to stream together and we can start. Chat, Song Request is over. I think I'm cursed. Can't win a Rivals match. Cannot win. Plagued. There, I invited you. Your mic is muted, by the way.
How are your games? So I admitted to being a masochist in your title. I mean, I like games that make me suffer. Apparently,
What the? Interesting.
I just look for my comfy shoes. I need my shoe soles to be as soft as possible. Yeah, my Pumas are pretty soft. It's just me.
I'm changing the game to Cuphead.
Oh, chat. Look at what I have. So I put two of my favorite things I like to put in lemon and salt, and sometimes pepper flakes.
Ew.
I haven't done the pepper flakes in a while, but this time I put it in. So I put mango and cucumber in here.
Wrong monitor, isn't it? Yeah, it is the wrong monitor. Huh. Give me a second. Gotta kick you from the
You're
thing.
cool.
How do I switch
Did Infer do his
this?
challenge? Yeah, he did his challenge. He suffered with Fantastic
Never
for
doing
a
that shit again.
very long time.
Never
Never
doing that
challenge me
again.
again. Never
Challenge you
challenge me again.
That was like your literal first time doing a long stream, and like your max is like what, 7 hours?
Yeah.
Exactly.
If it was Genshin, it would have been terrible.
What do you mean? Oh, the 12-hour session?
Yeah, it would have been terrible if it was a different. But Marvel, it's just.
All right, you can
We
connect
enjoy
now.
Marvel. Connect back to your computer?
Yep.
Okay.
All right. You see my Steam?
What's good, Udo? Y'all enjoy suffering? Yeah, I do not see your screen.
What the? Did you open the thing? Parsec thing?
Oh, huh. I closed it. Let me. Hold on. Windows. There we go. But it's on the smaller screen right now.
Smaller
How can I
screen?
max this?
Huh?
Make it big.
Why is it so small? What the fuck? Okay, hold on.
Hide what screen?
Why is that so small for you?
We should do another, but the loser has to do the ice bucket challenge. What's up with the ice bucket challenge?
That challenge is so old. Why do you guys want to see that?
What's up with that?
I'm not
I'm
doing
still
that.
waiting on Junior. Junior, what do you mean, Udo? Yeah, I see that Valorant live. Forced Nasu to get on with you. Dude, I played Valorant once. And it's just sitting there. Haven't touched. Hide
Okay,
screen.
try it now. Yes. That's weird. It's so
What
tiny.
screen am I hiding, Hemo?
Why is it so tiny for you? I think that's something on your end. I don't think I can tweak the.
Yeah, it's definitely on my end.
It says windowed.
Windowed.
Wait, that didn't do it. What the fuck?
There we go. I got it. I had to make a big screen.
I think you can press F11 to full screen it, but I don't know. Okay.
I pressed F11 and it didn't full screen. Oh, that's right, Udo. You told me about that. Honestly, what rival player is a masochist? Real keepy players?
It says keyboard control alt
YG,
F.
you're funny.
It says do control alt F. Should full screen it.
Alt F. Control alt F.
I didn't do shit. What the fuck? Why is it? I don't know why it's not full screen for you.
But yeah, I do remember Udo. I just need a little bit of a.
Huh. That's odd. Should be full
I
screen
can't
for
figure
you.
out the phrase for it. But yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
whatever.
this is fine, no?
Oh, if it's fine for you, sure. Okay. Yeah, let's play. Does the mouse work for you? Okay, it does. Okay, cool. All right, press play.
What do you mean that wasn't a joke? YG, really? Is there another challenge you guys would rather do?
Oops. What did I just do? Oh, I tabbed
That
out.
was me. Shit, that was me. What are we eating? Cucumber and mango and lemon and salt.
Ooh. Can't believe we're doing this again. I invited you to stream together. I thought we were gonna like take like a, I don't know, a day's break or something.
Give me a sec. I'm gonna join the stream together.
Bet. Dude, it's actually crazy that we're playing this because today Cuphead 2 just got announced, which is
really
yes at Summer Games Fest.
Oh, I didn't look into that yet.
Okay, look into what? Oh, Summer Games Fest.
Summer Games Fest. Yeah.
It's like a whole presentation of games. Pretty good. There's a lot of cool stuff in there.
7 hours.
Your controller should work.
Oh fuck! Something unique.
What the? Does your controller work now?
It's connected.
Just have to like press. Oh, there we go.
Got it.
You sure you don't want to full screen your game? We'll find a way to full screen your thing.
I mean, it's fine.
Oh, okay. What is that?
Run and gun. Oh my god, we don't even get it.
We have no. I mean, we have
We're
to
going
do it.
straight into another boss. Yeah.
This is not a boss. This is a field thingy. It's a run and gun thing. So we get money from this. All right, ready when you are. Oh god, here we go.
If both streamers agree. Oh.
Okay, how does the input latency feel? Is it better or?
I'll say it's better.
It should be better. It's parsec compared to Steam's.
Are we?
Oh, what the fuck?
Oh, what? What?
What is that? Alright, this doesn't count as a warm-up.
I'm trying to remember some of my stuff. What the hell is that?
Is that a bird? That is indeed a bird. Ow! Bro, I'm dead. Thanks.
What? You can't shoot that? Okay. Oh,
How the fuck do we get that? Hold on. Got it. Oh, I tried to save you and died. Alright, it's all
let's
good.
see what our I was gonna say let's see the charms and stuff. But that's fine.
Oh yeah, well, we gotta die first. Oh my god.
Oh, I wonder if this works. Oh, nice.
Oh. Gotta bounce off of it. God damn it. Got it. There's 6 coins in total on this stage. At least that's what the thing said. Got it. Bro, what? These things are tanky.
What the hell is that?
Oh, what the?
Hey, don't forget the.
Oh, yeah, I didn't see that. Nice. What was that?
Oh!
I got you.
Okay.
Oh my. Oh, I'm dead. Nice. Good save.
Ooh, God.
I got you. Okay, we just skip. Is there a coin under though? I don't think so. Maybe at the bottom left. I don't think there was a coin down here.
How did we die?
I think.
That's a woodpecker. Oh, this one has a boss.
What do you mean this has a boss? It's a running gun stage, chat. What? How would this have a boss? Careful. Bro, what?
What?
I parried it. That's crazy. Got it. Oh.
Fall damage.
Oh, let's tweak our thingies. We keep forgetting.
Yeah.
I'm gonna let this kill me. So we can tweak our shit.
Okay.
Oh my god, why is it so hard to die? Alright, nice.
At the end is a mini boss. Okay. Let me see.
Spoilers. Ooh, spoilers, chat. Oh, we missed something.
You
What the
know
hell?
what? I think mine might be fine.
What is this stage called? Treetop Trouble. Oh, we missed the stage. Holy shit. W rack.
Oh, rock! Thank you.
He shot.
Oh, sure.
Mega shooter.
Oh.
Yeah, I think mine's good. I have nothing else. I'm poor.
Oh. W rack. Thank you so much. Damn, a total of 240. Holy. I really appreciate it. Damn.
W rack. What are you are?
W rack. Thank you so much. Actually, I think my parry might be fine.
You've been using the A shot for so long. Damn, that P shooter.
Yeah.
Yeah, get you a new one. All right, well, let's go.
That emote's perfect. I muted my sound chat, so. Now why'd you do that?
Huh? Oh fuck. You muted your sound. Oh,
you
your
did it
alerts.
Twice. Yeah.
Nice.
Gosh darn it.
How annoying.
Is it wrong? Hold on. Oh, wow.
Why am I so bad at this? Oh my. Got it.
Okay. The shooter's great.
Oops. Fuck. Ow.
Shit.
Oh, we fell off the map.
Ow. Yeah.
What? I've been pissed. Got it. Oh god, that would have been bad.
Hold on.
Oh god.
Gosh darn it.
Oh good, oh good, oh good. We gotta keep moving, we gotta keep moving. Can't waste time fighting those.
Watch out.
Oh god, that almost hit me. Can you not destroy it? Oh, I'm about to say.
Ooh. Ooh. Ooh.
There's a coin right there.
No.
There's no fucking way.
No.
No.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay, I'll see if I can clutch up.
What if I'm still floating in there?
Doubt it. Oh god, that should have killed me.
Thank you again, Rack. Thank you so much.
My god, these stupid bees.
Deserved?
Deserved is crazy. Oh,
Aw,
fuck.
bruh.
This pea shooter's so weak. That is a horrible run. Nah, I can't use this pea shooter. This shit's us. Oh my god.
You should just what? You should just use your bigger thingamajig.
The EX
skill?
skill?
The rocket? Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's auto aiming.
Oh my god. I keep mixing up my dash button and the damn. Okay, fuck. I'm just gonna restart.
Damn.
That was a horrible run.
Oh!
Wait, hold on. Go back to that. Let's go back to the map.
Thank you, Rack.
Let's come back to that. Because there's something we missed, clearly. At least I think we missed. It's on the list. There's question mark right there. We missed something.
I mean, it's World 1. I think it's in this, like,
Tree
area.
Trop Trouble. Has to be.
Mm.
Yeah, we missed it.
I'm right here. Right here.
Where?
You think it's that?
Could be. My fault.
Oh, I forgot to read it.
You don't have to read it. Let's go to it. Is that a dice? What's this? Laurel Fury. Oh, this is a boss. We need money. No. Let's not do that.
Wait. You think it's,
What?
You think it's the bosses? No, it is the bosses.
Oh, these are?
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Okay. Never mind. Let's go back and do that thing. We need money. We need money ASAP.
There's a question for you in chat.
Huh? Hold on. Favorite anime? I've seen way too many animes. It depends on the genre, but it would probably be Naruto or fuck. Bleach, I guess. Naruto or Bleach. Bro, I don't want to talk about it. I keep thinking my skill button is my dash button.
That was close.
Culture.
God.
I mean, I don't think there's a single anime I know more about than Naruto. Because I've watched it so many times.
Thank you for the follow. No. Server's so good.
There's no way. No, I can't. I can't help
No.
you.
I just jumped.
Oh, man.
Oh,
I'm trying to speed
my
on this.
fault.
Just to see what the fuck is next. Okay, never mind.
Never mind.
Did you see the new Cuphead game? Yeah, we saw it. They announced it at Summer Games Fest. Oh, I saw this. Bro, can you not parry from the bottom?
Hey, the butterflies give you something.
Do they?
What?
Oh, you're giving me his fucking death. Okay, I'm playing too impatient.
That was just unfortunate.
Oh no, I'm playing too impatient. I gotta actually like chill out. I'm trying to rush it and it's getting me killed. She's dying on purpose so she can eat? Wait, what? What? What are you talking about? She wouldn't do that. Oh,
Bruh.
we both died to it.
That's not
Finish
the
your
reason.
food. Just finish your food. Do you need to eat?
No. It's a snack.
Oh, okay. I'm taking my time. Yeah, that's why I'm trying to take my time.
Ooh, that was close.
Fuck, I sent the wrong way. Got it. think there's 4 each time. Never mind.
Oh.
I think that's it. Ow.
Oh, I keep missing.
Oh, good.
Gosh darn it. Oh, that's fine.
Oh, fuck. I'm dead. Oh, thanks. Oh, bro, this part is up the tree is actually so annoying.
No, we get you, Can't shoot. Can't shoot trees on empty stomach.
Okay, I don't know why I can't parry those. I just can't.
Just letting you do the damage. So I keep missing.
That's fine. It's like probably better this way because I feel like we're both trying to do the same thing and it's like getting us killed. Fuck. Oh my god. They're so tanky. Like my damage is just so low that like it just fucking kill me. Okay.
Stupid thingy.
Oh, I'm dead.
Oh no. No.
All good, all good. Just keep going and just see how far you can get. Oh. Why did you...
I thought I could jump.
Oh, no. That's how we died earlier. You can't get on top of those.
Mm-hmm. Are you guys hyped about the World Cup at all?
World Cup? I haven't watched soccer in ages.
I usually watch those.
Same. Fuck. God damn it. Jeez, this is annoying. There we go.
Oh my god, I need to...
You gotta slow down.
Yeah.
Oh my... Speaking of slow down. Do I say that and then I just die to that? Holy
no.
Fuck.
Well.
The perfect rage game. This game is very rage-inducing. You know you can hold RB to aim, right? Like at diagonally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just
forgetting or what?
having a hard time aiming and doing the other things at the same time.
You seen Obsession? No, I haven't seen Obsession. I won't watch it though. Or just wait till it's like... Oh fuck. It's a website or something. Maybe on Netflix or something, I don't know. Oh my god, these things are super annoying.
How do I go on that one?
No.
Okay.
Oh, this stage is rough.
Patience.
Yeah, we gotta be patient, but like not too patient to the point where we get fucking killed. It's like tricky. Got it. Oh, come on. Damn, my damage is so low that it takes me like 3 shots to kill these things. It's actually so annoying. I can't reach you.
Yeah,
Too
now
high.
just.
Let me see how far I can get. We're gonna know what's next. How the fuck do I get that?
Oh, nice.
What?
Oh.
Holy fuck, okay. Where the coins at? Oh, that's one. You've got to be kidding me. What?
Oh, what?
This is the boss you guys were talking about?
Yeah.
Dude.
No.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Hi, Ark. I go good.
Wait, it died? But we... Okay. Okay. It died. It literally died. But I died before it, so it didn't count. Okay, at least we know the stage is not that long.
I could try to hit the pink ones. Like, I could parry with my jump.
Okay.
Oh, I got it.
Oh my goodness.
Oh. What? Hold on.
Hold on. Got it. I got you.
Wait.
Where'd you go?
I'm down there
Oh,
still.
okay. I was about to say.
Oh, God. I don't think I could. God damn it.
You're fine. No way.
It's not.
Okay.
No. No.
I'll wait for you. Nice. Oh, what the fuck? You've got to be kidding. Oh. What the?
Oh, that's cool.
That's the beam
shit.
thing? Oh. I should have saved that for the boss. Oh, damn it.
Well.
Okay. You ready?
Yeah.
Okay, wait. Just wait. Uh-oh. Okay. I think I go first. I fucking hate this game. Okay.
No! Oh my god! I'm so sorry.
No, you're good.
I failed.
That was funny. Okay, this run is horrible for me. gonna save my ult for the boss. So the boss doesn't have a lot of HP, clearly. Hold on. Good save.
Ooh, that was a close one.
Yeah. Oh my god, that almost hit me.
Oh, that's okay.
Oh my god, almost dashed at it. Oh, I fell. Fuck. Okay, I'll get the coin. I'm gonna wait. Actually, you take the thing. Okay.
You go first?
Yeah. Okay. I am going to take the bottom route.
Okay.
Fuck. At least I tried to take the bottom route.
It's cool.
Yeah, you can just wait. Nice. Okay, I'm gonna jump. Nice. I think we both have to do this one at the same time.
Okay, I'm ready.
Oh, fuck. Nice.
Oh.
Just take your time.
Wait.
Take your time.
You
Take your
got
time. Take your time. Okay, I think the boss is here. So, yeah. Let's go.
Watch out.
Oh my god, it died, bro. I couldn't reach the thing.
No. I'm so done too because seeing floating angel.
I couldn't reach the. What the fuck? I died to it. I mean, Oh, okay. We don't talk about that.
Now go.
I hate this game. Good luck.
Well, shit.
We're gonna be on Cuphead too. Probably gonna be fucking. Oh, whoops. Let's try. I don't think I'm gonna be sane by the time that drops. god, that would have been bad. Oh my god, I just took the most unnecessary hit.
Oh, that was a good rebound.
Yeah. Oh, fuck.
Oh.
Oh, come on. Okay. Same plan as last time. Yeah, I'm gonna go first.
Okay.
Okay, I will try and do the bottom, but I mean, I guess it doesn't matter because we're gonna wait regardless.
Mm-hmm.
I'm fucking ass. Like, yo, you're my goat. I got you.
You got me.
All right, ready?
Yeah. Oh shit.
Okay. Take your time. Okay, the boss is here. All right, let's go.
Yeah.
Oh, we both got hit by the same thing again.
What?
Oh, why do we keep doing this to ourselves?
Now go.
Okay, we got it this time. You gotta watch it in theaters. It got postponed on its digital release. Talking about Obsession? That's fine, I'll wait. Fuck. This is the run, I believe. Besides, all my friends don't like horror movies anyway. Oh my god. My friends that live near me don't like horror movies. Oh my goodness, I'm so bad. Thank you. That was too close. Imagine if there was a timer.
Oh, I would fucking hate that.
The timer would be devious. Thanks. Okay. Okay, take your time. Okay, I almost messed up. Almost. Nice. Oh my god. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh God.
I stood there because I was trying to get the coin.
Silly me.
I
No.
tried to get you. It wouldn't reach. I parried, but it wasn't close enough.
Kat, how are you?
We're so close to beating this.
It's our first time playing Cuphead.
Oh, I should destroy that for you. My bad.
No, that's good.
I'm trying to shoot everything so I can get the ult for the boss. Oh my goodness. This is so stupid. Got it.
Oh.
It's fine, it's fine.
Oh shit.
I got you.
Okay.
Fuck. That almost hit me. Oh my god, that almost hit me.
Ooh. Oh. Oh, fine. And how Cuphead runs? Oh.
Stressful.
Yeah. Oh.
I guess sometimes it doesn't. I don't know. Sometimes it doesn't proc.
You played Cuphead before, Kat?
Okay, saving you right here is gonna be pretty hard if you die. But I'm gonna wait here just in case. Oh.
Oh, we both went through it. I was gonna stay there and go down.
Yeah, that's why like that coin is like bait. You're like almost guaranteed to get hit if you stay for too long.
You get that?
Oh my goodness, I didn't hold RB. Go on. Oh my god, that almost hit you.
Did I have a dash on that?
Huh?
I can't remember what charm I had. Some of my dashes give me protection.
Something like that. Oh, that's the teleport one. You don't
think
have
I
that.
have it.
You don't have that equipped. Yeah, you have the parry one equipped.
Yeah.
Oh. Fuck.
Okay, that was just. I thought I could do it at the same time. That's fine.
I'll try and clutch up.
Hi, Savage. I like watching Cuphead, but haven't played it. Have you played games similar to these? Hi, Law.
Why am I still here? What?
For real.
There's no way I have to go back, right? Do I jump that?
No. That's background. Wait, is it? It looks like a background.
What do you think?
Nah.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, I had extra life, so like it would have been fine if I died. Was that 6 coins? Whew. How stressful. Oh, we got 5. Okay, it was 5, not 6. My bad. Oh, thanks. Okay. Here, we got money now. We're not poor. Let's go to the shop. You want to stick with that P blaster, or are you gonna get something different this time?
I want to get something different, but who knows? Kat, what games do you play?
Chaser, long range with below average damage, not aiming required. Wait, so Chaser can't miss?
Yeah, it's like auto aim. That'll probably be good for me.
You can get it. I might get spread. I think I might get spread. Kablooey, medium range, good damage with story to fire. Lobber.
Ooh, nah. I'm switching. Oh.
How low we talking though? Because low damage is fine, but like if it always hits, that's fucking crazy good. Oh, what'd you buy?
A what stone?
What does that do?
So, every time I parry, it does axe damage.
Oh, okay.
I should get Chaser in the 2 parts.
Should I get Chaser or spread? What do you think?
What was Chaser?
Long range with below average damage, but you don't have to aim. And this one, 8-way. Oh, wait, the ult's different? Chaos Orbit and 8-way. Short range with great spread, but I gotta be close.
Which one do you think you do better with?
I feel like I can do better at spread. Fuck it. Spread it is. Charge. Hold attack to increase damage, no rapid fire. So precision is key. Oh, hell no. I'll have 3 more. The first parry, or is it always? Is this good? You've used this, right? This is the parry one. Is it always automatic, or do you have to like actually time it after the first one? A lie. Lie?
Oh, sorry. No, you just gotta hit it and you'll get it. Like one jump. Like hit it with your jump and you're good.
But it says only the first one. Is it forever or?
It's like every first jump you do.
Okay.
Like every time you hit the pink one, you get it.
Bet. I'm good to go. Oops.
Oh shit.
Okay. Extra heart.
Oh my god, is this another charm? Like,
did you buy? Dude, you gotta stop doing that. That's the only other thing it can be. I'll remind you next time.
Fuck.
A shot. Roundabout. Jumbo. Rebound.
Oh.
You gotta try some of these power-ups, dude. Or these shooter thingies. Yeah, there's 3 more. We don't know what they do yet. Next time, buy one of them. Okay, where do we go now?
Boss.
All right.
I know, Montago. I'm fucked. I keep getting a fucking charm.
Oh, it's the 6-7 fucking thing. What is this? This is so small range. Wait, the damage is probably crazy though.
Oh, there's blue and purple things. Oh, what the fuck is that?
It's the 6-7 flower. If you know what I'm talking about, chat. Oh, this is my skill.
LB to switch weapon.
You don't have
that's for
another.
you.
Yeah, it's for me. You don't have a weapon. Ow. What is that? Oh, okay. Well, good luck.
I just been dying. Bro, Shelly
Those who
Brown.
attempt to fight this will leave allergic
Hold on.
redness. Oh.
Let me change my charms.
I think I'm gonna use the art one for this one. Oh wait, it lowers my damage. Never mind.
Oh, you know what? Maybe this will work. Okay, wait. I think this one might be fine.
Wait, how's the input delay? Is it? Well, I asked you this,
It's
but
good.
is it really that?
It's fine.
Okay. It's like noticeably different, like much better.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah, we can just use parsec for now on, because Steam Remote plays as input lag. What is that? Oh, what? I'm gonna save for my ult. What is that? Can I shoot that?
You tell me you didn't notice that.
I mean, ow. I mean, I kind of did, but I have a lot going on. Oh. Okay,
Well,
I get how that works. What is that?
Oh, shit. I forgot I don't have my automatic parry. God damn it.
I gotta be close, so I'm gonna stand up
I
here.
see.
You know, this shit might get me killed. Ow! Fuck! Oh my fuck.
It's your ult.
Huh? I was
Aw,
gonna save, but
shit.
I got impatient. I want to see the next phase, so I'm not gonna. I'm saying downwards. Fuck.
No.
Okay, I think I do a lot of damage though. You guys made tag 2. I'm proud. Thanks, dude. Fuck.
Destroy them.
Oh my. Okay, I think it's always the top. Top and then bottom. Oh, fuck me, man. No! Oh my god. Thank you.
Oh no.
I'm ulting it. What does this do? Oh, it's assault. Wait, the ult doesn't change on this then. Oh my god.
No.
Oh, only on this the plane form. Oh, okay, I get it. I thought each weapon had their own ult, but no, those supers are separate.
If we die in this one, let me change my charm.
Okay.
Thank you, cat.
Oh my fucking god, I hate this boomerang. Again?
Oh, I didn't even notice it did again.
Oh my, I tried to crouch as in like, oh, I have to press A, okay.
Okay, let's.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, we can just return. Remove player 2 is crazy. kick you.
Wow.
Shoes don't change though. Yeah, I keep thinking they do, but Super's its own thing.
First parry move is automatic. All you need to do is jump. Cool. I'm good.
A brawl is surely brewing. And begin!
Oh, come on. Oh my god, that almost hit me.
Darn it.
Again?
Oh no. Gosh darn it.
Bro, 2 is insane.
Oh, wow.
Yo, okay. This guy's an asshole. Maybe I just do this one. But like I play like right over here. Oh my god, I pressed A too late.
Dude, how do you even dodge those? Shoots.
I got you. Oh no. Thank you.
What is that?
What is wrong with him? Why is he tweaking? Oh, what is wrong?
no.
Oh, okay, it's all good. Oh, good. Just try and make it as far as you can. Oh man.
Oh.
Here's a real now go.
Double kill it is.
I like this thing, but like being this close to him is like so risky. It has way less range than I thought. What the fuck? Oh fuck me, man. Yeah, I'm taking so much damage being close to him like this. Let's play back here. Oh fuck me, man.
No.
Can you duck those? I wonder if you can duck the. Oh, I'm so ass. I wonder if you can duck the. I'm gonna try it next time. Oh no! I got you.
It's such a small area too.
Oh my god, you can.
You can't.
You can.
You can? Damn.
What the fuck is that?
Oh, you can't go in those ones, I guess.
Okay, yeah, okay, that's not that bad. That's not that bad. Okay, this is easy actually. Hold on, this is way easier than the last stage. Yeah, you just gotta duck the thingy. Oh my god, I got mixed. What is that in the air? I'm ducking this. No, oh, I can't get you from up there.
No, it's fine. 3S one.
Here's a real high-class bout. Here goes.
Yo, what in the flying fuck?
I should have got that on aimer. God damn it.
The homing thing?
Yeah.
That shit would be so good here, yeah. But you wouldn't have to. Yeah, that shit has to be really good. There's just no way it isn't. Even if the damage is lower, like, it's so handy not missing. Because think about how much shots you miss normally.
A lot.
Exactly. Oh my fucking god, I'm so garbage. Bro.
This match will get red hot.
Because, like, if you get the auto aim, all you have to think about is dodging. You don't have to think about aiming. Having to think about aiming and dodging is, like, so much work. Fuck. Oh my goodness. I'm dead, bro. I had a shitty run. So much projectiles.
Here goes.
Oh my god.
Fuck it, I'm gonna just... That doesn't... Oh, okay.
It's okay, it's okay.
I wish it destroyed it.
I'm playing far back now. What is he doing? Oh, it's this shit again. What's that? Oh, fuck.
No.
I got you.
Okay. Oh, shit.
Oh, we won! Oh my god.
Oh.
That was easy. Hold on.
It didn't take that long.
Yeah, that was easy, chat. W. Sheesh. What was different? No, it was her. She saved my ass. Holy. Did we miss anything up there? Hold on. What was up here? Oh, that's where we came from.
I need coins ASAP.
Yeah, that's the flying stage. Yeah, you do need coins.
Wait, oh my god, where am I going?
We did the museum, right? Yeah, we did. How was this? What? The dye house?
Thank you, Homo.
Well, ain't that a pip? Looks like, oh my god, there's lyrics. Looks like the boys really put the kibosh on the debtors. You can head on over to the next aisle. Plenty more marks for you to lean on there. Okay. Ready?
Here you go. Yep.
Sheesh. Song is sung by
Super
woman?
follow.
Yeah. Amazing. Guys, hang on. Thank the stars I caught up with you. I believe I found a way to get you out of this mess you're in. Hot dog you have. Your strength is growing. You'll soon be a match for that no king dice. No good king dice. And maybe even the devil himself. Was a king dice? The hell? Golly.
Wasn't that the
Do
dice?
you really? Oh. He's a king? Okay, whatever. I do, but you will never get close to the devil unless you already have those soul contracts in hand. Only then will you get a chance to turn the tables on that fiend. So when the time comes, do the right thing.
What if the kettle's the evil guy?
Nah, Unc wouldn't do that to us.
So, how are you doing?
Circus, cool. Do you need to change your power-ups?
What was that?
Do you need to change your power-ups?
I don't think so.
Okay. Why are these guys so sad? Ever heard of the barbershop trio? If we can't find our... Oh. Be a pal. Let
My
us
bad.
know if you spot him, won't you? Wait, who are we spotting? Fourth member. Oh, they're missing a fourth member. Okay. Who's this? No, bro. Can we get some coins first, please?
I need it.
Oh, there's a thing over there.
Good timing, fellas. I just added an upgrade on your airplanes. Now you can wall up your foes with bombs.
Oh, cool.
Just switch your weapon. Try it out.
Your airplanes are now equipped with mini bombs. Switch weapons anytime during battle. W. Shit, I think we gotta do this to unlock it. It won't let us go past it.
Happy Friday, Samantha.
Boss as well. I think we gotta do this to unlock it. Which one do you want to do? I think it's this one. Sugarland Shimmy.
Samantha, what's up? How's your Friday? I forgot it was Friday. Ooh, she's cute. Oh, shit.
Yeah, you say that, so she's trying to fucking kill us. Oh, we're supposed to hit the candy corn. I think. Oh, okay. Chat, you guys like candy corn? Oh, okay.
Hold on. I guess I could switch after this.
Chat, you guys like candy corn? You guys candy corn haters.
Ooh, I know what to do.
Fuck. Pattern it goes and rent. Ow. Oh, it's destroyed. What the fuck? I'm dead. Good luck.
What? Oh! Where the fuck did you come from? Let me change my shit.
Oh, sorry. We just back out. Oh, nice. Oh, when we die, just press triangle or Y. So you can change your stuff from there. You don't have to go to this place.
All right. Hopefully this one works. I'm good.
Oh, wait, do I have to start it or can you start it?
I can start it.
Nice.
Oh, it's different.
What the? Is that a waffle? Oh, I got lucky. I got lucky. Oh shit. She's just sending out like all her kids or something? Like I don't. How many kids or whatever you got? What is it doing? I have ult, but like I don't. Fuck are you? Ow! Die! No! Good luck. Big Mom. How many does she have? Damn. It's gotta be like 5, I think, from what I've counted. Ow!
Oh, that hit me.
Oh, okay, I get how it works. Just like a shockwave.
Who are you?
Oh wait, you don't have to answer my question, chat. I was thinking out loud. Where am I?
Who are you? You're dead?
Yeah. I had a terrible start.
Oh my
She said,
god.
where are you? How do we tell her?
Oh my god. Oh shit.
We're good. Oh god, that almost hit me. Nice. It's 1. The fuck? It's a gumball machine? That's 2.
There's this little guy's coming out.
Who's next? Oh, this guy. Oh, that's so sad. Oh, it's destroyed. That's 3. Oh, she's here. We gotta shoot at her, I think. Oh, what the fuck is she doing?
What?
Oh, hell no. Oh, good thing I have this thing.
Wait, why did that shit scare me so much? No!
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I didn't change my keybind.
Oh, wait, the candy's pink. You can bounce off of it. All right, 1. Oh. That was free. All right, let's get some
So
damn
what do you
coins.
shoot? How do you aim? I mean,
I hold square or X for you. I hold X while I'm using my thumb to jump with A. I'm like doing both at the same time. Like I have my thumb over both.
Aim.
Oh.
You aim when you shoot.
I hold R1.
R1?
Well, with this thing, I don't have to aim because my thing boomerangs backwards. So I'm not really aiming that much. I'm just kind of like hoping that like I shoot the opposite direction and it flies into it. I'm just getting lucky. All right, let's get you some coins. 5, run
I
and
need
gun.
to change it, but I don't know how I'm gonna change it.
You don't know what to change it to?
Yeah, cause
Wait, what are you trying to change?
my aim button's the same as my moving button. So every time I aim, I'm moving. You know? You don't have that?
No. When I hold R1, I can just aim up, down, left, right like this. I can't move.
No, I have to go like.
What the fuck?
I'm using my.
When you hold the button. Oh, how the fuck do you do that? I can't do that.
This is worse. Don't do it. It's so bad.
I don't know how the fuck you're doing that.
Fuck?
Yeah, that is bad. Hold on.
I forgot we're in a boss.
Hold on. How the fuck did you do that?
I've always had it.
My game is not like that.
Let me see yours. Hold on.
Our controls are the same, no?
Where's your aim button?
Aim. My shoot is X.
Yeah, but
aim.
shooting.
Aim would be RB. Lock. It should be lock. Yeah, it's the lock button. Mine's just RB. Yours is the same thing, no? Huh. That's so weird. I can't move while we're locking. I could look it up real quick.
I'll just get auto aim.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get the auto aim after this one. So I don't have to worry about that.
Okay. Oh, I think I know how. Oh, wait, no, I don't. Oh, okay. I think. Yeah, you can do it with only some of them. Wait, I can do it now. Oh, I'm moving with the stick. That's why. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, how the fuck? Okay, I can't do it anymore. I don't get it. Wait. Okay. Wait, what? I'm able to do it now. I'm not able to do it anymore. That's so weird. Oh, wait, I can do it. Look, I'm doing it right now. But are you sure you're holding RB? Not RT, RB.
Well, RB doesn't do anything for me.
Yeah, you're doing it right now.
No, I have to use my stick to move.
No, to aim. Yeah, you aim?
Yeah, I have to use my stick to aim.
Yeah, but do you also use that to move?
Yeah.
Yeah, wait. Okay, I'm getting confused. Maybe you can't do it with the... Oh, no, I'm restarting. Maybe you can't do it with that one? I'm checking. She's using pea shooter. Back up? I mean, back out of it?
Bye, Cap. I mean, it's fine because once we get over this, I could get the auto aim thing.
Yeah, I can do it with this. I just hold the button, I'll hold RB, and then I just... What the fuck? And then I just
Now,
press
how the hell
in.
did I get hit?
I don't know. All right, let's just play. Since you're fine with it. What the hell?
That is scary.
That... Oh, why am I fucking dying? Ow, ow, ow. Okay, I'm dead.
Oh, no.
We're restarting. She's still using pea shooter? It's because she didn't know. Don't worry. We're about to get her something else. Ow. Oh, wow. This is fucking annoying. We got to keep moving. I'm dead as fuck. Okay, wow. That's actually really cancer.
Damn. I'm trying to get on top of this thing.
It's one.
Gosh darn it.
Oh, you're an asshole. That guy's a fucking asshole. Don't worry about me. Okay, worry about me. I think you have to bring it over. It won't come back over.
Oh.
I think. Oh, this stage is cancerous 2-player. What the hell? Oh yeah, this stage is horrible for 2 players. This is a horrible 2-player stage. Oh man. I'm ignoring that asshole.
Damn it. No.
Oh, sorry. Well, why'd I still take damage? Well, okay, whatever. So that's what you meant yesterday when you said you parried and still took damage. Oh, that's dumb. Why am I taking damage for parrying? Yeah, I don't think it's worth hitting the balloons or parrying the balloons. I'm just gonna dodge them, yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna come back. Oh, wait.
I think it's... There we go.
These fucking balloons.
Yo, this guy's an asshole. Oh my goodness.
Oh, no.
Thank you.
I can't get on top of this damn thing. Gosh darn it.
These balloons, bro. Holy.
Oh, wait, you don't even have to get on top of the thing.
What thing? What thing?
You don't have to jump on top of the trampoline.
You can just jump it
Just
normally?
like stand still. No, just stand still and it comes to you and you can jump.
Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Good comms, good comms.
Oh, that's...
Oh good, oh good, oh good. No!
Stupid! Ah!
We're good, we're good, we're
Thank
good.
you.
What is that? Hold on. If this ball kills me, I'm gonna lose my shit. Another coin, it's 2, right? I can't see this tree. Wait. Don't go. Oh, I was gonna shoot him first. All right, let's go. No, I can't see.
Oh, no, it's fine, it's fine.
Where are the coins at? What is that? What? What? What the fuck?
Oh.
It. Here goes. Okay. I'm so pissed. I'm so pissed. Like we're going with the same idea. Oh shit.
God damn it.
All good. Okay, it's not all good. It's all good. Just
No.
play. It's all good. It's all good. That stupid ghost. Or whatever wizard, witch guy, whatever. Oh.
Bruh. Okay. I can't even. Hold on.
Okay, if they hit the things, you fall. They'll just. Yeah.
Bruh. That I didn't even get to see that.
It's all good. Nice. Ow. Oh my goodness, how annoying. And they... Oh, oops. They blow up regardless if you shoot them, I think. Oh, wait, no, they don't blow up if you don't shoot them. Whoops. Moves faster if you kill the kid? Yo, we don't talk about that. We don't talk about that. We don't talk about that.
Okay.
Chat, y'all didn't see nothing. Fuck. Oops. There we go. Okay, this is gonna be hectic. Wait, oh, you have to wait for one of them to open up? Wait,
Oh, got
what?
hit. I'm undead. You're good.
Oh, you have to
No.
fucking shoot them. I'm so stupid. I'm like, wait, why is this not working?
I have a little bit of delay right now.
That's not good.
That's just unfortunate. Oh.
Oh, that's so annoying.
Oh, yeah. Okay. No.
All good, all good, all good.
Okay. It's not all good.
No. Fuck. These fucking balloons, dude. Okay. Oh my god.
Oh, I forget they kill you.
I'm an expert. I don't even have that difficulty slash. Oh fuck. Oh my god, I dashed into it. Wish I could fast fall. Oh, I'm actually so dead. Dude, I wish I could fast fall so I can stop dying to being in the air. We are losing way too much health at that spot. Okay. Oh, you've got to be kidding me.
No.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Aw.
Here goes. Did you have the smoke dash? No. I've been buying like a bunch of power-ups. I just been testing out. Whatever she doesn't buy is what I've been buying.
The dash is actually really useful.
Yeah. That dash is... all good. Hold on.
Get it from afar.
Oh, the ball's still... Oh, they're still coming. It doesn't matter. You. Oh my god, that's so annoying. Like we can't like. It's so weird because that part you can't slow down, but you can't go too fast. Because we had to hurry up and get out of that spot ASAP. Because all those freaking balls that are coming. I hit that and I still took damage. Okay, yeah, I gotta equip this parry thing after this. The parry thing is actually getting me killed.
Oh, I'm one. Okay.
Oops. We gotta keep moving. Oh my god, I was about to drop down there. We gotta destroy this? Are you fucking kidding me?
Oh no.
I'll get the ball. You skip it, I'll get the ball. I fucking hate this game. Oh my god, I hate this game so much. Hold on, let me change my power up. This thingy is getting me killed. Pea shooter on the boat.
Just need the moolah.
All right, let's go. Now we're getting close. We're getting close.
Now go.
Fuck.
so unfortunate.
Aw, man. I'll see how far I can make it. See if I can find some new shit.
People have done speedruns of these, huh?
Yeah. It's
That is crazy.
people are crazy talented. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Oh man. Oh. Yeah, people have done platinum speedruns. Oh fuck.
Fucking.
This is a horrible ride from both of us.
Fuck you.
This is a restart. She's crashing out. Oh man. Nice. Oh wait, I almost forgot to kill it.
So close.
Bro, that's so whack. Dude. Oh, I can't save you.
That's fine.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me. The fuck are you? What?
Oh, we're not even we're like 70%.
70%. I don't even know what he did. He just spawned a fucking coin on my head and I just insta-died. That's fucking crazy. Okay. I'm restarting. Fuck that.
So done.
Oh my god, I'm fucking getting hit like crazy. Oh my god, this run is horrible for me. Okay. Nice. Dude, that is so stupid. I hate this game with every fiber of my being. It spawned on top of her.
Now go.
Oh my god.
I just want my moolah. That's
Oh
it.
my fucking god. I can't with this game, bro. And you guys are telling me they're making a second one of this fuck ass game.
Don't question it.
There's no fucking I can't with this game. Oh my god, almost died. Bro. Dude, this game is so bad.
Should we be patient on the balloons?
Yeah. You can't really be patient, honestly. Just try not to just get hit. That's it. That's all we really can do. Okay. Dude! Oh my god, this spirit thing is so stupid.
Crazy.
It's so stupid. What? What is this? The fuck are you? What the?
Ooh.
Okay.
Snaps.
Oh. What's up, Cloud? Getting ready for the new Cuphead game? No. We started playing yesterday. It's literally a pure coincidence that they announced a new game today. It's literally a pure coincidence. Oh, fuck. I wasn't looking. Oh, I gotta stop shooting this. Whoops. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't know.
Damn, how'd I die wrong?
Oh my god, the fucking ball was coming.
You're up.
This music is driving me insane. I'm gonna fucking think about this when I sleep. I don't even think you can kill that guy. He just disappears. I don't think there's a point in shooting him.
I think I could actually go through those.
Do what?
Through the without killing the clown.
I don't. Yeah, I don't even think he can die. Because he just despawns even if I don't shoot him. Oh, fuck. Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
That's just so unfortunate. Oh.
I tried to go get you. The freaking ball came. He will come back if you don't kill him? Oh my fucking god.
No.
I'm too far away. Oh no. You gotta come back. I literally can't.
Fuck that shit.
Okay, that's bullshit. Like, dude just got rid of my freaking charm instantly.
Ooh, that was close.
What's... Oh, you're trolling. I couldn't see. I hate this game, yo.
Where are you?
I was so far ahead that I couldn't see the ball coming. I should have been where you were.
Yeah.
Fuck, I didn't kill him. Bro, there's no way. How did I fucking mess that up?
I'm slowly losing brain power doing this.
Okay. Oh my god. Son. What the fuck is shooting that?
Ketchup and mustard.
I mean, like, what is shooting it? Can it stop? Oh my god.
Oh.
Can it stop? Is my problem. Oh my god, I almost beat it. Okay, we're getting close. We're getting close. Take your time. Oh my lordy.
Gosh darn it.
It's okay, it's okay. Dude, what?
That makes sense.
Oh my god. Oh, this is a shitty run. Okay. Oh my goodness. I couldn't go to the left because of the... Oh, this stupid wizard, or whatever you want to call him. When are you? Oh man, I'm sorry.
No, that's cool.
Wow, okay.
Oh, it's a hot dog. Yeah, I look miserable.
Okay.
Hot
My
dog, hot
God.
dog, hot diggity dog.
fucking hot dog, bro. That's what was cooking me, a hot dog? Okay. You got your coins. Lost my sanity though.
Where's your shop at?
It's
I'm
right
outta
there.
here.
It's right there. Is there new stuff or no? It's the same. Okay. Yeah, get you a
I'm getting one
unless
of
you want the
those.
hearts, it's up to you. Actually, I need the hearts.
The heart would be useful. I
But you've been on
actually
pea
needed
shooter
that.
for way too long.
Yeah, I need to get this.
Lobber, medium range and good damage with slower fire.
I could either get an extra heart or
Shit, I want the heart.
I would have to. I want the double hearts, but I'd have to wait for another game. I swear to God, if there's another game too, if there was another one of these two,
What do you
right
mean?
after I bought it.
Oh. Damn.
Click shooting comments.
I guess I'll get coffee so that the heart thing will pop up.
Yeah.
Oh, the fucking heart thing is not here yet. Damn. How much did you buy to get twin heart?
My two hearts. Well,
Holy shit, you bought a
I
lot.
think it might be after the whetstone or the one after whetstone.
Yeah, you don't have that much charms to get because I mean that's the last charm you're missing.
All right. Oh.
Jeez.
Okay, let me equip my stuff. Ah.
Yeah, those last three things are the last things we don't have. Yeah.
Oh, I got shot B. But how do you do your shot B?
Just bind it right here. Yeah, you bind it already. You can just press L1 to switch.
Okay. We're never switching, right, chat? We're never switching.
I had to switch a lot there because my other thing isn't handy there.
Can't catch me unless you take a shortcut. That's what some punk kids did last week. It's the only way they could have beaten me to the rides. Say, maybe you could show me where the shortcut is around here?
You want to do this or you want to do a thing down there? Wait, well, let's do this thing down here. This one's probably easier, maybe? We did that already. We didn't do this. Oh, it's a flying stage. You don't even get to use your tracker thing. The fucking Aladdin? I mean, the genie?
Oh, what is this?
Oh, whoa, whoa!
What's this pink one?
Wait, why is my thingy shooting like this? Oh, I'm shooting bombs. Oh, yeah, you can switch. Remember we unlocked bombs?
Yeah, I forgot how.
R1. Oh, okay. This is. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not using the bombs for that part. At least it's good. Is it really? This bombs. I gotta be at the top if I want to use the bombs, which is kind of like I don't know. And look how much meter she's getting compared to mine. I get meter way slower. Sure bombs are better. They do good damage, but they give you barely any super meter though. What the fuck? Oh, the saws. Okay.
I don't even know what's going on, Mala.
I feel you. Bro, what the fuck is this? Damn, she got a new power, but she don't even get to use it here. Probably do the other stage, other boss done. Nuking his ass, fuck you. Can only destroy the faces? Yeah.
Oh shit.
Oh fuck.
I'm down.
This stage is insane. Dude. Yeah, fuck that. Get out of here.
Oh, good night, Rat.
Let's do a different one. Let's do a different one.
Thank you again.
Where you can actually, like, I don't know, use the thing you just got. Oh my god, it's another flying stage. What is that?
Good night, Rat.
Good night, Rat.
Oh.
Oh.
That was unfortunate. Oh.
Bro, what is it? Bro. Okay, so it bounces off the wall. Okay.
Oh no.
That sucks. What is he doing?
Oh. Going nuts.
Are those feathers gonna... I fucking hate this game. Hold on.
That is hard. That's real hard.
Let's try coffee here.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna do coffee too.
Jeez. I think coffee would be good here, chat, because I need to build super meter as fast as I can. Oh, look at that. Oh my god, I almost got a card already. Okay, coffee's really good. What the fuck? You get cards so fast. Okay, yeah, don't be that close to him, I guess. Yeah, small rocket to dodge. Yeah, I gotta remember that.
Come on, let's go nuts. I forgot my cards. Oh, worst. Oh.
Help.
Oh.
Thanks.
Damn.
Oh my god, this is actually so cancer.
Oh, he's doing it again.
What?
Ooh.
Oh my goodness. It's fine.
Oh, you. Okay.
It's fine. What the hell? He turns around. He's an interesting boss.
Come on, hit him.
He's using the eggs. Oh. Oh, we almost... Oh, we're half. Okay, I was done with that, actually. Okay, that's actually not that bad. Okay, that move is annoying. Oh my god, that move is insane. Oh, I think you hug the wall where it's landing. Okay. Yeah, see, it won't hit.
Oh, that hit me.
Okay, yeah, it won't hit you if you hug the wall. Oh my fucking god. Hug the wall where it's shattering. Yeah, like that.
Get me. Oh. Yeah, we do have an HP bar.
It's at the bottom left and bottom right. Oh, I shouldn't went tiny for him. Keep forgetting. Oh fuck. Yo, so thanks for the 40. Appreciate that, dude.
Hold on. This one isn't too bad.
Yeah, it's not that bad. It's not that bad.
Cuphead.
Yeah, go mini form for that one. When the shell is about to explode.
Ooh, that was close.
It's a good run. Oh my fucking god. I have ult, but no. All good, all good, all good. Oh my god. No, I swung, but I died at the same time.
Will get red hot. Now go.
Why'd you do that, man?
You gotta go tiny for him, bro. I don't even bother risking it. I don't even bother trying to fight that crap. That stuff is so stupid. Oh, fuck. Oh, I missed, damn it. Wow, that hit me. I hate this fucking game, yo. Play lower, so if one of us dies, we can save each other. At least try to, at least. Oh, I tried.
That's like halfway. Maybe you gotta be tiny for that one.
Yeah, I think we should just tiny it. But I'm trying to shoot him while I'm... Dude, I think I can dodge it. I just gotta get better. I'm just gonna shoot on my part.
Bruh.
Oh, I thought it was you. I'm one shot, so I'm going tiny for him. Fuck that, I'm not risking it.
I forgot to go tiny. Right
Yeah, I'm 1 HP. I'm not gonna risk it. Oh my god, he's doing it fucking again.
No.
I couldn't save you. That shit's way too hard trying to save during that. Oh, come on. You gotta be kidding me. Bro, can this guy stop tweaking out for 2 seconds?
Christ, I can't even.
You should stop fucking using that move.
Oh my god! I'm just shoot random shit. Oh, fuck you.
Okay, does not like you. Yo, chill. What now?
I think that's halfway.
What the fuck is that?
Oh my god.
How the fuck am I supposed to hit that? Bro, do I gotta use the bombs for that part? Oh my god. Was it Rivals games? I was like almost every match.
The rivals are calling me right now.
Oh my god, almost hit me. I think you have to use the bombs for the last part, yeah. So the bombs fall like this. Oh, fuck me. Dude, again?
I'm mixing you up with myself.
Thank you.
What the fuck?
Oh, God.
I'm so...
You're not down on my watch. Oh. Okay, it died. It died. It
I was
died.
gonna say.
I'm dead. I fucking ran into it.
Shit.
I fucking ran into him.
It's just Asper for real.
Okay. Oh my fucking god.
Oh, I got my thingamajig. Don't do it yet. Okay, cool.
Yeah, you took a whole hit to do that. You're insane.
Man.
You are insane.
I thought I had a few grace periods here. After ult.
It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good.
No.
Man of Maris' follow. God, this stupid bird. Wait. Do you have work tomorrow?
Yeah.
Is it getting pretty late? Oh, you're good.
Yeah. That's probably end after.
For this?
Probably this one, yeah.
Bet. Oh my god. Oh, there's no way. Okay, I still hit. Oh my god, I almost forgot to hit that.
Ooh, they're getting too close.
Bro, how long is this phase gonna last? Thank you. Okay, I'm switching bombs.
Bombs?
RB. Oh, fuck. Oh, RB. It's LB. I'm sorry. I said RB. It's LB. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, what's the main menu? Did you mean to do that?
No, I just went down. I think it confirmed though.
Hold on. Now press A.
Okay, this will be my last one.
Okay.
This match will get red hot. You're up.
Okay, try it. It's LB, not RB. Yeah, that. When the last phase, switch to that. Because we can't aim down.
LB.
I'll remind you, don't worry.
Oh!
The hell does that do?
Cool. Oh.
I don't even know if the special for that's even good.
Why am I not shooting?
It's a magnet.
Ha! Okay.
Yeah, you gotta be like high. Yeah, that's why I don't like using it. Because if you die up there, you're cooked. Like, it's impossible for me to save you if you die up there or if I die up there. It's like way too hard to save you.
Oh no.
Oh my goodness. No. I hate this phase. It takes ages to kill him in this phase. Still going? What's up, Joy? Dude, if I... Okay. Oh my god. That almost killed me. Oh my god. Oh, I was gonna hit off for the next phase. Alright, we're done.
Yep. I'm done.
Oh, this game. I'm done too. I've been live for way too long.
Welcome
Oh, fuck, bro. Jeez.
No, bro. I've been live for 11 hours. I'm done. I'm done. This game is a workout, bro. I am out of here.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness. That is no comment. What a game. Appreciate you guys being here. Thank you guys for watching. I'm gonna send you guys to I don't fucking know, bro. You got someone? You're just gonna yeah, I'm out of here, chat.
Good night, everyone.
Yep. Good night.